Feel like we're falling away. Maybe I just need to feel nothing to make it easier to turn away, leave. Maybe we're fanning the flame. So why do I keep holding out my hand to get burned? I don't wanna clash anymore. I can hear the ghosts in the walls. It's telling me to run away, away, yeah. I don't wanna crash anymore. I can hear the ghosts in the walls. It's telling me to run away. Breaking apart, seeing the end. We have nothing to say. Maybe it's hard to understand that there's nothing left to fight for, and there's nothing left to say. I don't wanna crash anymore. I can hear the ghosts in the walls. It's telling me to run away, away, yeah. I don't wanna crash anymore. I can hear the ghosts in the walls. It's telling me to run away.
I wake up kicking myself Exhale, cause I heard it helps, but same old way I felt. Resting on my shoulders, cold night in a sleepless bed. White eyes with a glaze of red. I'm going round and round. It won't let me out. Sing when I swim. I'm drowning in. I sing when I swim from the pressure in my. When I swim, I'm drowning in. I sing when I swim from the pressure.
Music is my therapy, dancing is my medicine. Listen every part of me, I'm free from what I'm living in. Music is my therapy, dancing is my medicine. Listen every part of me. So don't tell me you want me, just because you're lonely, just because you saw me at the party. Bring my homies, we can take it slowly, we can take it slow. So don't tell me you want me, just because you're lonely, just because you saw me at the party. Bring my homies, we can take it slowly, we can take it slow. Because music is my therapy, therapy, therapy. Music is my therapy, therapy, therapy. Music is my therapy, therapy, therapy. Music is my therapy, therapy. So don't tell me you want me, just because you're lonely, just because you saw me at the party. Bring my homies, we can take it slowly, we can take it slow.
Hello everybody, and welcome back to the Global Playoffs, day number 2 of the second playoffs. I'm Lucas Turbo, and I'm joined in by Geek. As always, I'm back in this way. I'm hyped for today, let's say like this, because we have our 4 teams that will be decided today who will be actually making it to the World Cup on the 1st of November, played offline in Paris. It will be a lot of fun. And maybe before we're going to start with the matches, let's take a look of what teams actually qualified to day number 2.
Yeah, actually, let's do a little bit of a recap of the events that unfolded in the day of yesterday, the day of Swiss states that we had 5 rounds of matches, which looked a little something like this in the overall ranking, with Big having taken the overall lead and the only team to go undefeated overall. 5 match wins in 5 rounds. Then Boca in second place, Nemesis in third, Lion Coast in fourth, the Puff Bros in P5, Pigeon with a great final match yesterday, arguably one of the most exciting matches that we've seen throughout the entire day in P6, Jetlag in P7, flying the flag for the APAC region, and Wild being the last qualified team in P8. Jan and Wizzy in still with a shot of potentially making it to the World Cup, but they're going to have a pretty arduous road ahead of them, as the bracket is going to be also pretty interesting to look at, and also very much a contentious one, as you'll be able to see in a few seconds' time. Then, of course, the brothers who were just shy of making the top 8 cut, unfortunately, with a bit more difficult Swiss run, fall short in P9, 10th for J-Red Dumpling, Team Divergent in 11th, A2 in 12th, Restless in 13, and Split APAC in P14. Walsian and Onyx and CSA, who were qualified, did not participate in the runnings and the proceedings of yesterday. Now, I think we should take a look at the bracket that we're going to have for today with the playoffs. We have 4 matches for round number 1, with Big versus Wild in match number 1, our match of interest, which will be Lion Coast versus Puff Bros in match number 2. Then match number 3, we'll see Boca versus Jetlag and Team Nemesis versus Pigeon, as you can see on the screen. And in terms of the teams that will be decided, of course, we've already talked about this previously on day number 1, but it will be, of course, the number 1 ranking teams in the EME region, the NCSA region, as well as the APAC region that will be confirmed. And of course, these rankings will be locked in after the global playoffs have ended and all the points have been distributed. But also, the 4th and final spot will be to the best performing team that is not best performing team in those playoffs that is not qualified through regional rankings. So for the likes of Big, Wild, and Lion Coast, and even to an extent Team Nemesis, there still is an off chance that they could make it to the World Cup if they make a really good playoff run.
I mean, also Pigeon could definitely make it here by the looks of it. But what we can definitely say is that it will be another European team qualifying alongside the top spot. So I would say in this way, if we take a look onto the points, we already have, I think, 3 teams locked in like this. It will be Boca, then also Jetlag, and from the NA region, it will also be the team Puff Bros, yeah, who have shown a great performance yesterday as well. But I'm also looking forward to see what they put onto the maps that they didn't perform that well on yesterday, because we have seen Pack on one map, a little bit looked like a discovery
Ricochet.
run. He only played it for like 10 to 20 minutes beforehand, but Pack also doesn't need that much practice. So I really look forward to what they actually put into this, because there's also a lot of prize money that it will be distributed amongst the top 3 teams of today. It is 5,000 euro in total, 2,500 for first, 1,500 euro for the second team, and then 1,000 euro for the third place team of those global playoffs too.
Yeah, indeed. And just as a quick correction, there are not 3 teams, but 2 teams that we can say are very much confirmed. Now, those from the NCSA and APAC regions, Jetlag and the Puff Bros, courtesy of their number 1 placing in the regional ranking. But for the 3rd and final spot, there's still a little bit of contention left, as we can switch over to the game for the picks and bans for Lion Coast versus the Puff Bros. First ban will be 2-wheeling on the side of Lion Coast. Now it is time for Pack to settle on the second ban. It will be Supercross. Yet again, the map from Orchid not going to be very popular. And actually, a pretty interesting statistic from Lava over on Twitter, it's that the latest 3 maps in the map pack, so the likes of Air Control, 2-wheeling, and Ricochet, proved to be a lot more popular than the ones that were actually part of the initial run of Stage 2 maps. Ricochet, as a matter of fact, gets selected as the opening map for this Best of 5 series, selected by Carl Jr. Now it will be Aurel's turn to pick the second map, and there is still a little bit of pondering left to do, as 2-wheeling has been bumped out, but we do have Pipe Dance. We get to see, for the first time on stream, Pipe Dance on a match.
Let's
Beginnings
go.
in 3rd place. Oh my god, this is a spicy pick. We're feeling spicy already today for those 2 maps. And
I really like this.
Sideswipe.
I really like this, because maybe that's a pick that just catches one of the teams off guard in that way, because maybe they have not really been preparing Pipe Dance so much and just thinking, okay, this map will not be played. It could maybe be a decider, like a 50-50 map in that way, because there's 8 maps in the map pool. But yeah, actually with that point distribution, you're right with that, because it's 3,000 points for the first team that will be distributed. And theoretically, I mean, Big and Boca, they are 1,000 points apart, so that is true. But theoretically, if Boca just gets some good points in, I think they're like almost guaranteed qualified, unless Nemesis, of course, wins the playoffs and Big gets second. Boca goes out very early on, so there are some possibilities. Just to name like one example.
You can't just rest on your laurels if you're a ranking leader, unless you are far enough ahead of the curve. So in the EMEA region, this is especially true because of the precarious. Well, I say precarious. It's 1,000 points lead, sure, but it can very well be overhauled in more ways than one. It can take basically a second place from Boca and a win from Big to then swap places. Although both of them would eventually be qualified for the World Cup due to their results. But in case Boca fall flat on their face in the bracket run early on and get early eliminations, this could very much change the complexion. It could lead to quite a bit of an upset in terms of who would qualify for the World Cup in the EMEA, because Binks and Otak have been among the stronger duos and the more consistent duos, especially in the second stage, with 2 regional EMEA wins, Big as well, with the other 2 EMEA regional wins under their belts. But it will be very interesting to see how that develops, as we are ready to see the Lion Coast versus Puff Bros match develop as round number 1 on map 1 gets underway on Ricochet. Aurel with a 0.708, 0.938 for Tona, 0.618 for Pack, and 0.622 for Carl Jr., the personal best for each and every player. And so far, everybody cleared the transfer into checkpoints 3 and 4. Pack assuming the lead at the end of Sector 1 in the wall ride. Yeah,
so Pack didn't look that good on this map here yesterday. I mean, he has had a lot of mistakes early on into the round, but look at this start from Pack already. That's what we are talking of, right? Pack, just an absolute powerhouse, doesn't need that much practice, and maybe those maps are a bit more accessible for him. And right now he finds himself in the lead, is ahead of Tona and Aurel, but look at that round here. Aurel and Tona definitely up for a fight in this first round. He has Calgino finding himself behind, barely got the checkpoint here very late, actually crossed it just on his downwards momentum in the last possible moment and went up to second place with that. Pack on a great run, finding himself in the lead. Tona and Aurel on 3rd and 4th position, but definitely not on this round just yet. Aurel with a lot of speed going into the last part of the map here, looking good for him, but is it enough to overtake Carl Jr. here? It looks like this will be the ace for Puff Bros, and that is a great start. Pack also with a great time, 111.695. So Pack has certainly put some effort into this map, or maybe just had some unlucky rounds yesterday, but a great start for the Puff Bros on their first pick.
Yeah, probably Pack just getting his bearings in the early part of these Stage 2 playoffs, just getting his eye on during the Swiss stage, pulling exactly the same kind of things that he tried to pull this year at XP Evo, or in XP Evo last year, doing discovery runs, quote-unquote, in the lower bracket before powering his way through. This time, though, it will be all on the shoulders of Thomas Cole to actually prop the Puff Presenter up, as we do see Aurel this time having a clip, but also Carl Jr. very early on in the transfer towards checkpoint number 4, have a blunder, forcing him to respawn, now relegated 3 seconds down. He is the 6-time world champion, as Tona continues to hold the lead. Pack with a really neat outside line, carries a lot more speed on the exit of the corner, and before the roof hits, takes the lead and the turnaround into checkpoint number 10. Tona still trying to keep the pace, but unfortunately he had a bit of a slow turnaround, allowing Aurel to move up to second, trying to pick up the slack for his own teammate as we make our way through sector number 3. Pack still being pursued by Aurel by about 1/10 of a second. Great entry into checkpoint number 14 there for the Englishman. Aurel trying to carry a bit more speed on the way down the spiral onto the final checkpoint, the turnover as well, and now the jump onto the road section, or rather the wall driving section. 111.9, just slightly slower than what we were on round number 1, but Pack doing what it matters most, winning individually, thus enforcing the draw and keeping that 3-point lead intact for the Puff Bros.
Yeah, so good job there from Pack, just holding on to the lead, not really pushing too much when it's not needed, staying ahead and forcing the draw. Aurel and Tona definitely up for a fight though, and now Pack with an early mistake, clipping there a little bit, losing a bit of speed, but also Tona not with a great start here by the looks of it, also a bit behind already by 0.3 of a second. We have a good fight between Carl Jr. and Aurel. They have been fighting so often during the Trackmania Grand League, where they played against each other multiple times, and Aurel with a good entry into the wall right here as well, claims the lead, but Carl with a great approach here, but doesn't minimize airtime accordingly. Aurel with good speed here into this part, so it's a two-horse battle here for that first position. Only 6,000s tearing them apart. Aurel, however, with a good turnaround. I thought Carl Jr. had more speed out of it, but nope, that wasn't the case. So Aurel currently in the lead. Tona sadly falling a bit behind, and look at that, a new line from Carl and Pack, just skipping the no-break section there, jumping very far into it, maybe a bit safer than going very wide there and maybe clipping the block. I'm not sure if it really gains time or just for safety purposes, but right now it works out because Carl claims the leads. Never mind, it's Aurel with a better landing and also a new PB, another 0.692. I think this time was 1,000 slower than the time that we have seen from Pack in that round. But important snipe, another draw. So Lion Coast definitely bringing themselves on the boards, and we go into round number 4. 2-5 is the scoreline, still a 3-point gap because Puff Bros have gotten that ace in the first rounds.
Yeah, indeed. And Aurel, beyond the good landing on the wall before the finish line, he had so much speed carried through that little turnaround section with that roof hit before checkpoint number 16. He all landed the landing beautifully pretty much in that instance as we make our way through to the next round. And so far you can see that the rounds go in succession, but they don't really have the same outcome from one round to the next for Lion Coast, as this time Aurel finds himself on the back foot after taking a vital snipe previously, now finding himself a second down, the ex-BDS player, as we make our way through to sector number 3 after the turnaround. It will be checkpoint 11, Pack and Carl, but Pack with the hit on the arch of the CP will thus be dropping down to 3rd place, allowing Tona to slide himself in between the two Puff Bros drivers. But now Tona makes a mistake of his own, clipping at the entry of checkpoint number 14, promoting Pack back up to 2nd place, and that will be giving the ace for the Puff Bros on a silver plate, putting them on map point number 1 as Carl clocks in a 0.744, 6/10 ahead of his teammate. Aurel finishes further half a tenth down, and Tona 1.6 seconds down compared to the round winner. 8-2 for the Puff Bros, who have a pretty commanding lead at this stage of the map and are now in their first attempt to get their first map point on the board.
Yeah, they only need a victory here, and already one member from Lion Coast has made that mistake in the start here, but also Pack now clipping a little, so Tona promotes himself back up into 3rd position. So Carl Jr. now in the lead. Pack, not a lot of speed, has to opt for an awkward approach there and will be out of this round 1 second, 2 seconds behind almost for the Englishman. And it is Carl now finding himself leading the round. Aurel and Tona chasing down, but definitely a lot of potential in this round. I mean, if Carl falls behind, it could also be the ace for Lion Coast that they're in dire need of, because even if Carl just gets 2nd place, they get 1 point and are only 1 point away of winning their first map. However, Tona with a mistake, clipping, not clearing the speed check accordingly. Pack too far behind to answer the call, so this will most likely be a draw unless something happens in the end. But it looks very much controlled here from Carl in the end. Also that safer approach, jumping very far in that no break section before the wall bang. It just looks like that they are safing it a little bit and not really pushing it all the way through already. And with that, it's another draw, and the scoreline is now 3-9. Lion Coast in need of 2 consecutive aces in a row. This will be very hard against a very strong team from Carl and Pack, because if one makes a mistake, the other is just there to have their back.
Yeah, indeed. And now the Puff Bros in a very, very comfortable position, just needing the individual point that comes with a 2nd place finish on the individual standings, so they can effectively take a regular defeat in this round in order to validate the map for themselves with a 10 5 potential scoreline as we make our way through the transfer, and we get a very hefty clip, this time on the part of Pack, once again, who's having troubles with that opening sector here on Ricochet. The old demon starting to creep back in, and he will be forced to respawn multiple times throughout the round, so it will be all down to Carl Jr. to anchor the 4 for the Puff Bros and validate Ricochet as early as possible. And he's already pulled a little bit of a gap after that wall ride at La Ross Chastain before checkpoint number 8. 0.3 of a second of a lead for Carl compared to Aurel in second place. Aurel jumping very far inside on that jump before the turnaround of checkpoint number 10. Tona going a little bit too far off to the left and right hand side and almost falling off of the map. And actually Aurel, with so much speed carried through to checkpoint 11, taking the lead away from Carl Jr., who now just tries to hold position and just tries to anchor things down for the red team as Aurel continues to hold a very steadfast lead over the 6-time world champion by about 0.2 of a second before the final checkpoint rings the bell and the jump into the finish. And actually, Carl Jr. with extra speed compared to Aurel, who messed up the landing. It will be a 1:12.1, not quite fast, sure, but it is enough to get the job done for the Puff Bros. And with that, a draw will be enforced, meaning that it will be a 10-4 final score on Ricochet and a 1-0 so far after the first map for Carl and Pack.
Yeah, 4 draws and 2 aces in favor for Puff Bros seals the deal, and they win their first pick. But now I'm really excited of what Lion Coast actually prepared on their picks, because we see this map now for the first time on the stream. Maybe it was played in other matches yesterday, but seeing Pipe Dance now, I think it's a great pick, because seeing how Carl Jr. and Pack played yesterday, maybe they did not prepare this map here extensively, but we never know. I mean, this map has not too much to it because there is a lot of slow-mo sections on this one. Also a bug side at the start that you can opt for, which is a different line. You can also like directly jump into it. Maybe one or another player will go for it. Maybe we're gonna see it later on. But due to the slow-mo being used here, this map also feels a bit shorter. There's not too many obstacles to clear. But let's go into the first round here. Let's take a look onto the records. 115.293 from Tona. Then we have a 115.661 by Aurel. And then also 115 and a 114 from Pack, actually. So not the worst time for Pack. And we already see the first mistake from Carl Jr.
Yeah, indeed, Carl Jr. having slowed down dramatically into that plastic part, potentially getting caught out by the bug slide around the pole as we end Sector 1 with that very, very high transfer where we've seen plenty of people actually clip with the front axle on the way into there, synonymous with not enough entry speed. But here comes the first pipe of the map, and everybody seems to be navigating nicely. But as I say that, unfortunately for Aurel, we tried to carry a little bit too much speed on the second part of the pipe with that 180 left, and thus the car ends up being flung off of the pipe and off of the map, and with that, Aurel being forced to respawn, promoted Tona up into second, and Carl Jr., most importantly, up into third place, making the position a little bit more advantageous for the Puff Bros as we try to dive a little bit low on the side of Carl Jr. We always try to navigate the pipe in the safest manner possible, but Tona gets actually trapped by the change of direction. Carl Jr. as well, almost falling off of the pipe through there in that final pipe, but everything still looking very nice, and it will be yet another ace to kick things off for the Puff Bros, a 115.8 from Pack. We start off in a little bit of a conservative manner in terms of the pace. Of course, you kind of have to, given the nature of the track itself, but very unfortunate falls from pipes for both Aurel and Tona. Tona, that was on the very last part of the penultimate pipe as well. As he exited the final corner, the car just going way too wide and falling off without any way to recover. Such a shame for the French duo who looked to be giving it everything. And Tona wanted to bring that 1 point home so badly, but it just wasn't meant to be on that first round.
Yeah, and you see how much a respawn really loses here on this map. It's like 9 to 10 seconds because you have to go all the way back from the start of the pipe if you fail it, and have to go for another slow-mo approach. So this part is indeed very slow, even though you're fast on it, right? So it's a very hard identity to drive on. But here we go. We go into the first pipe section. Now this Pack falling off, making a mistake, but also Tona with a later respawn, but also Pack opting for another respawn. So Tona is ahead. So the battle for first is unfolding right now. Was Tona falling behind again? So actually those respawns can be detrimental in the end and could mean another 2-pointer for Puff Bros, extending their lead up to 4 points, but Aurel is coming closer, only quarter of a second behind. Let's see how much Aurel pushes the ending here. Looking good, but is it enough to overtake Carl Jr., who loses a bit of control? Aurel with a better landing, maybe? Nope, that's not the case. Awkward exit from Aurel, but at least securing that 1 point. Pack will be able to finish as well on that third position, so it's a victory for Puff Bros. Oh, what is Pack doing? But it doesn't matter. But still, that mistake looked funny. But here we go. Victory. Tona could have definitely stayed ahead if he just got through the identity again. But for me, it's so hard if you just make a mistake and then you have to go again. Like, it's so much more likely to make a mistake after another.
Yeah, and also, one thing that we do say about the pipe, yeah, there's not really any obstacles to clear, but those pipes with the slow-mo does really mess up your perspective of the speed that you're carrying through. So you have to be very much having your wits about you and be very committed and early on what timing you actually go for the release, for the slowdown, and the inscription of the core into your pipe's corners so that you can actually make it through safe and avoid any fall off of the map or any sort of two-wheel action like we saw Pack having to deal with in the later part of the map, or rather it was Carl Jr. in the later part of the map. In the meantime, it looks as though the top three has cleared nice and easy. Tona maybe a little bit slower, thus will be losing about 2 to 3/10 of a second there and then, but everybody's still very much on the track. No response to be reported, and thus it will be the Puff Bros looking very much dialed in at the moment on this round. It can very much all change in the last two pipes. We're on the penultimate one now, and you can see still very much a controlled exit. Aurel trying to carry a little bit more speed to get back up close and personal with Carl Jr., but Carl goes too low and falls off of the first part of the final pipe, promoting Aurel up into second and Tona up into third, and it will be thus a draw in this round, allowing Lion Coast to keep that 4-point deficit intact and prevent it from getting any bigger. And yeah, that's the risk you run when you try to push that final pipe, trying to carry so much speed that you go low. But centrifugal force in this case will only help you so much. If you try to go below the point where centrifugal force can help you, then your gravity is already going to be taking over and you're going to be forced to respawn no matter what.
Yeah, you cannot defy gravity if you're so far down. Your car just slides off and you can just watch and then having to respawn. But Lion Coast still in need of their first victory in this match at all. They have only gotten draws or just 1 point from a victory from the opposing team right now. So it looks like Pack and Carl are in full control of this match, but maybe this round will change it because Aurel is having a good start and also Tona is not too far behind. Carl already falling behind by 0.5 of a second. Aurel slowing down a bit. Carl moves back up again. Oh, Pack is almost sliding out, losing a lot of speed there with that slide out. So we have 1-2 for Lion Coast, and this is how the table could turn here. But still, there is the ending left to be cleared. Very hard to do those two pipes, and Tona messes up the exit, so he will be further behind, but no respawn is needed. Carl with a respawn, and also Pack is now trying to push it for that first position because Aurel didn't have a good line. Pack should just survive to not give Lion Coast a chance to come back, but Pack flying off as well. So that is the first major point gain for Lion Coast, bringing back the scoreboards to a 5-6 scoreline. And you can see the times are not that fast, but if you fall off, well, you have to go back and redo that section. And Pack and Carl now with 2 individual mistakes, giving Lion Coast the ace, 5-6.
Yeah, lots and lots of damage, especially on that final sector here on that round with Carl flying off of the pipe in, I think it was the penultimate or the final, it was more towards the final pipe that we saw that. But yeah, Aurel also looking to be on the brink of disaster towards the end of the penultimate pipe. You could see with the bit of two-wheel moment that he caught with the pipe transitioning from a flat bit of plastic essentially to actually make the transition toward the road, and that could have caught him off guard big time. He managed to keep it on the road beautifully though, Aurel, and was able to keep himself afloat, and with that the ace resulted for Lion Coast, also with the mistakes from both Pack and Carl Jr. But in the meantime, it will be a great start for the Puff Bros at the end of sector number number 1. Carl leading by about 0.3 of a second from his own teammate, as we try to see maybe another big push from Pac, but Pac went in too late in that tight 180 left on the final part of the pipe and will be forced to respawn. Carl left all alone in the lead. Aurel in second. Tona promoted up to third as well. Pac going for another respawn, so it's going from bad to worse to even worse than worse for the 2016 world champion. But Aurel doing the same mistake that Tona did, going for a little bit of a late correction in that small bridge section with the goal of actually making it through unscathed, but he hit the outside wall, and actually Tona opting for the safe finish whilst trying to catch up to Carl Jr. Maybe did not feel like he had enough speed or the right alignment to push for the pipe, so Carl takes the win with the 1:15.418. Aurel and Tona tandeming together in the finish in second and third with yet another draw in the books, and that will put the Puff Bros onto their first attempt for the second map point of this quarterfinal, as we do see Pac will be missing just shy of like a couple of blocks from the finish line. But with that said, Carl Jr. doing the job that was needed of him, and still that 1 point in for the Puff Bros, who are now on their second map points.
Yeah, but still Lion Coast not too far behind, and also I really like the decision making to go for that safe ending, seeing Pac is so far behind, you know, just taking those points and not risking the end if you don't feel that comfortable with it. Of course you lose some time, but you will make it into the ending without going over the pipes. And now Pac and Carl with a commanding lead already after the start here, and we go into the first pipe sector just after a couple of checkpoints here and there. And Aurel with good speed though, coming a bit closer by the looks of it, only 0.1 of a second, so Aurel is up for a fight. Tona not too far behind either. Aurel releasing a lot. Carl and Pac having it very good though, but also Aurel with good speed out of that sector, so we have a good round in our hands at the moment. But bear in mind, if Puff Bros are getting that ace, this map is going into their favor as well. But Aurel is up for a fight. Aurel into that battle for second place. Good speed in that sector as well. Now break, Carl falling off. He's out on that round. The score could be equalized if Tona gets third position, and maybe Aurel overtakes Pac here in the ending. Good approach from Aurel. Does he have more speed than Pac? The answer is a no. So Pac denying valuable points to Lion Coast again. And it's another draw, and also a PB from Aurel. So a bit of a fast round here, 1:14.9 for Pac. So good time. And Aurel also somewhat in there, sadly not able to get that first position, but also Lion Coast with an ace, they could close out their first map pick as well.
Yeah, indeed, and Aurel with that new PB of a 1:15.235, bringing the times a bit more in line with what the rest of the field has been able to drive so far here on Pipe Dance, as we make our way through to the second attempt at map point for the Puff Bros, and the first map point attempt for Lion Coast, and this time it will be Pac's turn to be falling off the rest of the field and fall by the wayside after that buck slide before checkpoints number 3 and 4. Carl once again left in the lead on his own at the end of sector number 1. Aurel hot in tow within a tenth of a second. Tona a few tenths back, around half a second down compared to the leading duo, as we see a lot of attack from Carl Jr. getting a little bit of airtime at the exit of that first corner. Aurel takes advantage of this to be still within the ghost of the 6-time world champion. Pac forced to respawn once again. He is completely out of the picture. Aurel versus Carl Jr. This is the battle that is at stake right now, potentially for a round victory or even an ace that would see the map close off in favor of the French duo for Aurel and Tona. Look at the low line for Carl Jr. trying to keep the car on the road for dear life and trying to fend off the attack of Tona for second place as well through the final pipe. This is where we've seen also some of the Puff Bros challenges come undone, but this time it will be good to go for yet one more round here on Pipe Dance. 9-9, Lion Coast, who were looking to be dominated early on in the map, have stuck to their guns and have clawed back nicely that gap, and now we're back on an even footing. If either team take the win, it will be pretty much map point validated, but we still have the possibility of going into overtime, and it will be a very early overtime compared to what we've seen yesterday.
Yeah, I agree. Yesterday, I think we've seen overtime only in match number 5, so that is definitely something. So good comeback there from Lion Coast. A small comeback, if you might say it like that, but Pac definitely struggling in the last couple of rounds, which is not good for Puff Bros. And then Carl Jr. also now conceding that first position to Aurel in that round. So like that, it can go south very quick, and also here Carl with a very low jump. Tona jumping very far up, trying to save it, so Pag is coming back into that third position. So it's a very open round, and I think it will be decided by whoever makes a mistake here in that first or second identity. Oh, Aurel has it very good. Tona also with a good exit, but losing a bit of grip there in the end. So not the best amount of speed accumulated, so he finds himself 1 second behind, but not a respawn behind, and that is what's very important. Aurel has to push, but I think he's too far behind from Carl Jr., but any mistake can decide this round here. This comes all down to the last pipe. Tona with a mistake. Aurel has to overtake Carl Jr. in the end. He has to risk it a lot in order to overtake Carl Jr. here, but I don't think it will be enough. Carl is ahead. Pack also survived the identity, so the second map also goes into favor of Puff Bros. But what I have to say is that the last rounds were very competitive on this mistake-heavy map, so a lot of close rounds have unfolded here, but Puff Bros winning their second map as well, and they already go to maybe the last map already of this match if they win on Lions Coast second pick as well.
Yeah, Lion Coast second pick coming up in a few seconds, and that is a very, very vital pick to do, even though it was a very, very hotly contested pick here on Pipe Dance in the very final rounds with Puff Bros, their allure that they came into the first round after taking, of course, the very first round with an ace, seemed to have been more of a fluke than what we first realized, given how south things went for both Pack and Carl on those pipes in the subsequent rounds. But they managed to actually fend off the attack of Lion Coast, who managed to bridge the gap back down and completely level it by the time the final round came. But it only takes one single mistake, one single fall from a pipe for things to get very costly for either team. And unfortunately for Lion Coast, it got very costly on their very own first map pick, and they have the chance to salvage this on their second map pick starting now, which will be Beginnings by Banano. Wotak, of course, getting the world record with the 0.737. On Aurel, we're on 114.131, 0.370 for Tona, 0.434 for Pack, and on the 0.308 for Carl Jr.
Yeah, so let's go into the first round, as we already see a mistake from Pack here early on, finding himself 0.8 behind, clears that jump. Tona clipping, having to respawn, very early respawn to not go into the checkpoint ring here. So wise decision to have a little bit more speed to work with and not go for a double respawn if you don't make that jump. So he's out of the equation here, but we have a great fight between Aurel and Carl for that first position. And what I really have to say, this track was just delivering yesterday. We had so many intense rounds here, and also a lot of things on stake. Just the last match of yesterday was just absolutely incredible to see. As we now see Carl with a great turnaround. Aurel maybe with a little bit more speed, but Carl with a better approach into the ending. Jumping a bit lower into the quarter pipe. Aurel with good speed though, going for the air brake. His nose goes down. He has a bit more speed by the looks of it, but not really being that much of a difference maker. So Carl wins that first round. Pack on a safe third position, and that means Puff Bros going into the lead yet again. 114.462. Also not the fastest time that we have seen, but still 0.7 away from the world record, and is enough to win the rounds.
Yeah, is enough to win the round, and honestly a pretty solid start for a map as tricky as Beginnings. One of the maps that have been the most spectacular to watch in day one of the Stage 2 playoffs, as you said. One of the great equalizers as well. No matter which team you actually play for, no matter if you're a player for Puff Bros, no matter if you're a player for Pigeon, no matter if you're a player from Boca, no matter if you're a player for Big, this map always seems to strike fear within each and every player because of stuff like this. Like, it's very easy to misalign the jumps into the platforms, like that first platform that we've just seen from Pack. It's very easy to miss up the inputs ever so slightly on the very tight transfer and forcing yourself to respawn as well if things go way south. For Aurel, it almost went south with that little nibble at the front at the very top of the transfer, but he made it through unscathed, thankfully for him, and also built up a lead of over half a second almost compared to Carl Jr. in second place. The gap's 488 milliseconds towards the end of sector number 2, 51.282. Looks as though on the basis that we're currently seeing, we might be headed towards another mid 114. We have to wait how the ending goes, of course, for both Aurel and Carl Jr. at the moment. Tona in third should be able to make it another victory for Lion Coast, a counter victory in a sense to level the gap back down. Carl Jr. getting a lot more speed, heading into the second risky jump, whilst Aurel goes for the safe way. The overtake is done on the part of Carl Jr. It won't be a 115 in the end, 0.095, and Aurel Aurel lost it all at the exit of that first platform on the ending part of this map from Banano, and that gap really turned around really fast. And like this, the Puff Bros maintained their 1-point lead.
And I'm not sure if Aurel would have not made that last jump, actually, or if Carl Jr. was able to overtake him like that. But definitely smart decision-making from... I mean, Pack was too far behind to have a saying, so why not go for it? But like in the heat of the moment, it's always hard to say that. So rather take the safe approach, and then maybe Carl does a mistake and you just capitalize on that and not be further behind. And maybe then you also have to opt for a respawn, and Carl is ahead of you again because he was leading by a little bit there, so he had the advantage. So Aurel, I'm speaking of. So I'm not quite sure about that. I definitely have to rewatch it and see if that was the correct move or not, but it's very hard to tell because you have to decide that quickly. But let's go into the third round. Carl right now in the lead again. No one has made a mistake this far, and it is Pack who's dropping a little bit further down the line. Carl on a great sector here is 0.35 ahead of Aurel, who's on second place right now. Tona dropping a bit behind alongside Pack, but it's nothing decided as we come to the turnaround and also to the last part of the track. Pack fighting back, trying to claim that second position, but Carl with a clip. This could be line coast round, but Pack with a lot of speed going to the lead. We see a safe approach from Aurel. Carl with a respawn, so it will be another draw. But also, I think Carl was on an insane time. Pack was 0.5 behind at some point here, and Carl was the leader of this round. So this could have been a 114 low here. But it's another draw. Lion Coast still only 1 point away, but also Puff Bros, scarily enough, 2 aces away of closing out this match.
Yeah, exactly. And for Carl, it would have been very much a low 114-1 or high 114-0 that the Canadian could have been on. But thankfully for the Puff Bros, Pack was able to exercise the demons of sector number 1 and stay within the fight and take advantage of a bit of a slow landing, maybe a bit of a late air brake on the side of Aurel after the first platform jump in the final part of the map to take that lead away and guarantee the draws. We go very high on the transfer for Pack, just trying to make it safely across, which he does so. Unfortunately for Tona, he had to respawn before even making it through to the transfer as he full stop picked it to one of the Neons on the first platform jump in the start, and that means that the Frenchman will be 5.5 seconds down compared to the leading duo of Carl and Aurel. Aurel having managed to depose the Canadian of the lead of the race for around a quarter of a second. Pack in third position, way far down after that very safe transfer that he opted to go for. Aurel and Carl Jr. now back within contention. Carl Jr. managing to beat the gap back down nicely, and once again it was there that Aurel lost a lot of speed in the previous few rounds. Great nosedive on the part of Carl Jr. Very tight entry into the chicane before the jump into the second risky platform, and it will be a round victory for the Buff Bros. Lion Coast manages to get a point back on the board as well, but Pack kind of scared me a little bit with that pole hit after that bumper jump into the finish line, hence why I kind of stumbled through the words there. But 6-4 for the Puff Bros, who continue to inexorably march towards that 3-0 scoreline that looks ever increasingly likely with each passing round. But as we said a little bit earlier on, well, I say that to Randomize in the chat as well, who's checking things out, the full story is never told with overall match results. It can be 3-0, but the matches can be very hotly contested on each map, which was the case, for instance, on Pipe Dance. Here, it might be looking a little bit more grim as Tona once again falters at the first obstacle.
And I think also Lion Coast can definitely have a great run in the lower bracket if they get demoted into that. But this match is far from being over because Aurel is fighting back here, as you can see. Great approach there from him, still in the lead. And Carl Jr. finding himself a little bit further behind, but great exit from Carl. Look at this speed here, going into the second scaffolding jump and going into the lead. Great low jump there as well. Finding himself further and further ahead. Also a nice turnaround from Carl, and his ending in this previous round just looked so clean. The nosedive was executed perfectly. Is he going for it again? No, he's not. Aurel with more speed. Will it be enough to claim the draw at least? Aurel with more speed, and Aurel will win the round. Great ending from him, and Pack will secure third position, so that means it's another draw. And yeah, I mean, you name it. Even if the match turns out to be a 3-0, against, or like in favor for Puff Bros. Lion Coast is definitely not getting clean swept away here. I think we have only seen like a 5 or 6 round ender on those maps. So good performance from Lion Coast all along so far.
Yeah, Lion Coast continuing to do what they do best, which is basically run their race, run very consistent races at that, being able to pick up the spoils whenever the leading team make a mistake, and really standing their ground very, very well as we make our way onto the first match point attempt from the Puff Bros, who are on 7 points compared to the 5 from Lion Coast, to keep themselves afloat and keep the dream alive for one more round at least. Aurel going so close to hitting the outside wall on that first platform jump, but manages to make it stick unscathed. And this time, first sector is cleaned by everyone, and everybody's still very much in contention. But Aurel was very slow at the exit of that transfer before checkpoint 5, so Pack and Carl take the initiative to move up into first place after the transition before the ramps in checkpoint number 7. Now the setup towards the box line, and we hit the top of the barrier before the jump from Carl Jr. And once again, a draw could be salvaged on the part of Team Lion Coast here. Pack looking to be on the very good time as well, mid 50.8 at checkpoint number 9, currently holding a half a second gap compared to Aurel, but he slows down dramatically at the exit of the pole turn. Now to the ramp transfer, and it's Aurel retaking the lead. Maybe we could start mounting a fight back on the side of the French duo. Aurel still leading with Pack in tow in second place at 10th and a half down. He tries to catch back up, but it's too little too late. Aurel takes the win, and with Tona in third, Lion Coast are back to within one single point of the Puff Bros duo of Pack and Carl, who get denied their first match point attempt. Take 2 for the Puff Bros, take 1 for Lion Coast, trying to force this onto match 4.
Yeah, this is such a nice match here that we are witnessing in the first round of today. Tona and Aurel really fighting back, but Aurel now with a mistake, so Tona needs to find his first position here, which will be very hard to do. 50% crashes, 0% top ones, but Pack with a respawn, so Tona could really win a round when it really matters. And also Aurel promotes himself up into that 3rd position. Carl with a very awkward landing here as well, so Tona just has to hold strong, and the scoreline will be 9-9 then as well. We could go to map number 4. What a great performance from Lion Coast here, holding on to their momentum, not getting affected by any of the times from Carl and Pack. And let's see the ending, still to be cleared. And this looks like a pretty big gap. 1 second it is. Pack risking a lot, going very direct into the checkpoint to apply some pressure, but not the best amount of speed accumulating. Tona jumping very far up. Carl coming a bit closer here. Only 0.3 of a second. Tona not going for the nose step, but also Carl Jr. didn't get a lot of speed. Is Tona able to survive the last jump here? Yes, he is. And Tona finds his first victory, and that was such an important one because Aurel also gets 3rd position. The score is 9-9, Geek, and whoever wins the next round will be winning the map or even the match. Pack really struggling in this round, 6 seconds behind. Oh man, 9-9 it is.
Yeah, just like we saw earlier on Pipe Dance, the Lion Coast defense really kicks in on the second half of the map, where the Puff Bros seem to be leaving a little bit on the table that the Lion Coast duo of Aurel and Tona can really grab. And it all comes down to this once again, which decides whether it will be a 3-map series or a 4-map series. And this time Pack will be hitting the neon on the outside, forced to respawn before even making it to the ring checkpoint. And it looks as though it is all down to Carl Jr. to force this into an early overtime. Tona respawns after messing up the exit of the transfer. Pack promoted up to 3rd. It could still be salvaged no matter what for the Puff Bros. It could still be on. Pack and Tona separated by now 3 seconds. It's all over for Tona. It's between Carl and Aurel that everything gets decided. But remember what Aurel can pull off in that last sector. He can very much take down the best. This is very much a callback to 2023 when he and Carl Jr. were battling it out tooth and nail throughout the season and throughout the playoffs as well. But this time it will be the Canadian in the lead, and Aurel brushing the side of the platform, forced to take the safe way. Carl finishes in first, Aurel in second, and Pack should be crossing the finish line with the safe way. Yes, he goes for the smart move, for the safe approach, and with another hotly contested map, it will be an 11-10 score with a great time from Carl Jr. as well. A 113.920, less than 2/10 away from Otak's record. It may be a 3-0 match, but as we said earlier, the overall match scores never tell the full story. But this match and this stream will let the record show that Lion Coast fought tooth and nail and really delivered in terms of the strong defense. But much like any other match in Trackmania, the devil really is in the details, and this is where Lion Coast really lose their edge.
Yeah, also Carl Jr. and Pac making some mistakes, especially Pac crashing a lot, but then also having his teammates back in those kind of rounds. So that was an intense match. And I think if Lion Coast and Puff Bros meet again in the lower bracket at some point of the tournament, because I think Lion Coast will make it through into the next couple of rounds because they looked that strong, this could be an very much different match coming into play, that maybe Lion Coast takes map 2 and 3, or maybe we have another pick order, and that way we will not know, or we see another ban coming into play, but that's something for later. But that was another great match to kick off day number 2, and with that I think we also gonna go on a small break because the other matches are already over, far over, even though they were all 3-0s, but they were not as close as this match. And guys, we will be back after a small break, and then we will be going ahead into the second round of matches.
Maybe I'm indecisive, maybe it's all too late. Maybe I'm just done fighting, maybe. Oh, maybe I'm indecisive, maybe it's all too late. Maybe I'm just done fighting. It's all too late. It's all too late. All too late. It's all too late. Oh, I almost hurt Get lost in the middle of time. When did I get lost in the middle of time? But I'm not falling, even if I'm
And just like that, we are back for the following of the proceedings, of course, in the playoffs, in the Stage 2 playoffs here on the 2025 Trackmania World Tour. We come back after a very, very exciting match that we've seen between the Puff Bros and Lion Coast, where the final score 3-0 doesn't really tell the whole story because, yes, the first map, which was Ricochet, was very, very convincing on the part of the Puff Bros. But then the two maps, which were both Lion Coast picks, which were Pipe Dance and Beginnings, or the Binnings, as I call it since yesterday, have been very, very contested because, yes, we've seen the Puff Bros streak away very early on, but then Lion Coast sticking to their ground, sticking their gun to their guns, and taking advantage of slip-ups from the Puff Bros to really reel the gap back in. And in both instances, we went back down to a 9-9 score, and all being decided on one final round. We were so close to getting an early overtime. I was kind of praying for it, actually, to make things a little bit more spicy, but still, very closely contested maps all over, both very narrow wins for the Puff Bros,
Yeah.
who definitely still have to be wary about where they should play and what their next move will be. Because as you'll see in the bracket, now the Vice is starting to tighten its grip a little bit more as we go further into this bracket with the winner bracket semifinals that are going to be coming up next, with the bracket showing in a few seconds' time over on your screens. And there will be, of course, Big versus Puff Bros, as you can see at the top. And then will be also Boca versus Team Nemesis. Now, these two have already seen each other in the Swiss stage. It was a narrow win for Team Boca on 3-2 scoreline. This time, it will hopefully be a very different telling, maybe with less slip-ups and either team looking to make a very much more decisive entry into the winner bracket. Meanwhile, on the lower bracket side, Lion Coast versus Wild, another set of teams which have already encountered each other before on the Swiss stage. It was previously a 3-1 win for Lion Coast, if I am not mistaken. And it was also, we also see on the lower bracket that Pigeon will face off against Team Jetlag. And you can see all of the scores. Every single match that we've seen have an overall score of 3-0. But given what we've seen, of course, with our featured match, you can take these results with a little grain of salt, I think.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, the matches or the match that we have followed was so close, but all the matches have ended quite early already because we have seen the live scoreline in the chat as well. So I think Randomize gave us some information on that. And I think the matches from now will get closer and closer. And I think Lion Coast, with that, really fighting their way back into this match after a not that good looking first map, but map 2 and 3 were very close. So I think Lion Coast versus Wild will be a great match to follow. I think Margie is covering that one, so if you want to see that one, you can go onto Margie's stream and see her cast from the Lion Coast perspective, because she's casting for Relantona this weekend. But as we already said, we will be focusing on the match Oltag and Binks versus Mime and Pussy Tobacco, which will start in just 30 seconds. And yeah, going into this match, the teams have already met at the third round in Swiss stage, and it was a nail biter if I've ever seen one. And I mean, Nemesis still having a shot of making it to the World Cup, but they do not have accumulated that many points during the regular season. They had 3,087 points. I mean, theoretically, they could make it, but they need to beat a lot of other EU teams, so it will be a hard task. And the first hard task of the day for them will be beating Boca in the upper bracket. And we now go into the pick and ban. Supercross and Pipe Dance are the bans. So that was a default ban yesterday for the respective teams. First map will be two-wheeling. So that is interesting to see. We have seen some close rounds there unfolding yesterday. Air Control as map number 1, and from Boca's side as their pick. Then we have Hoop, Sideswipe, and Ricochet as the decider. So let's hope we go to Ricochet again. Too bad that we don't see beginnings here, but Ricochet is also a nice last map to focus on.
Yeah, indeed. And this one, we were a little bit more into oddball picks from Lion Coast, giving a little bit of spiciness with the Pipe Dance and Beginnings picks midway through the rotation. Here we go back to something that looks a little bit more conventional with the trend that we've seen throughout the first day of the playoffs with the Swiss stage, with the last few maps being much more popular in terms of picks. And starting off on the two-wheeling is a very interesting one. And as you said, one of the more competitive tracks that we've seen throughout the weekend, and one which provided very, very stout finishes to watch on and see also some of the marker times and some of the players really improve on their marker times as time goes on, as we are about to start in 15 seconds time with the map coming up in a short few amount of seconds. Pussy Topako, who was a former record holder, was in charge of the pick for two-wheeling as the starter map. And honestly, if you watch this PB and you know the story of the man on this map, it should be no surprise that this was the retained map, the map from Carlucci, which is a very, as you said, very interesting take on the map and a very neat integration of a very, very specific and niche mechanic with the two wheels, with the two-wheel popping up, and also the rotation that you need to go, and also the specific timing of inputs where you do need to tap at the brake as you rotate 90 degrees to be able to pass that point, that midway point, and continue your rotation. Otherwise, you just end up swinging one way and then swinging back the other way to point your cards back in a straight line, which is definitely not what you want here on this map. Pussy Topako, as I said, former record holder with a 119.764, and actually the record from Paco has been beaten not once but twice so far this weekend, because yes, Massa did a 0.753, but now the world record is held by Jan from Team Wild with a 0.717, so definitely one time to watch out for, which might be continuing to tumble as time goes on as we start round 1 of map 1 for Boca versus Nemesis.
Let's see who is getting the first amount of points here in this round. Mime oversighting there a little bit, gets an awkward setup there, but still is able to get it through, but still finding himself already 500 behind Binks and Otak with amazing start, jumping very far above there the penalty sector. And it is Otak Binks currently leading the round. Paco not too far behind the first two-wheeler here. Oh, Otak has it very well, but not a good exit out of that turn. And look at that, the former world record holder finds himself in the lead. Beautiful first two-wheeling section from him, and he's already quite far ahead. So great line here from the young Hungarian player. Otak and Binks a bit further behind. Mime with the law speed going to the drift, overtaking Binks here in just a couple of milliseconds, and he finds himself on third position. So this could be the first major point gain for Team Nemesis, but we still have the last part to be cleared. Otak not too far behind, make it 0.2 of a second. Paco with a great entry into the water. Mime sliding out, so this will most likely be a draw if Paco survives the ending. Beautiful turnaround, and Paco, let's take a look onto the time. Will it be a 1:19 already? It will be a 1:20.045, so a great time to start off things. Otak and Binks on second and third, and Mime, due to that mistake, only on fourth position. It's a draw, 1-1.
Very solid opening to the times that we've seen with the 0.045, as you said, as we are now moving on to round number 2 here on two-wheeling, following the perspective of Binks, the man from Boca, who was world number 1 in the World Tour ranking, of course, in 2024, went on his way to finish 3rd in the World Cup that same year. His best World Cup finish to date. He will be looking to improve on that, of course, if he manages to qualify along with his teammate in this year's World Cup, which will be happening on November 1st. In the meantime, at the end of sector number 1, it will be Mime this time taking the reins for Team Nemesis. Paco is at the tail end of the field, about a quarter of a second down, as we see the 2 wheels then slam back down. Great reactor entry for Binks and Mime. Who's going to get the best exit speed out of it? It will be Mime streaking ahead, but it's still a pretty tightly knit group up front with Mime and Binks in first and second, and Otak just a 10th behind in third. Pustito Paco another further 10th behind in fourth. As we go through the glider section again, Mime trying to go for the sliding entry, manages to get so much exit speed out of it to continue being in tow of Binks' Ghost in the lead. Paco as well, putting Otak under pressure for the benefit of third position. Mime going way wide before the transition over the crest into the dirt as we make our way through to the final part of the map and the identity coming up. Binks and Mime side by side. Is somebody going to slide out? No, this time Mime manages to keep it on the road and keep the trip going. Mime takes the lead, and Paco taking third place away from Otak, and Mime crashes into the side of the reverse booster. Binks will hold on to the lead and score yet another creditable time, 0.043 within the times that we've seen, of course, in the first round. But such a shame for Nemesis, thrown away that victory scenario potentially with that crash out from Mime on the side of the reverse booster, and that allows Boca to take an early lead, 3-2.
Yeah, it could have been 3-2 for Team Nemesis in this round because Mime was indeed leading but couldn't control the turnaround, which he opted very late for. But maybe in this round, because we already see the first major mistake happening, Binks finding himself 0.8 behind the pack here, and Mime and Paco right now leading the round. Otak, let's take a look onto him. Let's take a look onto the turnaround. Mime almost losing control there in this mudslide, I would call it like that. But Otak accumulating a lot of speed and getting a great turnaround as well, is attacking Paco, who right now finds himself in the lead. Not the best turnaround though from Otak. Paco again still in the lead by 0.1 of a second, but still a nice round. This drift will decide a lot here over the water with the super reactor boost up attached. Mime again with a very wide approach. Otak not able to control it that well, didn't get too much exit speed, but a wide approach will still get him a lot of speed, and Mime dropping a bit further behind. It is Paco versus Otak, and then also Mime now moving up because Otak didn't get a good transition over that dirt slope there. And let's see, will Mime start out in this round? Yes, he will, unfortunately. But is he able to hold on to that third position? I think it is enough, even though he doesn't have a lot of speed. Paco will get first with a 1:20.269. Not the fastest time we have seen, but still enough to stay ahead of Otak. And also Mime doesn't touch the wall there. That was a very close call, and also able to control in the end. And it's another victory, this time in favor for Nemesis. The score is equalized again. It's 4-4.
Yeah, that was a very much a shame that that round became so lopsided so quickly with that early click from Binks, and it looks as though we get another lopsided round, this time in favor of Boca, as Pustito Paco crashed very early after turn number 3, before even the first checkpoint. Otak taking the lead before the big jump, and Mime jumping very long and very far into second place, just ahead of Binks. End of sector number 1, it will be Otak and Mime separated by 77 milliseconds. Binks just trying to hold the fort in second place, doesn't get the 2 wheels actually, keeps the ground contact all on its own, and Otak slowing to a halt at the very first trigger after the 180, and thus will be falling back down to last place. This gives the hand back to Team Nemesis, who are looking to be on a little bit on the back foot after that early crash from Pustito Paco. Pustito Paco now promoted up to third, but he also sees Otak maybe slowly but surely creeping back in, as we see now Binks having to fend off the attack from the Hungarian, and it will be Binks who cracks under pressure, going a little bit too tight to the inside, and thus hitting the wall at the apex towards checkpoint number 11. Mime and Paco first and second, but be wary of the potential slide out like Mime has been falling victim of in the previous round. But this time there is no such thing to be worried about. Mime and Paco will be getting the ace on their map pick, finally to make a breakaway run for freedom. 7-4 the scoreline after this round. Mime clocking in a 0.43 round. It seems as though we're starting to dial back the pace a little bit after going out all guns blazing in the opening 2 rounds.
Yeah, so great ace there from Nemesis, and I mean, not the fastest winning time, only a 0.7 away from the world record, but lucky for Paco that even though he has made that early mistake, he was able to get that second position. Now Mime, the player from Team Nemesis side, falling a bit behind, but also Otak didn't get the best of starts, so everything is still open, but Mime eating a lot of the penalty surface as well, so he'll lose even more time in that sector here, finding himself 0.6 of a second behind. But Paco had an exceptional turnaround in this sector. I want to see it again. Is he getting it? Very nice. You can look at at that speed here that he just accumulated. Also here, very much controlled, and then just slingshotting into the next part of the track. 0.3 ahead already, and also Binks with a small mistake, promoting Mime back into that third position. It could be Nemesis going up to 9 points here after that round, and then Binks and Otak are in dire need of an ace in the upcoming rounds if the positions stay like that. Mime going a little bit over the penalty surface, promoting Binks up into third position, but Mime with a better transition, but it all comes down to the ending one more time here as Otak is slowing down over the penalty surface. Paco still in the lead, and I think he's on a great time, even getting a good turnaround. Oh, Binks sliding a bit, but it doesn't matter because Mime will not overtake Otak. And let's take a look onto the time. A new world record at 119.416. I thought it's fast, but not that fast. Paco destroys the record by 0.3 of a second. What is this guy doing again?
I am speechless.
What?
0.3 of a second found out of the blue with a snap of a finger, just like that.
Okay.
Mr. Postito Paco, you will never cease to amaze me. Although it seems as though this start will be looking a little bit more sluggish on the part of the Hungarian, but that is putting, of course, Nemesis in a very, very comfortable position. Second map point attempt with a 4-point lead and just a point for second place needed to close that map out, as we do see Binks currently holding the lead, but now it will be Otak who might be a little bit on the backhand of this round. As you can see, almost a second down now, over a second down compared to the leading trio, and Pusito Paco with that signature second sector moving back into contention for the top three. Binks, Pusito Paco, and Mime separated by 30 milliseconds on the entry into the water glider. Mime now falling back a little bit, can compensate on the way towards checkpoint number 11, and look at this, 33 milliseconds once again between first through third. Binks still holds on for dear life to try and salvage at the very least the individual honor on Nemesis's map pick, as we see Mime now making the move, folding himself into a potential lead position. Can he try to shoehorn his way through? Yes, because Binks went way too deep into there, and again, out of left field, Paco Binks will be able to snipe 9 for 5 milliseconds with a 119.9. We would be very impressed by that. But I think the time from Paco in the penultimate round here on this opening map has completely, it kind of recalibrated our mind. Like, legitimately, reenactment of how I reacted after Paco posted that time. Seeing the time, wow, and literally for solid 15 seconds like this.
And I also love Mime's reaction in chat. He just wrote question mark, question mark, question mark.
I think not. We didn't expect it, and I think not even his teammates expected that from what we could see in the in-game chat.
He had a great turnaround in the first identity, but that it was that fast, I think none of us expected. I maybe thought like a new world record, maybe a 0.7, 0.6-ish, but a 0.4.
0.4.
You see what Mime's teammate is able to do, and let's move on to air control. World record is from another player in this match. It's from Binks. It's a 118.330. Then Otak has a 0.5, so roughly 0.2 away. And then Paco has a 0.48. And then Mime with a 0.6. So a bit of a slower end here for Mime, but it doesn't matter because you just have to survive. You just have to play consistent. But Mime already with the first mistake, finding himself 0.5 behind. And it is Paco trying to fight his way back. Binks and Otak looking very strong on this map in the matches that we have seen yesterday. And it's also their first pick going into this series, of course. Paco trying to fight back. Didn't get a good landing there. A little of airtime, so he will not get the nosedive here. And fully clipping. And he's completely out on this round. So Otak and Binks on first and second place. Otak not with a good transition though, but doesn't have to respawn. And that is what important. Still the mistake from Mime. It's paying its dividends. And he's now further behind after another mistake. So Binks and Otak can chill a bit and gain control on their first pick, but still the ending is left to be cleared. It's deceiving, but you can save it a little bit if you jump very far to the right, which Otak and Binks are obviously not gonna do. They know what they're doing. They're surviving the speed check, even though they will not land as good as the world record does, but it doesn't matter. Still good times here. 118.9 for Binks, and then Otak roughly 0.3 behind, and that's the ace for Boca. 3-0. Nemesis with 2 mistakes. And they need to do more in the upcoming rounds to win this map.
And the mistake from Mime actually came in very, very early, before even the very first transfer after the first turn. I think he briefly clipped one of the breeze blocks that you can see that kind of restricts your line to the very tippy top of the quarter pipe before the transfer on the way back down towards the no break block, as we now move on to round number 2. And this time, Mime will be battling for the lead with Otak. Puestito Paco will be at the tail end of the field, separated by a 1/10 of a second, moving on to checkpoint number 4. And the very, very long transfer where you can go very low, but going too low risks you clipping with the front axle on the landing. No such thing for any driver involved. 30 milliseconds between first and fourth. This is still looking like a very, very hotly contested round as we make our way through to the middle part of the map. Who's going to get the best jump through there? Who's going to get the best nosedive and the best landing? It looks as though it will be Otak, Paco, and Binks regroup within each other. Mime also getting a solid entry into checkpoint number 7. It's still all to play for. 1.5 between first and last, with Paco maybe falling by the wayside just a little bit, but 47 seconds in, that is still quite the feat to stay along with the two Frenchmen who picked this map, and they picked it for a reason, as you very rightfully said, Kai. Now onto the final part of the map. Manage your brakes, manage your throttle rather, because there is no brakes in order to land smoothly and have enough speed for the jump. Mime with so much speed and great inside line, going for the lead of the race overall. Otak resists with a much better landing on the other side on the final jump. 0.735 and a 0.805 for Mime, followed by, I think it was a 0.732 or 0.832 for Binks. A victory for Boca, but a great, great race that we've seen in that round.
Imagine driving a 118.9, which is 0.6 away from the world record, and being last in this round. This was an insane round, and Boca shows that they are dominating on this particular map. 5-1 is the scoreline, so they're halfway through of winning their first map pick. And let's go into round number 3. Beautiful quarter pipe jump from Binks, just having so much speed, already 0.12 ahead of his teammate. Mime is also still fighting here, but Paco already 0.6 behind. Okay setup here, but he will lose gradually time here in those sectors. Okay landing here, but he needs to run out a mistake. Now 0.64 is the gap. So let's focus on to Mime, Otak, and Binks. Otak and Binks extending the lead, but Binks not with a good exit here by the looks of it. So Otak comes a bit closer, but still it's very much controlled here for the Boca duo, as they're finding themselves in the lead, not losing control there as well. We have seen plenty of mistakes there by steering in too late and then losing control, getting airtime and not making it through the reset gate. But Mime had a great ending, not the best landing in the previous rounds, and right now he needs to do more than that. Otak and Binks very much in need of that ace to win this map, but it is Mime overtaking, and look at those times as well. A 0.5 from Otak, that is insanely fast, and Mime just punishing the mistake from Binks, at least getting that 1 point on the board. But Boca with track point if they can find an ace in the next rounds.
The field when driving a 0.7 is not even enough for P3 in the race. This is absolutely scintillating pace that we're seeing so far here on this second map of this semi-final here between Boca and Nemesis. Boca on their first map point attempt here on air control, as Binks takes the early lead at the end of Sector 1, but Paco is right there snapping at his heels for 44 milliseconds. Mime in third, and Otak, having had some trouble in that first sector at the transfer, will be in fourth at the end of Sector 1, but promoted up to third with a very hefty clip for Mime, and now up to second before the little transitional jump between checkpoint 6 and 7 due to that little clip from Puestito Paco as well, and they might have been handed that map point on the silver point, but as soon as I say that, we completely miscalculated the jump angle from Binks, promoting Otak into the lead, yes, but Mime and Paco up into second and third, thus gifting one more round for Nemesis to turn things around and try to get the momentum back that they actually had on two-wheeling. Otak, inheriting a 1 second lead, will be able to actually manage this round all the way through. I wonder if he's going to be just laying off the throttle, might be dropping down to another 0.7 yet again, or is he going to continue to push and maybe go back to the 0.6s and 0.5s? It will be even further than that. It will be in 119.0 that we decided to dial back to for Otak. Just as well, the man from Saint-Malo opting to go for a bit of management race, given all of the trials and tribulations that happened to everybody ahead of him, including, unfortunately for him, his own teammate. Nemesis still in with one more round, but with a 5-point lead to catch back up, and yet another mistake of Mime at the very first drop down. Things are looking a little bit more dire than ever.
Yeah, mine with a lot of mistakes here in the starting section, but also Binks. I really want to emphasize his attempt of maybe even beating his world record, because we have seen Otak driving a 1:19.0. Binks was 0.4 ahead, like already after the first real control jump sector that comes up just here. So Binks had an insane start, really trying to push it, wanted this world record and maybe assert dominance in this way, but here looks like Otak and Binks are in full control again. Paco 0.6 behind, so this looks like Boca is winning their first map pick. Binks with a great exit out of that turn and has so much speed to work with, so could be a 0.5 that we see, maybe even a 0.4. I would not be surprised if we see another world record in this match. Oh, even though Otak also lost speed and Binks didn't really gain too much time, but it doesn't matter. They just need to get it across and need to get first and third position in order to close out this map. And here we go. Looks good. Paco too far behind, and Binks gets first position with a 0.5. He lost a bit of time, so he was indeed on a 0.4. Otak on second, Paco on third, and Mime on fourth, who didn't really play too much of a role. It's an 11-3 scoreline. Boca absolutely dominating air control, and the scoreline is 1-1.
Yeah, scoreline 1-1, and very much the map picks going as expected. Nemesis pulling an absolute blinder on two-wheeling to actually win their map pick and performing an absolute insane round in the process, completely obliterating the timesheets, burning them down to the ground, and Boca retaliating in the fiercest of manners with that 11-3 scoreline that we've seen on air control, and that will set them up well for their second back-to-back map pick, which will be Popit's Hoop with the 0.238 world record, courtesy of Binks. In the meantime, we also do have Otak on a 0.282, so very much a strong suit this map it is for Team Boca as we head into the first round here on Popit's Hoop. 0.393 for Mime and a 0.464 for Pusito Paco, so maybe just a little bit behind, but still looking very competitive nonetheless.
Yeah, it looks very competitive. I mean, this map has also been providing a lot here, but I think Mime struggled a lot with this first or second landing on this map here. He has made some mistakes here and there, so let's see if he puts some work into this. Already Mime is a bit further behind. Otak and Binks, it's their second pick, looked very good yesterday as well. And the landing that I'm talking about is the one that comes up right here. You have a right turn into a left turn and then a very hard jump into another like kind of banked quarter pipe, and you really need to make sure to land flat because your car is bumping a little bit afterwards, so you can clip and just mess up the entry into the next part of the map. Binks didn't get a good landing into the dirt, and with that demotes into third position, but still in contention if Paco makes a mistake in the ending. Oh, but Binks jumping so low, so I think the positions are set in stone, even though Binks doesn't have a lot of speed to work for, and Mime overtakes with that, so we're actually gonna start things off with a draw, and you can really see how important this speed outcome is for the ending. Binks really pushing it, not enough, and also look at that time, a 1:16.4 from Otak winning that round, but we start things off with a draw. Binks definitely more possible for him, was even on second position, but two individual mistakes demote him into last place.
Yeah, two very unfortunate mistakes, and also low speed heading into the intermediate hoop that we've seen, where you actually do two turns in order to get enough speed to go for the risky finish, which allowed Mime to move up to third and enforce the draw right there and then. But we see that also Otak was sprinting right out of the gates here with that 0.432 that he just clocked in as we make our way through round number 2. And already at the start, we see Binks slowing down dramatically in that little dirt uphill on checkpoints number 1 and 2, which will relegate into about half a second compared to the rest of the field, make that 7/10 after the transfer before checkpoint number 3. Mime taking the lead before checkpoint 4. Otak and Paco and the first sector will be battling it out through second place. Great outside dirt line from Pusito Paco to actually take the fight to the 2023 world champion, and he takes second place away from the man from Samalo just before checkpoint 6 and the start of that second sector, or that third sector, with that big jump as you alluded to here. Also banked quarter pipe, and unfortunately we went too far to the right for Otak. Did he not get enough time to actually correct the sort of curvature induced turn that you get at the landing? I'm not sure, but still the result is exactly what you see on the screen, with Binks and Otak in third and fourth, and Team Nemesis looking poised to take the first ace on this map right here, with Mime and Paco hand in hand, ghost in ghost almost, as you can see. side by side onto the risky fin, and they will cross the line side by side with a 25 millisecond gap between the two. 0.797. It might not be as hot as what Otak did in round 1, but it's more than enough to do the job. A low 0.8 for Mime is also very satisfactory as Nemesis take a 3-point lead after round 2.
Yeah, very important for Nemesis, and I actually was on Otak's perspective when he has done that mistake, and I was a bit surprised because he got a little bit of grip on that quarter pipe beforehand. Maybe he got surprised by that because he had so much speed to work with, and then didn't make that transition accordingly. So it looked a bit awkward. He had so much speed, so I want to take a look onto this in this round. So far, the round didn't start that good for Nemesis because Paco, with that early mistake, also got a landing bug, or maybe clipped the trend or the border of the block there a little bit. So Paco opting for respawn, and also Mime with a mistake. But let's take a look onto the line from Otak, who also has been falling behind, so lost the gear here in exchange to that. But I want to see how his line is going, because he had a little bit of grip going into the jump here, just on the top of it. Is he going for that one again? No, actually not. His car was rotating a little bit more, giving him a flat landing. He jumped so far into the dirt. So maybe that was the reason why he has done that mistake, but it's only theory crafting. But right now it looks like this, that Boca will get the counter ace here, and also Bing's very much in control of this round. Otak just has to survive, should not lose too much speed to let Mime pass him. Looking good here, going around and around to collect the speed for the ending. And Boca with the counter ace. Let's take a look onto Bing's time here as well. It's a 1:17.17, so roughly 1 second away from the world record, but enough to win the round. Mime and Paco, 2 individual mistakes again. They had the leads here, but then threw it away after 1 round. But I mean, that's how punishing Boca really is. They punish every mistake that you just make, and then your lead is gone.
Yeah, exactly. And Boca very much falling into race management mode after seeing what happened to Pustito Paco and to Mime, which started with that very unfortunate wall brush just before checkpoint number 4, and a wall brush that Otak also suffered on the outside dirt line in checkpoint 4 through 5. That was just the tiniest of pixel clips from the right rear for the outside wall, but it was just enough to rob him of the speed and make him lose the gear. Let's see if there's going to be any other victim to that. No, everybody is still within half a tenth of each other, so it's looking very competitive so far. After 1 sector done and dusted, we go a bit wide before that pinch in the bubble road from Otak, and still everybody within each other's goals. This is looking very racy and very sketchy on the part of Pustito Paco, almost falling off of the map and entry at the sector 3. What is this round about? 77 milliseconds between first through fourth, and the top 3 regroup within each other's goals. 34 milliseconds between first through third. It's all gonna come down to the jump through the hoops as Binks leads them. Paco second, Mime and Otak locked in battle for third. Paco with a bit more speed compared to Binks into the second loop. Now onto the jump, into the risky feed. Who's gonna get it better? Who's gonna risk it all? Who's gonna fall down? Neither give themselves an inch, and Binks wins for 11 milliseconds, and Otak resists Mime's attack for 34 milliseconds, and Boca take the lead 6-5 after an absolutely exhilarating round from start to finish. There was nothing to throw into the bin there. This is a classic round from 2025 right there.
That was an insane round, and the time from the round from before that round would have not been enough to even get into the top 4. So absolutely incredible what the players are able to do on this map. Boca winning the round, now finding themselves 1 point ahead of Nemesis, and already here we see another great round unfolding. Otak is not pushing the outside dirt turn so much as Mime, who is having an exciting and also a lot of speed out of that turn. But I mean, I would really flinch in those kind of moments and just make a mistake. That just shows how insanely prepared the players are on those kind of maps. Binks with a mistake, and it is Otak now who's getting attacked by Paco. Let's see if Paco can do another great ending section here again. I mean, he is 0.2 behind Otak right now. Mime also has to hold on to the lead. Otak with more speed going to the last hoop section. Otak really pushing it, but I don't think it will be enough. Maybe the last jump will come into play here for Otak. If he is risking it a lot, he can maybe overtake, but I don't think it will be enough here. Mime wins the round. Otak on second, and another great time. A 0.4 from Mime winning the round. Only 0.2 away from the world record, but Paco and Mime fighting back with a victory, 7-7. Any ace would give the team, or any team here, a 1 map advantage going into map number 4.
Man, both teams trading blows on this third map is absolutely amazing to see. A beautiful sight to behold as we head into the first map point attempt for both teams here on Hoop as we go along with Otak currently sitting in P3 right in the battle with Binks and Mime. Pussy Topako a little bit further behind, around 2/10 down after the transfer, and Mime also slowed down dramatically before the snake run through checkpoints 3 and 4 without any breaks to speak of, as we now see Otak again barely brushing the outside wall with the right rear on the entry into the dirt this time, promoting Mime and Paco up into second and third provisionally, and now also Binks not having the greatest of exits from the Sausage Road section before checkpoint 6. Now Mime poised to make an attack before the start of Sector 3 into that jump. Binks now very much feeling the heat and the pressure put on by Mime. They're side by side, heading into checkpoint number 7 into the dirt. Paco moving up to third at the expense of Otak, who's still very much waiting in the wings and trying to put the Hungarian under pressure, waiting to pounce at any mistake, at any opportunity given to him by the young Hungarian. Mime in the lead, Binks in second place by 34 milliseconds. Paco in third, still being chased down by Otak. Otak, like a man possessed, continues to push the Hungarian for breaking points, and he will be salvaging that third place. And with Binks sniping Mime for 18 milliseconds, Boca are one draw away from getting their second map in the books.
Paco not getting a great landing there in the ending, unfortunately. I think he lost his gear or landed in a slide, so that's why he slowed down. But most importantly, Boca winning both of their individual fights against the Nemesis players, giving them the victory. But what a well-contested round yet again. And now Nemesis has to pull the trigger. They at least need first and third position, and most importantly, they should not make any mistake in that round. But look at this, Mime and Paco swarming out on the first and second position, going insanely close to the outside third turn there as well. Otak already 0.3 behind, but I think Mime and Paco also on great times here by the looks of it. But of course, the first hoop will come into play. It's very important to land as clean as possible to regain control and make that jump to the dirt sector afterwards. Paco with a very wide jump, but great approach for the dirt section. And Mime and Paco are indeed in control. Mime, however, with a little bit of airtime, conceding a bit of speed. Paco still in the lead though. Binks coming closer, risking a lot, but he needs to get at least second position to force the first overtime of the day. But we see a mistake from Binks. He's falling behind. Mime survives at Binks with a respawn, and I think Otak is too far behind. So Mime and Paco will win the second pick from Boca with an absolute astounding performance in the last round. What a great race here it was. Performing under pressure when it matters. Nemesis going back into the lead. 9-11 is the scoreline, and we go to map number 4, which is another pick from Nemesis. It will be Sideswipe.
This is such an important map win for Team Nemesis after such a contested map as well. Those last 3 rounds, that sequence of rounds, is arguably an all-time classic in the making right there. One of the best sequences of rounds that we've seen in 2025 as a whole. No matter the competition, you cannot tell me that that was pure on-track action and absolutely relentless pursuit of victory and glory as we move on to Sideswipe and Nemesis with a solid option to create an early upset in this bracket and send Boca down to the lower bracket. And if we take a look at the times, it will be a 1:08.924 for Mime. That will be the main talking point and the main worrying point for Team Boca, who are finding themselves both on the 109s, 0.027s and 0.048 still, but it will still be around a 10th behind what Mime could produce in terms of ultimate pace here on Vix's Sideswipe, which starts right now with round 1.
Let's go into the first round and see what Nemesis is able to produce on their second pick. Paco just completely misjudging that turn, but Mime is having a great start, currently ahead of Otak and Binks here in this round. Important to not catch airtime here and go very far to the right of the limitation of the block. And now we go into the footprint of the map, reactor boosts and driving on the wall, getting a good exit here as well. But look at this start here from Mime, already 0.1 ahead, going through a no-break sector where you have to thinly release the accelerator in order to get through that turn. Binks coming coming a bit closer. Mime still leading, just zooming into the lead here and having a great approach here. But Binks is certainly not slowing down, as well as Oltak. Only 0.1 of a second going into the last part here of the track. Very important to just hit the plastic accordingly, commit to your line, but Mime is even making a mistake beforehand. So Binks and Oltak just having to survive, but easier said than done, hitting that small plastic gap there or ledge and making it into the risky ending speed check. And Binks and Oltak again starting off with an ace, 3-0. Nemesis already behind on their second pick.
Yeah, very unfortunate mistake from Mime at the very tail end of the track, just hitting the edge of the breeze block at the apex of the corner before the long climb of the identity, which is what gave the advantage definitively to Boca. That on top, of course, with the early mistake from Pussy Topako. And speaking of which, the Hungarian makes a very good start so far. Will be leading the pack at the end of checkpoint number 3 and a Sector 1 approaching after that little banked grass turn. Banked to flat once again, and Paco leading ahead of Otak, Mime, and Binks in that order as we make our way through to this uphill fight through checkpoint 5. Watch out for the landing here, not to get slowed down by that said landing, not go too high. Everybody makes it through nice and clean. Now the lineup for the chicane in turn 7. Otak forced to lift a little bit and thus promoting Paco and Binks back up to first and second respectively, but Binks slowing down dramatically on the way down towards checkpoint number 8. Paco still in the lead, Otak up in second, Mime back up to third. It's still very much all taking off and still all to play for because Binks is right there in the fight with Otak and Mime, less than a tenth behind the leader Pussy Paco, who cannot be safe and immune from mistakes either as we make our way through to the climb towards the identity. Paco leading, Binks, Mime, and Otak second, third, and fourth. Paco will be able to take the win, or will he? To the line! Mime snipes Binks for 40 milliseconds and gives the counter ace to Team Nemesis, who leveled the playing field after round number 2.
And also a different approach there from Binks, going very far up and then down to the plastic to get maybe more of a bounce, but that distance traveled really costs in the round. I think it can be faster or just more comfortable if you're used to it, but with that, Paco and Mime getting the very important counter ace to equalize the scoreboard again here. Mime and Paco now with a good start here as well. Binks losing a bit of control, didn't get a good apex, but look at the start here from Mime, who right now finds himself very far ahead of his opponent. And also here, very good sector from him, finding himself 0.1 roughly ahead. Paco really pushing, very good apex, but conceding a lot of speed because he had to release a bit more because he went that direct. But good approach here. That he didn't slide that much means that he goes back into that second position. Paco going over the penalty surface. Ota coming back again. Binks also now in the mix, and we have another close round in our hands, and will be decided in the ending. Binks slowing down dramatically here, and now it's Ota who has to survive, but it is Paco with a mistake just beforehand. Will not transfer as much speed as the others into the last sector of the map, but it's still Binks who maybe not having the best line, a bit more speed, but it will be the victory for Mime and Paco. And maybe you have seen now the line that I'm talking about. Binks jumping very far from the up, or very far upwards into downwards to the plastic, and I think it's not faster.
Heading into the next round with now Nemesis returning to the lead with a 1-point advantage to their account as we make our way through to round number 4. Very nicely packed start together, 87 milliseconds between first and last, with Mime at the very tail end of the field giving us a good overview of what's going on up ahead. And of Sector 1, Otak, Paco, and Binks in that order, separated by just 21 milliseconds as we make our way up the hill through checkpoint 5 at the top of the hill. Great landing on the part of Mime, which will be seeing him through into the lead battle, but this time it will be Binks clipping just before getting back onto the road, and Otak also slowing down dramatically as he had to release a little bit to make it through the chicane before turn and checkpoint number 7. Mime and Paco once again enjoying a very nice lead gifted to them by Boca. Maybe not for long as Otak is back on a charge and takes advantage of a little wobble from Mime's car before checkpoint 10 to move up into second position, and now puts the pressure on Paco, who cracks under set pressure by hitting the breeze block at the very tail end of the corner before checkpoint number 11. Now Otak through into the lead. Mime into second position, will not be able to catch back up whatsoever. Otak takes the win and forces the draw once again. 5-6. Nemesis still leading by a round, but Boca keeping themselves afloat just like that.
Yeah, just 1 point away, and 2 individual mistakes before the last sector is what really cost Nemesis that ace in this round, which would have been so important. And now Mime is making another mistake here at the start, but Paco with an absolute great start here, already 700s ahead of Otak. And also this approach looks very clean from Paco. who's still leading the round, but Binks and Otak certainly not slowing down. Binks also didn't get a good transition actually when I just changed my perspective onto him. So we'll be all coming down between Otak and Paco. Paco with a very wide approach will have a lot of speed here into the wall right again. And with that, the positions are as is right now. The gaps are quite large considering the insane level on this match. But Paco still has to survive the rest of this round. But Otak with a mistake, but Binks is there to pick up the call and reclaiming that second position for his team. So it will most likely be another draw until someone messes up the ending, which we, I think, have not seen thus far here on this map between the teams. And it will still be the same, even though Mime has made a mistake before, and maybe even in the identity. I did not spot that. Goes for the safe ending, but it doesn't matter. It is a draw, and Nemesis with match point if they get the ace.
Nemesis with match point if they get the ace, and Boca finding themselves kind of hitting a bit of a stumbling block here on Sideswipe, not really able to find... They are seeing that the mistakes are aplenty on the side of Team Nemesis. They know that there are opportunities, but they're not able to capitalize on those and make mistakes of their own, which completely, once again, redistribute the cards a little bit, which arranges Nemesis in some way as they're able to keep that point lead intact and find themselves on an undisturbed match point attempt. First sector done and dusted. It's Paco, Otak, and Mime 1, 2, 3, and we hit the side of the reactor gate on the part of Mime before the climb up the wall. But Otak goes way too low, and full stop picks, forcing himself to respawn. Mime promoted automatically up to third place. Paco going way wide at the exit of checkpoint number 7, which will give the advantage to Binks. And again, Paco, what a wheelman, managing to keep it on the road and save it, promoting Binks up into the lead provisionally, sure, but still in with a shot of taking Nemesis up to a 2-point lead here on their second map pick. Binks is far from safe at all as we make our way through the final long climb, the identity climb, as we like to call it. Paco and Binks side by side. Binks clipped in the neon on the entry. Mime promoted up to second, and with that, actually, Mime takes the Safeway risky fin for Binks, who will salvage one more round. Mime could have gone for the full push, decided to go for the Safeway at the expense of an early closeout. Now the situation is much more palatable, quote-unquote, for Nemesis. They know that Boca can still conclude it and take it to map 5 with a single ace, but the dynamic of the map looks to be very much in the red team's favor.
I mean, Otak also with his first major mistake in that round beforehand, but I really like the call from Mime because, you know, if someone makes a mistake, maybe he thought he's already further ahead, he just takes those safe points, right? But I think without that mistake there from the Boca player, he would have gotten last position in that round actually. So important for Nemesis to at least get those points, but it was very risky to go for the safe ending, if that makes any sense. But this is the last round of this map, and unless Otak and Binks are getting the ace, it is all over here. And right now it looks to be the case because we see 2 mistakes from Mime and Paco. We go into the last sector here already. This round went so fast. Binks clipping a little bit, but I think it's still enough. Good round though it is, but is it enough? Otak no with those speeds to the line. Mime snipes both of them. And Nemesis wins map number 4 as well. What a great ending from Mime, but Mime over jumping so much in the end, having so much speed, and that is it. 3-1 in favor for Nemesis, demoting Boca into the lower brackets.
My brain just turned to mush from that whole match and from that map and that round alone. Holy... I don't have the words to say it. Fair play to Team Nemesis, taking that match map 10-8 and that match 3-1 with the promise that was shown just from the world record on two-wheeling by Pusti Paco, a full 3/10 ahead of the previous mark from Jan. It just showed that sparks flew, and they flew very, very high into the air. And with that, the first upset of the day has been completed, with Boca being sent down to the lower bracket and looking a little bit less safe than what they felt they were like in the entry into this global playoff weekend, because there is a realistic shot that they could get overtaken in the global in the EMEA rankings, and also in terms of overall performance
Yep.
in the playoffs. So it
They're not
certainly
safe.
is a big, big wake-up call that Boca are facing themselves with now, as this match has concluded with a score of 3-1. And in terms of the other results, it looks as though the other matches are still ongoing at the moment. I wonder if
Big just won, actually. So
Big just won
3-1, yeah.
apparently. Okay.
But yeah, I mean, good call that you make, and we still have yet to see Nemesis versus Big, which could be a very nice match coming into play. But those teams are kind of fighting it out for the 2 remaining playoff slots that are not locked in just yet. And Pigeon versus Jetlag is also still ongoing right now, where Levon and Neon are playing against Muda and Bren. Maybe we can take a look onto that at production and see if we can focus on the last couple of rounds, because it's actually a 2-1 scoreline in favor for Jetlag, but it's looking quite close because Pigeon also now got the ace, the draw rounds here, so it's a 4-6 scoreline in favor for Jetlag right now on 2 winning.
All right, I guess we are just going to try to do a little bit of a call, radio Le Mans style, as apparently we're going to be joining on the server as well. Yeah, currently 6-4 for Jetlag, as we are currently on 2-wheeling with that scintillating world record that you see at the very top of the screen, which was established less than an hour ago by Postito Paco. And now we're following along with Neon, the young Polish player from Team Pigeon, arguably the man of the team when it comes to raw pace, but also a little bit of a glass cannon, as we've said and seen multiple times already during the Swiss stage. It will be all down to him to try and actually perform, and you can see that glass cannon status is shown in the stats with 39% of crashes and 26 individual victories, 26% of individual victories for the Polish driver. In the meantime, Muda and Bren, Muda on 2-wheeling now. This is going to be interesting. This is arguably the strongest map from Muda here in this entire map pack. This looks to be like a Jetlag pick from what I can see, and yes, the Jetlag pick is definitely making sense with the performances that Muda was able to impress in the last few APAC rounds of the regular season, as we see the Australian wheelman currently leading by a 10th from the duo of Neon and Levon. Levon managing to get past Bren for 3rd position, but a bit of a sluggish transition on the part of the Norwegian will put him briefly under threat from Bren for that set 3rd place. And now Neon piling on the pressure as Bren slides out, promotes Levon sliding up, promoting Bren up into 3rd, and Muda resists the assaults of Neon up until the finish line and clocks in a .411 at the finish line. And with Bren up to 3rd, it will be Jetlag on match point attempt number 1.
Match point attempt number 1 indeed. Levon sadly sliding out there. I mean, Pigeon barely making it into day 2, and now bringing up a fight, winning a map against Jetlag, against Bren and Muda. That is definitely not an easy task, and Levon and Neon definitely, like, very cool to see that they have performed like that during the global playoffs 2 here. But let's go into maybe the last round if Bren and Muda can find 1st and 3rd position here at least. Oh, as we see a mistake there already, or just a different night. Nope, it's Bren who's sliding out and making a mistake. So it is Neon and Levon now moving up into 1st and 2nd position. But just when I change my spectator POV, it is Neon sliding out there, but still on that 3rd position battle with Bren. So it's a 2-horse battle for 1st and 3rd position respectively. Levon with a very wide approach, but as you already said, Muda very strong on this map, opting for that no side here with his wheel. Levon losing a lot of speed over that reactor boost up water sector. But it's still everything to fight for in that last identity here, as Muda goes very wide there to accumulate as much speed as possible over the reverse booster, and that looks good for him, not sliding out in this round as well. So Muda will win this round, but the question is who's getting 2nd and 3rd. Looks like Levon will get 2nd, Neon in 3rd, making the ending as well, barely staying out of Bren. So we go into another round at 6-9. Pigeon in dire need of an ace.
Yeah, Pigeon in dire need of an ace to level the playing field, and Jetlag in a very, very comfortable position, knowing that Bren, in case of faults, like we've seen in the previous 2 rounds, for instance with that early slide out in the previous round, can count on his teammate to really anchor the fort and bring the points home that they need in order to confirm their journey into the rest of this day of playoffs here in the Trackmania World Tour. Currently, Neon taking the fight to Bren in the lead of the race. Muda falling a little bit on the way back into 4th position. position. But again, with that wide line from Bren sliding out and a huge slide up for Neon, who respawns and will be falling back down to 4th, promoting Mutta up into 2nd. Levon will only be able to uphold the individual honor on the Pigeon side, as the collective honor and the sporting one will be going the way of Team Jetlag, with a draw situation that looks to be very much set in stone, with that very early respawn from Neon at the end of sector number 1, as we go again for the no slide line for Mutta. Levon managing to go through that glider without having to compensate on the second part of it. Very beautifully done as well on the part of the Norwegian driver, but he will not be able to stem the flow of points that have been going the way of Team Jetlag. Will be able to at least try to find a 10-7 score to try and ease the pain just a little bit, but it will be a meager consolation prize to come second best to Mutta, as the Australian manages to get a solid rotation. Levon will manage to salvage a point, and it will be an 11-7 score for Jetlag here on that map, which is two-wheeling. 3-1 the final score. Bren and Mutta are through to the next phase of the lower brackets.
So Neon and Levon here with a great performance, but it wasn't meant to be Jetlag here. So still great performance from them. Sadly, they end up in 7th, 8th position. And maybe we can take a look onto the other matches that have already concluded as well, because it was Wild actually beating Lion Coast. So taking revenge on that 4th round from yesterday, where Lion Coast actually won 3-1 against Wild. Now it's Wild turn to win 3-1, and they will be playing against Boca in the next round. And it will be a repeat match as well between Puff Bros and Jetlag. We've already seen that match yesterday in the first round, and then for the winner bracket round 3, it will be Big versus Team Nemesis. For me, a highly anticipated match that we haven't seen this far, so I think this is a no-brainer for me to pick Big versus Nemesis. This will be an absolute banger of a match.
I'm absolutely on board with you, especially given that it is the winner bracket final, and we'll see who will be entering into the grand final with a bit of an advantage, because the grand final for this global playoff stage 2 will be, of course, a best of 7 with a bracket reset, meaning that there's extra work to be done. There's an extra best of 7 to be won by the team coming from the lower bracket coming into the grand final, but that's for a little bit later. In the meantime, we're going to take a quick break for hydration purposes, namely because I think we all need that after what we just witnessed here on that semifinal run, and we'll be back in just a few minutes with the winner bracket final of Big versus Team Nemesis. Stay with us.
Maybe I'm indecisive, maybe it's all too late. Maybe I'm just done fighting, maybe. Oh, maybe I'm indecisive, maybe it's all too late. Maybe I'm just done fighting. It's all too late. It's all too late. All too late. It's all too late. Maybe I'm crazy, maybe I'm
And we are back for a highly anticipated match. We have Big versus Team Nemesis coming into play. And we did some theory crafting because I think Boca, Big, and Nemesis are really the teams to look out for to qualify still to the World Cup of this year. And this will already be a very important match because not only has the team not to play in the lower bracket, but they already get a one season or like just serious advantage. That was the word that I'm searching for, going into the grand final. And it will already be so important. We have not seen those teams facing up against each other. I think it will be a close one again.
It will be a very close one. And actually, let's just take a little bit of a last look at the bracket before the match starts in about a minute and 30 seconds time to kind of give a little bit of a lowdown on how things have progressed so far in the bracket. For those of you who might be joining us following the break, here is what it looks like. So Big having won 3-0 versus Wild and 3-1 versus the Puff Bros, whilst Nemesis won 3-0 versus Pigeon and 3-1 in the match that you saw right there, if you were with us a little bit earlier on, versus Boca, where Nemesis looked to be very much on the hungry side today, and I feel like not only did they eat good, but I think we ate good. If you missed that match, you should definitely give it a watch after the day's over because it is an absolute classic of a match right there. And as we said, there are stakes, of course, very high in the winner bracket with the Big versus Team Nemesis to see who gets a bit of an advantage in the grand final, but also in the lower bracket. You can see the matchups, Puff Bros versus Jet Lag. This is a matchup that we've already seen before in the Trackmania World Tour this season. And then Boca versus Wild. Now, for Boca, this is very much an early upset to be sent down to the lower bracket in such a fashion, and it's going to be very much crunch time because not only do they have to perform well against Wild, but they also have to perform well in the following match where they face off the winner against Puff Bros and Jet Lag. And we've been making some calculations a little bit. As long as Boca is into the top 3, they should still be in with a realistic shot of keeping that first place in the EMEA rankings, which is one of the main ways to qualify for the EMEA teams here towards the Trackmania World Cup. But also there's the best performance from teams that are not #1 rankings, which is where Big and Nemesis, more crucially, are finding themselves in. And Nemesis having a very strong idea in mind and making a strong statement of intent in their match versus Boca that they are the ones to take that final spot, and they are going to be throwing caution to the wind and facing off against the likes of Big and Boca as the picks and bans are already underway. We've already got 2 bans confirmed, Supercross and Pipe Dance, very much being left aside and being given the thumbs down on both sides. And once again, 2-wheeling being chosen by the Nemesis team. Pussy Topaco again being in charge of the pick for map 1. No surprise there. Beginnings in second map. Third map will be Ricochet. Mine now left with the arduous task of picking the last map. It will be Sideswipe. Deciders will be Air Control. 2-wheeling, Beginnings, Ricochet, Sideswipe, and Air Control. So we're seeing exactly the same mirror picks that we've seen from Nemesis versus Boca. Map 1 for 2-wheeling, map 4 to Sideswipe. This is exactly where they're able to perform really well. It's very much on the 2 big picks that the difference has to be made. And Hoop was extremely contested. This time, Hoop is completely out of the picture. It will be very much a case of adaptation. Well, we know I'm going to use the Bear Grylls quote meme, improvise, adapt, overcome. That's pretty much what's going to be happening here for Team Nemesis on the 2 big picks that are going to be happening in maps 2 and 3.
Yeah, I think Beginnings and Ricochet will be very important for Big here to gain control in this match, and then maybe Air Control as the decider. But already 2-wheeling, I think Big can show what they're able to do. But I mean, after this insane performance from Paco in the previous match, we have seen what he's able to do. He just drove a time that was 0.3 faster than the world record. Absolutely astounding round from him. And that's where we're going to start our things off on. But highly anticipated match, I think, for everybody who has been following this global playoff stage 2. Nemesis versus Big, Massa and Granadi versus Pushy Tobacco and Mime. Here we go. First to win 3 maps moves into the grand final, having a huge advantage to make it into the World Cup of this year. So let's go and see what will happen on this particular map, as we have a small warm-up before we're gonna start. I think we're gonna go to map 5.
I do believe that we could be on for a 5-game series as well. And you look at the time for Massa, that 0.753. Oh, how he wishes that time would stay at the top of the screen on the left side. But that is what the difference 24 hours make. Already being beaten by Jan before being absolutely trounced by the 0.416 from Pustito Paco as map 1, round 1 is underway. And we'll have to see if the young Hungarian from Team Nemesis is able to get some absolutely stout rounds again, like we saw versus Boca. So far, it will be the best start of them all for Massa, holding the lead by about 1/10 of a second, heading into the underwater dirt part. Sector 1 done, and still the gap continuing to increase in favor of Massa. 3/10 now in favor of the veteran from the German Trackmania scene, who continues to hold that steadfast lead. Paco finding himself maybe under threat from Granati and Mime. Actually, not so much with that great underwater reactor part on the part of the Hungarian, pulling himself a little bit further away from the battle for third between Mime and Granati as Massa goes wide on the entry to the water glider, allowing Pustito Paco to move back to within touching distance of the German as we make our way through sector number 3, checkpoint 11, going very close to the apex there on the way down toward that checkpoint from Massa. Now going on to the transition, who gets it best. It looks as though Paco gets a supreme transition over the crest and moves to within 37 milliseconds at the split of checkpoint number 12 compared to Massa. Mime still ahead of Granati by about 1/10. No slide outs to speak of whatsoever. Massa still holding onto the lead, but can Paco do something about it? The answer is a yes, but he has a little bit less speed on the way to the turnaround, but great turnaround for Pustito Paco, and it will be a win for him with a 0.884. Mime manages to get third by 52 milliseconds. 0.884. Imagine driving a 0.9, already a respectable time in itself. Not even enough to win the round. Nemesis take the lead 2-1.
And conceding 0.2 just in the super reactor boost up section where he crossed the water. Massa lost a lot of time with his line there. I think it can be faster, but he slightly messed it up. But it is Nemesis now going into the lead, but certainly not in this round, because we already see the first major setback from Pustito Paco, who is already half a second behind. Also Mime, not with a good transition there. So Massa and Granati have the ace in their hands, but there's still a lot of track to be cleared here. Roughly 50 seconds for the players from Germany, the long-term teammates, and it is also Massa now with a mistake. Doesn't get a good reactor boost sector there as well. Even gets reactor boost up, cannot control the exit, so Massa is leaving his teammate alone, 2.5 seconds behind, and now Granati has to battle out with Pustito Paco, who was a bit further behind, and of course it has a half a second faster PB, and his ending looked superbly well in the round beforehand, and also already here he's fighting back. Great transition there as well, losing a bit of control. Has a wider setup though, but will the speed be important? The answer is a no. So unless Granati survives the ending, we will have a draw in this round. And let's also take a look onto the time from Granati after Paco also didn't get a good turnaround. It's Granati winning the round with a time of 1:20.3, so a bit of a slower end here, but it's still enough to force a draw. So Massa 2.7 seconds behind, and it's 2-3, still Nemesis 1 point ahead.
Yeah, that was just an absolutely appalling middle sector for Massa. Even himself might be even recognizing that after a slide out on the way into the first reactor in the mid part of the map, which sent him careening into the wall, and then the second reactor part as well, where he fell to a standstill and not only got reactor boost down, but also reactor boost up, not able to control his car, as you were able to point out, and thus relegating him so far behind at the finish line. Hopefully he will be able to correct the shot here on round number 3, as we see him right in the fight against the two Nemesis players, with Mime and Pustito Paco trading the lead checkpoint from checkpoint at the end of sector number 1. Granati a little bit further behind compared to where he would wish to be, at around 0.3 of a second of a deficit compared to Massa, who now presses B for boost, tries to correct the mistakes from the previous round, and the corrects have nicely corrected and actually allows him to move up into the lead by about 1/10 of a second compared to the Nemesis duo, who are still looking to mount an attack in that third and final sector. They are waiting to pounce, waiting to strike at any possible opportunity, at any possible opening that can be left by Massa. But so far, great control of this round on the part of the man from Berlin International Gaming. Mime moving up to second, and Granati also back into the mix, making it potentially an ace for Team Big in case of a slip-up by Mime. Massa now also falling back into the clutches of Mime, and this is a slide out from Massa, promoting Mime up into the lead. Granati making it a three-way fight for the lead, with Paco taking the lead once again, and it's another round victory for Team Nemesis with a 1:19.911, 57 milliseconds ahead of Granati, himself 700 clear of Mime. Nemesis continue to build the gap slowly but surely, but my word, what a contested final sector that was.
Yeah, indeed. And I mean, this could have been much more for Big. They could have equalized the scoreline here, but sadly, Massa sliding out there in terms of BIG here, or Big, as people call them. That could have been a big round for them to come back into this map. But with that, Nemesis gaining control, and also here, Granadi finding himself three tenths behind, I would say, not 4 tenths. I thought he had way less speed in that sector, but he comes back very nicely. Massa in the lead, very good turnaround here as well, but look how well Paco has gotten it, just slingshotting himself into the lead, and also Mime joining him here. Massa again with a wider approach here in that sector, opting for the wide drift sector here as well, and it is a nice fight for that first position. Granadi slowing down tremendously, finding himself 0.2 behind. Massa, Paco, and Mime are fighting it out for that first position. Would be so important for Paco and Mime to get that ace here, but Massa is fighting back, and of course you don't want to slide out here in this sector, as Paco and Mime both are controlling it very nicely. Massa with a great turnaround. Will it be enough to overtake both Paco and Mime in the ending? The turnaround will decide it. Paco with good speed, Mime and Massa as well. Massa wins the round, and it's 26,000 tearing those three players apart, and it's a draw to end this very hectic round.
All of them sub 120. What was that round? Big managing to force the status quo and keep the 2-point gap alive, and not letting Nemesis increase their gap and move on to map point number 1 just yet. And they're definitely giving Paco and Mime a run for their money, especially Massa, looking to be very, very much dialed in on this map, despite the trickery and the magic that Pusito Paco is able to pull through in that last turnaround, which I'm always absolutely bewildered by. How does he do it? And yet, in the previous round, it just was not enough for the young Hungarian. This time, a big slide out from Massa, and that's the key thorn in the side of Nemesis that is now left by the wayside after the second sector has rung the bell. Massa down to 3 tenths compared to the leading trio of Mime, Granadi, and Pusito Paco, heading into the water glider section. A little bit of a slide on the way in. Granadi currently exiting into the lead, but has a little bit less speed compared to both Nemesis players. So it's still all to play for. 56 milliseconds between first and third, and now Granadi falls a little bit on the back burner in this final sector. Paco and Mime hand in hand, 30 milliseconds between the two as we head into the final underwater part. Are there any slide outs? No. Granadi goes for the big push though, tries to go for the lead and trying to enforce another draw or salvage at the very least a point. Is it going to be enough towards the reverse booster? The answer is a no. Paco and Mime finish hand in hand with a brand new online PB for Mime with a .902. Pusito Paco making do with a measly, with big air quotes, .947. But that ace that was so crucial and that eluded them so many times is going to be doing them big gains with that singular point separating them from the first map points.
So Granadi really pushing there, but it wasn't enough. It's all started with that exit from the reactor boost up over the water sector, where Granadi lost a lot of time, didn't really have too much speed to work with, and Paco and Mime can win their first map pick here with just 1 point. Big in need of 2 consecutive aces, and Granadi again finding himself a little bit further behind. Massa not with a good turnaround, and Granadi also sliding out, so Paco and Mime can win their pick here, and that in a dominant fashion as well. Massa and Granadi did not really have anything to say there in those rounds. I mean, 4 points already accumulated here, but this is not enough to beat Nemesis on this very good pick for them. And after that, we will go to beginnings, which is the pick from Massa and Granadi. Paco could be on an insane time here again. All eyes on him. He's 0.25 ahead of Massa. It could be another great time, maybe a 0.6 or 0.5. I would not be surprised if this was a 0.2 or something like that. Let's take a look onto the turnaround. He gets it really well, but Massa coming a bit closer. Paco and Mime will win map number 1, but what time will it be? It will be a 0.685. Why not? This would have also been well record, Paco. Just chill a bit. Insane time to close out map number 1.
11-5 the score. I saw the gap that built up after Paco exited from the middle part of the, like, this is going to be good. This is going to be good. And indeed, it was good with a sub 0.7, which would have been enough in the match versus Book, as you said. But no, I had to drive a 0.4 for some reason. So yeah, that's no new world record there, but still an incredible display of performance from Pustito Paco as we move on to the first of two back-to-back picks from Team Big with Massa and Granadi duking it out on beginnings versus Mime and Pustito Paco. One of the maps that were the most spectacular to watch, as we said very much early on. The big, great equalizer, no pun intended, for this particular set, because no matter for which team you play, this map always strikes fear in every single player. They don't want to admit it, but this map can definitely play a little bit of havoc with your playing chances.
Yeah, it gradually becomes one of my favorite maps from this map pack because so many things are happening here. We have the side ramp as well that Mime just went for in the warm-up here. So let's see what player will actually go for that, because I think either Massa or Granadi could definitely go for that one as well. Mime was very consistent with it, but let's focus on round number one. The first pick from Massa and Granadi, and Mime already with the first mistake. So even if he goes for that low jump, it will not play a significant role unless Massa and Granadi make mistakes. Both not going for it, so driving it safe, still ahead, and Paco 0.1 behind. Now this very fine quarter pipe jump. Paco had it very well here, as you can see. Minimized airtime accordingly. Granadi bumping a bit, moving up Paco into the lead, and Granadi and Paco, Granadi and Massa are not too far behind Paco here. So one small hiccup would seal the deal for Big, but they just want to take it safe, just want to wait for a mistake, want to be on the map for as long as possible and not allowing themselves to respawn for the ending sector where a lot of things can still happen. Paco with good speed though, 0.15 ahead. Massa can still push it in order to overtake with that nosedive here in particular on that last identity. Massa is going for it. Great amount of speed accumulated. Massa with the overtake. Granadi with a safe play here and Paco with a respawn. That safe approach from Granadi was very important because not only did he run into risk of failing the ending, but he also got second place due to that mistake from Bushido Paco, and it's the ace for Big on their pick.
First ace for Big on their pick after round number one. Pustito Paco, who was definitely feeling the pressure of Massa, who got a great landing on the first platform and the final part, but also a great nosedive to boot. So just the absolute accumulation of speed resulting from that really piled the pressure on the shoulders of the young Hungarian, who unfortunately misaligned the jump towards the second ramp and thus briefly brushed the wall on the right-hand side, as we're going to be about to see Mime going for that alternative strategy, going for the side ramp, and he will land on the side wall of the tire. So this is not a good execution of that particular side ramp for Mime. Is he going to get enough speed for the transfer? Not enough, and actually doesn't even make it across. Forced to respawn, a lot of damage. 3 out of 4 players having respawned as a result of that very treacherous and very damaging first sector, and Granadi the only man to not have put a wheel wrong, 3.6 seconds ahead of his own teammate, as we see currently Pustito Paco trying to keep visual contact at the very least with Massa up ahead, as we see that Granadi 50.9 looking very poised, cool, calm and collected to at least secure the individual victory and have his teammate back it up for a second consecutive ace in a very attrition-laden round so far here on Beginnings. As we go towards the final part of the map, the jump towards the first platform, he does not opt for the nosedive, goes for the air brake and stabilizes the car, goes for the safe way. He knows he can afford to with the 2.6 second gap that separates him from Pustito Paco, and it's a second back-to-back ace for Big, 1014.827 in an extremely zany round and one of the more unreliable ones that we've seen so far here on Beginnings.
Yeah, 3 mistakes there from Massa, Paco, and Mime individually. And with that, Granadi and Massa just getting that ace. Important that Massa stayed ahead there as well, giving Big another ace. 6-0 scoreline. Nemesis in dire need of points here on this map. And so far, the side ramp did not really favor Mime so much because Massa and Granadi are just playing the consistency card, just trying to survive this map, and they're making it done. Also opting for the safe approach there as well. Very, very smart decision making. Let's take a look onto Mime. How much speed is he gonna gain? Look at that, he's already ahead. Good approach for the jump here as well, but Paco moves on into the lead. Massa and Granadi also in there. Look how close this round is. Granadi clipping there again, so he's getting demoted to that last position, but Massa is still there to at least secure 1 point point in this round can maybe even force a tie, because right now he's in the lead. Buckside exit, very important to accumulate as much speed as possible. Mime get it really well, but also Massa with a great line over in that sector. Paco almost hitting the top of the scaffolding there, but he is certainly not slowing down. Massa very wide approach here as well in that free wheel sector. Massa clipping, and this could be the counter ace that Nemesis is in dire need of. They just need to survive the identity of this map. Granadi not too far behind, is really pushing it, wants to get at least 1 point, but Mime and Paco are both clean with it, and they will win this round with a 1:14.368. Solid times. Granadi and Massa sadly a bit too far behind to have a saying in that round, and now the score gap is 3 points again. And we go into round number 4. Still anyone's game.
Still anyone's game, and Nemesis very much looking keen to try and very much stop the hemorrhage of points going the way of Team Big that has plagued them in the first 2 rounds. And Mime managing to execute that side ramp, because on the previous round that he tried to do so, he landed on the side wall of the tire, as we alluded to, which results in an acceleration penalty. This time he lands on the tread for the second time out of 3 tries, and will thus be back in contention for the lead as we head into the transfer. Everybody clears it nice and clean. Maybe a little bit of a slowdown on the part of Pusito Paco, which was going to hamper him into checkpoints 5 and 6. So Massa and Granadi first and second, but Mime still very much waiting in the wings and very much in contention for those early positions. And actually Granadi slowing down at the transition after the ramp before checkpoint 7, promoting Mime up into second place. And now the chart starts for the Polish player, the Vice World Champion, as we go to the left-hand side for Massa, almost hitting the side of the platform on checkpoint number 9, driving like a man possessed. Paco making a run for it in 3rd position as well, and now Mime up into the lead after Massa slows down to try and make it through between the poles, and he hits the wall just before the start of the jumps. It's all down to Granadi to try and salvage at least a point from this, but it looks as though it might be too little too late. From back-to-back aces for Big, we got back-to-back counter aces for Team Nemesis, who completely wiped the slate clean, 6-6 at the end of round number 4.
What a great round from Paco and Mime. They're just defending those attacks from Massa and Granadi. The counter aces back to back to bring them back into this map, which looked very much already over after 2 rounds, but that's how quickly it can go. The great equalizer beginnings is showing his true color again. And let's move on into round number 5 as we see Massa and Granadi in the lead, but of course Mime opting for that side ramp. Paco, I think, went for it as well.
Yeah, he went for it as well.
So both of them were a bit further behind. Mime will miss the jump. He is having to respawn. So it's only Paco who has to play for that victory. Else we see the 5th consecutive ace in a row. But it will be the 3rd one for Big, and with that they will be on map points in the round afterwards. But Paco not slowing down tremendously here. Will have a good exit out of this corner, but still due to him opting for a wider approach, losing a bit of time, but it's still only 0.2 to play for. Massa and Granadi probably having to go for the risky approach there, because Paco is not slowing down here by the looks of it. Losing a bit of speed there though as well, but the gap is not big enough for Granadi and Massa to save. They're both going for the nosedive and both for the left side approach here as well, and both are clean with it. No, Massa with a mistake, but he's further ahead of Mime and will at least get that 3rd position, but it could have been so much more for Big, and that means now that Nemesis is up to 7 points. This ace would have been so important for Big. Nemesis can also close it out with an ace, and since they've already gotten 2 in this match, it can definitely happen.
Yeah, and I feel like this is very much, they were looking for that safety margin. They feel like, okay, we need to actually get this ace to prevent them from actually moving into a map point benefit as well, because we know that they can actually counter very, very well if they're on. So it is a very much an unfortunate round outcome and an unfortunate hit towards the end of the 2nd platform on the part of Massa, gifting that solitary point that keeps Nemesis's dream alive of leading 2-0 after 2 back-to-back maps as we go over the platform for Paco, and Maya manages to get once again the side ramp beautifully, and thus will be back in contention with the leading trio as we clear the transfer nice and clean. Maybe a little bit of a clip from Pusito Paco, who falls back down to 3rd. No clips on the side of Massa and Granadi this time around, so it will be a 2/10 lead for the Big duo compared to the Nemesis duo as we make our way through the 2nd sector and the setup towards the buck slide. Who's gonna get it best? It looks as though Mime has got a great amount of exit speed, but it's still very much a gap favoring Big by about a 1/4 of a second. Big looking very, very much in control here on this particular round, but it can still all come unstuck and undone very fast. As you can see, Massa being reeled in by Pusito Paco as he tries to get himself into second place. Again, the transfer to the ramp looking so sketchy from the part of the spectators, and both Massa and Paco going for the nosedive. Mime didn't. Massa versus Paco trying to salvage second place, and it will be Paco briefly grazing the pole and gifting the ace to conclude the map for Big. 114.068 as well for Granati. A great time to finish things off on beginnings. 11-7. There was maybe a few hot sweats after the back-to-back counter aces that were dealt by Nemesis, but in the end, the logic has been respected, and Big take their first map pick as we move on to our next pick from Big, which will be Ricochet.
But that was too close to call there for Big. After being ahead 6-0, Nemesis striking back with 2 counter aces. So Big eventually winning it, but not in a dominant fashion, I would say, in comparison to map 1 on 2-wheeling.
They definitely had the fire under their bottom, and they knew that they had to put it out really quickly.
So let's move on to Ricochet, and let's take a look onto the PBs as well from Big side. 111.378 from Massa. Then we have a 258 for Granati, Paco with a 0.4, and Mime with a 111.097. World record is a 110.658. And
might I add, Mime was the former world record holder.
True.
That actually got beaten today. Levon with the 4th, in the same fashion that we saw the record on two-wheeling be beaten by 3/10 by Paco. So absolutely astounding performance for the man from Norway, from Team Pigeon, that we sadly won't be seeing later on.
Level
so far,
with insane records.
Great in terms of the round start so far. Sector 1, Mime taking the lead, but only by the skin of his teeth, and not even taking the lead, actually, and clipping very hard.
Yeah, Mime with a mistake there, falling majorly behind. So it's not only Paco who has to deny the victory or ace to Big, as he gets a very good transition there, extending his lead here to 0.15 of a second. And Paco needs to get a good turnaround. Oh, different strat there from Mime. Oh, and that one is insanely fast.
Wow.
So lanes the record from Levon here, because Massa gained a lot of time, but then slows down here dramatically, clips the outside block there, and it is Granati back into the lead. Massa still not too far behind, but let's take a look onto the line in the next round again, because I think no, actually not. Massa will not have a lot of speed, so maybe Mime can come a bit closer here with a good landing there, but Granati will stay in the lead. Paco on second. Massa will eventually get that 3rd position, but that was an interesting line if I've ever seen one. Big winning the first round.
Big winning round 1 with a very unconventional approach to the turnaround at checkpoint number 10, and one that we should definitely take a closer look at, as you said, in this particular round, which starts right now. And yeah, I'm very, very surprised. I was like, why would you go for a full stop pick like that? But it's not a full stop pick head on. It's a full stop pick with seems to be the right tire, the right front, which sends the car into a 180 directly. Absolute mad scientist approach for this particular round, as Einkonas in chat says. In the meantime, Mime and Paco first and second at the end of sector number 1. Massa left to his own devices as Granati had some troubles in the opening sector. Almost a little bit of airtime there for Mime at the top of the little cake there, but manages to keep the car on the gray stuff and keep it rolling. Still in the lead. Now Massa ahead of Pusito Paco before checkpoint 9. Now heading towards the turnaround at checkpoint 10. Are we going to see this line again? And actually, yes, we do.
Wow.
He hits with the right one and completes the rotation that way. And with that, absolutely leaves everyone in the dust, heading towards the little island jumps. He has a 10th of a lead over Mime and Pusito Paco, who are trading blows, and actually Mime full stop picking on the way towards checkpoint number 12. So it will be Massa, Paco, and potentially Granati promoted up to 3rd. No, Granati's way far back as well. It could be either a draw or a victory for Team Big. We'll have to wait and see what the situation is between Mime and Granati, but Massa, with that line, takes a very comfortable win with a 0.538 to his credit. Mime versus Granati. Granati with more speed will make it a victory for Team Big by less than 7 hundredths of a second. But what a line, and what an execution of that line from Massa. Honestly, golf claps all around, because that is such a creative way to actually make your way through the turnaround. You can see I'm pretty much turned to mush, because I'm just in awe of what we've seen. What I'm not so much in awe of is the clip into checkpoint number 4 after the transfer from Granati on this round.
Yeah, so Massa actually gained like 0.3 to 0.4 with that line, but now Big is in the mud in this round. Granati 1+ second behind, even with another mistake, and also Massa hardly gaining any speed out of those sectors at the start, struggling to find his way into the round. So Paco and Mime, they can rather save it here. So yeah, so what is your opinion about that line? Because it looked quite consistent from Masa's POV, like in the last couple of rounds, and he gained some time with it. So maybe we can see a new world record on this map being set. And I wonder if Levon also went for this in his world record.
That
maybe
might be something we have to investigate later on, because
in the break.
That looks very interesting indeed. And as I said, very innovative, very creative, and honestly, I'm all for it, because it's not so much, it's very much an alternative line that's not as egregious as a cut, as some would say. It's very much a completely different approach that is so off the cuff and so unhinged that people wouldn't really think about that, but that's what separates the good track manipulators from the great track manipulators, and how creative they can be. In the meantime, no creativity on the side of Mime and Pussy Paco, maybe, but still, an ace that is more than enough to get the job done and move them back to basically a points lead over Big.
Yeah, I mean, also on Big's pick, Nemesis gaining control here on their pick, and it is looking dire because, I mean, it doesn't matter if this line is 0.3 faster, if you already make multiple mistakes beforehand, but this round looks much more competitive here. So all eyes on Masa again. Oh, we see a mistake. I think it was from Paco, who clipped there a little bit, still in close contention to his teammate, who he just overtakes here with a bit more speed. And then Granadi and Masa trailing in front, quarter of a second ahead. And let's see how much that really gains from Masa. Again, he makes it. Absolute beauty of a line here from Masa, and look how much he gains with that, 0.2 to 0.3 of a second. So Big could score the counter ace, but there's still a lot of track to be cleared. But Paco and Mime are too far behind to have a saying. Paco also not with a good amount of speed. Into the last sector we go, and it is all looking like Masa and Granadi will go back into the lead with a 2-point gap. Hand in hand, they go into the finish and win this round here, 111.458 and 468 respectively. The counter ace, Big back into the lead, and most importantly, they are on track points, so another ace would seal the deal on their second pick.
That is a very, very swift and powerful response from Big after being dealt an ace previously by Team Nemesis on their own map pick, as we make our way through to the next round, and the first attempt to make it 2 maps under their belt for Masa and Granadi, although this time Masa will have some trouble in the opening wall ride and will find himself down to third, as Pussy Paco has even more trouble in that opening sector and find himself almost a second behind now, 1.5 seconds after 6 checkpoints. Granadi currently leading, Mime in second place, going up on 2 wheels before heading towards the wall right section there before checkpoint number 7. Mime still very much trying to find an aperture, trying to find an opening to attack Granadi up front, as we go back with Masa up into third place. Will he be able to actually close the gap back up to Mime? The answer is a big yes, and look at the move that he's able to put onto the actual Polish player from Team Nemesis, and where that he was 2 or 3 tenths back, as you said, and he's right back into the thick of the action thanks to that line that he's able to execute so consistently and so well every single time that he's able to pull it off, as Granadi tries to retake the lead away from Mime, gets a solid exit from that drop down. Mime now down to second, Masa up to third. Can he try to make it yet an ace for Team Big? It's going to be down to the line. Masa will falter by 30 milliseconds. Mime extracts one more round, but it will be ace or bust for the red team as they seek to wipe the slate clean once again.
Yeah, so one more point for Nemesis would have been tremendous for them, but like this, they have to get an ace to force the draw into the next round, and Granadi and Masa only need to score a second place in this round. However, Masa already falling behind, having to respawn here, so Granadi has to fight against Mime and Paco here. Not an easy task, but Granadi getting it all speed out of that corner here, promoting himself into the lead. Mime and Paco, good transitions over that part as well, avoiding the airtime. And Granadi still holding strong here, looking very good. Granadi did not go for that line, so it's very much control, but also from Masa's perspective, it looked consistent if you put the extensive practice into this particular route here. And Granadi, oh, that was very close, but he's able to get it through. Is he able to get through that turn as well? That was so close, but Granadi is making it still in the lead, not touching any of those walls here. And Paco is also half a second behind, so as long as Granadi stays on second position, it will be enough. Right now, he's even on first place. Only one crucial identity left to be cleared, and Granadi makes it. And Big goes into the lead, winning their second pick as well. And now we go to Sideswipe as the penultimate map of this series. Nemesis, however, brought on a great fight, but Big very much in control on this map.
Yeah, indeed. Not quite enough to actually take the fight to Big like they were able to in some capacity on beginnings for Nemesis. But now they circle back to their second map pick and a map pick that they've already played a little bit earlier versus Boca, Sideswipe by Vixa, a map where they're able to spring some very, very competitive rounds and very competitive ends as well. And this is going to be very interesting to see how Big gets on and how they're able to defend. But of course, the advantage to Big is that they have the world record holder on the server, Masa, with a 108.839. Granati is on a 109.075, 0.027 for Pussy Topaco, and Mime is on a 108.924. So it looks as though to be more even than what you might think on first glance. So sparks are definitely going to fly here on this fourth map, which is set to start in a few seconds with the opening round.
So let's go. Big, of course, leading with that. If they win this map, they are in the grand final of this tournament. And let's see what the first round has to offer for us. Granati with a great start. Mime, Masa, and Paco a little bit further behind, but only call it a couple of hundredths here of a second. Still no one with a mistake. Great approach for that sector as well. You want to avoid airtime as much as possible and then set up very far to the left into the turn to just transfer as much speed as possible through that sector. Still no mistake to be accounted for, or even though Masa clipping a little bit on that trajectory, so he's getting demoted into last position. Now Granati clipping the corner, and also Mime with a mistake, so that no break sector there really took a toll on the players. Paco and Masa fighting it out for that first position right now. Paco having a comfortable gap here of 0.15 of a second, so that looks really good for Nemesis to at least score 1 point in this round and deny the victory or ace towards their opponents. However, the ending is still left to be cleared. Paco still has to get that very thin plastic bounce and then make it into the ending with sufficient speed, but that is looking good. Paco will make it. Masa almost sniping, not enough though, and a 109.036 is also a very good winning time.
Yeah, straight up into the mid 109.0s. We might be getting very quickly, as early as this round actually, into the 108s with some very, very stout rounds coming up, I believe, from Masa as well as Mime. Mime, of course, having to sort out the issues and try to make amends from the opening round, which was, saw him basically hit the wall at the outside of the chicane to checkpoint number 7, forcing him to respawn and losing a handful of seconds that way. In the meantime, at the start of the second round here, going very close to the flagpole on the left front from Mime. First sector done, it will be Masa, Paco, Mime, and Granati in that particular order as we climb our way back up the wall. Watch out for the landing to not get slowed down by it, and Mime with a supreme climb gets up into the lead of the race provisionally. We see a lot of playing on the throttle, and Paco unfortunately gets the same mistake that Mime did with that little clip of the chicane before checkpoint number 7. Mime this time having to pick up the slack and take victory and try to enforce a draw, but he has to contend with the fastest man on the track so far, which is Masa, who's currently right within his back bumper, but Mime barely clipping on the inside of that right-hander before moving onto the grass on the way towards checkpoint 11, and that will get the ace on a silver plate for Team Big. Masa gets the back bounce. What will be the time at the line? The time will be a 0.166, ever so slightly slower than what we had in the opening round, but the result stays the same for Big, who take a 3-point lead after round 2.
So 2 small mistakes there from Paco and Mime, sealing the deal in round number 2. Big with a very important ace on Nemesis' second pick, going into the lead 4-1. Let's see what the next round has to cover. Granati going insanely close there to the limitation of the block, is able to survive. However, his teammate Masa already 2 seconds behind, so he will not play a role in this round. Granati not with a good apex in that turn, so Paco and Mime can score the counter ace, but Granati with a beautiful transition. I think both of them slightly slowed down there, or Granati just had it exceptionally well here, but both losing 0.3 of a second. So that's also a round to look into afterwards, because Granati just gained so much speed out of that corner, and he finds himself very far ahead. So just survive the ending, and then Big will at least get 1 point, and Granati got his mate covered here, who has been falling behind in the beginning of the round. Great slide there from Granati, setting himself up nicely for the identity, and Granati will survive the ending. Good jump here as well. He will make it. And with what time? A 109.289, so a good time as well. Mime and Paco at least securing 1 point, but Big now up to 5 points. Only 5 points away of closing out this match.
Yeah, Nemesis not really firing on all cylinders, starting to feel like a little bit of a misfire for these opening rounds for Mime and Pusito Paco. And let's see if they're able to rein that back in and be able to pose a bit of a bigger threat for the Massa Granati duo as we make our way through the starting sector. The first 3 checkpoints, and it will be Mime leading a very tightly knit group as we see Massa falling by the wayside with an unfortunate clip on the wall after checkpoint number 3. Granati almost clipping the top of the hill at the exit of checkpoint 4, manages to keep that reined in and holds on to second place just ahead of Paco. But as I say that, now the positions have shuffled all the way back, and Granati retakes second place courtesy of a very sketchy climb from Pusito Paco, who falls back down to third. Mime still holding onto a very good lead of around 0.2 of a second, heading into sector number 3 after checkpoint 8 is done and dusted. Granati still sandwiched between the 2 Nemesis players, but we did see a huge slowdown from Pusito Paco, who seemed to have grazed one of the breeze blocks at the apex before checkpoint number 9, and Mime with a huge slowdown as well now, on the way towards checkpoint 10 and 11. Granati promoted up into the lead of the race, able to enforce the status quo yet again for the second consecutive round, with a half a second lead built up due to that huge slowdown from Mime, and Paco this time making it a backup hand-in-hand finish, a 0.317. We continue to dial back the pace a little bit, but it looked as though Mime could have been on a very solid round, maybe another 0.1 or a 0.0.
Yeah.
Such a shame to have had that slowdown on the way to checkpoint number 10 for the Polish driver, but the 3-point lead for Big remains intact, courtesy of that round finish from Granati.
Yeah, also Granati almost clipping the ending there. That was too close for comfort. Maybe not too close for Granati because, I mean, he's very, very good at precision and showed us why. But again, Massa with a mistake. Of course, they have a 3-point lead, but Mime and Paco, they can get the ace here and equalize the scoreline. Granati with an absolute insane performance so far here. Look at that. 45% top ones for him. 9% crashes. Absolute great performance from the wheel player of Berlin International Gaming. Now Mime pulling the trigger. 0.2 ahead roughly of Granati, who gets a very good approach into the reactor boost downward section. Not the best amount of speed here, but still a good setup for the drift. But look at that. Paco also coming a bit closer here towards Granati, and also Massa not too far behind, so nothing is set in stone here in this round. Paco going for the attack, overtakes Granati in that sector, and this looks to be the ace for Team Nemesis, but the ending is still left to be cleared for the players. Mime slowing down a little bit, but has a good setup for that sector here. It will be the ace. No, it will not. Massa with the overtake. No, it will not be enough. Massa misses the ending, and Paco and Mime winning this round and getting 3 points to their account. It's 6-6. Massa was risking it a lot. Could have even move up to first position, but also take a look onto the time of 109.076. But what a great comeback from Massa in that round, which was almost enough to get second place.
He had to put it all on the line and then some at that finish there, and having to get the best back bounce possible after how close the round got in that third and final sector. It just wasn't meant to be this time around, and a great pickup of pace after a little bit of a slowdown in the last few rounds to go back to the 0.0s as we move on to this next round. Both teams now once again completely even, 6 points apiece, and for first sector it will be Granati leading by about 1/10 from the duel between Paco and Massa. Mime at the tail end of the field, 2/10 down compared to the leader. We do have a little bit of a heavy set landing, it looks like, from either Paco or Mime, and we get a bit of a clip from Pusito Paco as well, dropping down to 4th. Mime versus Massa for the benefit of second place. Nemesis trying to salvage at the very least 1 point and prevent Big from getting an uninterrupted attempt at trying to get a 3-1 score for themselves and scoring a spot in the grand final. Granati currently in the lead by about 3/10. This looks to be very much a competitive round time as well. Maybe another 0.0, potentially a 0.1 if things go a little bit slower here in the ending. But Massa versus Mime side by side, heading towards the big climb, the identity climb, before trying to set your car up for the back bounce. Who gets the best back bounce? Who gets the best finish? It will be Mime, and a new PB dipping below the 109s for Granati with a 0.947. 262 milliseconds ahead of Mime, who gets the points needed for Nemesis to be also a map point. Big with a bit more of a palatable position, obviously, but with any slight misalignment, any slip up, any mistake from Big, we could go to game 5.
We could definitely do that. Nemesis can show their potential on their second pick in this round. However, Mayim not with the best of starts here, but crawling back a little bit, not dropping too far behind. Only 800ths of a second are tearing those four players apart here after roughly 25 seconds of driving. Look at that. It is so close. And Granadi right now in the lead. Mayim is trailing behind with Massa here, but everybody makes it. No, Mayim with a mistake, and this could be over unless Paco is getting that first position, and right now he's in the lead. Granadi and Massa certainly not slowing down. They want to close it out here on map number 4 and don't want to go to air control, but Paco is on an insane time, but the ending is still left to be cleared. Massa had shown us insane potential on that particular part, but now dropping a bit further behind, getting airtime before the last penalty grass sector. Granadi into the lead though. Granadi with a good line. Will it be enough to overtake Paco? The answer is a yes, and it will be big winning this match. It is a 3-1 in favor for them, and they move into the grand final. I think a lot of pressure being relieved for Granadi and Massa there. Nemesis fighting hard though, but eventually small mistakes have decided their fate.
Yeah, indeed. 10-8 the final score here on Sideswipe. 3-1 the score overall. And very unfortunate for Nemesis. Just those tiny little details that cost them so much in the end. We often say it, Trackmania is a game of margins, and that was very much exemplified, not only in this match, but also in the semifinals that we saw a little bit beforehand with Boca versus Team Nemesis. And here this time, the details just weren't quite there. There were some pieces of the puzzle that were just missing for Mayim, Pusito, Paco, although they did seem to go very much on the prowl and on the attack with the very first map on two-wheeling, with how Paco was performing on that one. Again, it's saying that he's fast is just an understatement on that particular map, but we did get the word that all of the matches have finished. So I think we should take a little bit of a look at how the bracket shakes out after this particular rounds of matches. Boca wins 3-0 against Wild as expected. Buff Bros win 3-0 against Jet Lag, and thus big move on to the grand final, and we'll have an advantage because it is best of 7, but with the bracket reset for the team coming from the lower bracket, which means that Nemesis placed in the consolation final. They will have also to fight against the winners from Boca and the Puff Bros, and whoever wins the bracket final will go into the grand final with a 1 best of 7 disadvantage. They have to win 1 best of 7 to level the playing field, and then 1 last best of 7 in order to decide who will win the stage 2 playoffs.
Yeah, and I mean, with that, Big having a huge advantage also. Now 2 matches of a breather to recollect yourself, to regain some energy. And I think if Nemesis and Big meet again in the grand final, which could happen, but for that they either have to beat Boca or Puff Bros, of course, in the consolidation final that will be played right after loser bracket round 3, it will be interesting. Like best of 7, completely different. We could see maps being played that we haven't seen so often. Supercross, for example, or also the map from Wizzy, Pipe Dance, could come into play. So this will be exciting, but we will be back with a match Boca versus Puff Bros after a small break. So stay tuned, guys.
Maybe I'm indecisive, maybe it's all too late. Maybe I'm just done fighting, maybe. Oh, maybe I'm indecisive, maybe it's all too late. Maybe I'm just done fighting, it's all too late. It's all too late, all too late. It's all too late. Maybe I'm crazy, maybe I'm falling down. about us. Make up this time for us. Make up my mind about us. Yeah, but believe me, I tried. I don't know why I couldn't make this work. But believe me, I tried. Now it's all too late. Now it's all too late. All too late. All too late. Oh. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm falling down. Maybe it's me in my head and I can't get it out. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm falling down. Maybe it's hazy. Oh, I almost crossed around. Somewhere in between what will and has been. It's
All right, then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the stream for the global playoffs for stage 2 of the 2025 Trackmania World Tour. We're entering into the money time, lower bracket round 3. The matchup that we have will be Boca, Binks, and Otak, who were sent down to the lower bracket after a 3-1 defeat in the semifinals versus Team Nemesis, and they will be fighting against Carl and Pac, the Puff Bros duo, the World Championship powerhouse duo. 7 World Championship titles between the two. And this is very much a do or die for Team Boca moments here, because we've been kind of pondering all of the permissible scenarios here between the two matches that we just witnessed. And Big have been guaranteed a top 2 finish no matter what, courtesy of their win in the winner bracket. They're through to the grand final. They get at the very least 1,800 points, even in case of a defeat. Here, if Boca get eliminated by the Puff Bros, it is going to be a big shock, because it could potentially mean that Boca would not make it to the World Cup outright, courtesy of not only losing the lead in the EMEA standings, but also not being the best performing team in the global playoffs. Currently, it is Team Nemesis who hold that provisional title, a title that could be set in stone if Boca do not get their act together from map 1, round 1.
Yeah, I mean, the teams have met yesterday already. Puff Bros and Boca already played, and it was a 3-0 in that way in favor for Boca. But I think that doesn't tell the whole story, because Carl Jr. and Pac looked a bit weak on the kind of maps that we have seen. So maybe they put some practice into them, and we already see the pick and ban now coming into play. Ricochet is the first map being banned, so we might see one of the maps that we have not seen too often. We might see Supercross or Pipe Dance as one of the maps, as Supercross is the first ban now for Puff Bros. Two-wheeling as the first map being picked for Puff Bros. Then we see Air Control. I think that's also a very good map for Boca. Hoop as the third map. And let's see what map number 4 will be.
Map number 4, yeah, there's still a couple of, there's Sideswipe that's still in the mix. If I recall correctly, there's also Beginnings that is still in the mix from what I recall from the top of my head. I don't really have the other map that's
Air Control.
Air Control is already been picked.
I mean, Pipe Dance. Sorry,
Pipe Dance. There you go. That was the one I'm looking for. Thank you very much for filling that little gap there, Kai. And yeah, we're still pondering the choice, and it is Pipe Dance that's going to be chosen as map 4. Sideswipe will be the decider. So two-wheeling, Air Control, Hoop, Pipe Dance, and Sideswipe. The 2 picks from Boca, air control and hoop, no surprise. I mean, Binks holding the world record still, I think, on air control and hoop. Both of the Boca players, Otak and Binks, looking very racy on that particular map. Two-wheeling is going to be the one where they actually need to show grit and they actually be able to pile the pressure onto the Puff Bros, who are taking this as their first map pick, because that could very well be a very, very stout match that will allow us that we'll be seeing in a few seconds. I always say that every match is a stout match, but here it's very important for Boca to be on it from the start on a map where they don't feel as comfortable as they are on the other maps that they've picked.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it is very important to just get into the round of things. As we already say, round 1 on the first map is already so important to not fall behind already. So we start off things on two-wheeling here. I mean, a map where Otak and Binks looked very consistent on. So let's see what Carl Jr. and Pack have to offer on this map. Too bad that we do not see beginnings this time around, losing the 50-50. Definitely possible to see this one. But let's go with two-wheeling, as this is, as you already said, this is now getting super important. We are in the lower bracket semifinal. If Binks and Otak lose against Puff Bros, they need Big to actually win the whole thing in order to make it to the World Cup. Oh, no, actually not, because it would be the best performing team. So, like, there's so many permutations in my head. It's so hard to really get around that.
From what we can gather,
it's so hard to get around that.
If Boca lose this one, they are out of it. They would be
they're actually completely out, because then...
So this is why I say...
Nemesis will be the best performing team, yeah.
This is why I say it's the money time. Yeah. Pretty much do or die.
It's do or die, yeah, true.
And
I always get it wrong. I'm so sorry.
That's no worries. There's so much stuff to look out for in those global playoffs with how the permutations can go in terms of World Cup qualifying for EMEA teams, that it's very easy to get a little bit dizzy, as it's pretty much case in point for you, and it's been case in point for me as well at some time. As we get started with round number 1 of map 1 here, Boca and Puff Bros look to be fairly even in terms of the times that are driven, and 0.7s and 0.8s all around, so looking very competitive on paper. We'll have to see how it looks like very much in situ during the round. Currently at a Sector 1, Binks and Carl battling for first and second. Otak trying to make it a 3-way fight for the lead. Who gets the best exit from that first reactor? It looks to be Otak, as it seems as though Pack has slowed to a halt in the mid part of that little immersed section. Otak takes the lead by about 0.2 of a second. His teammate Binks trails behind, battling for third versus Pack as we head into the third sector. Going into the water glider. Pack getting reeled in by Binks at the very end of that glider section. Checkpoint 11. Binks still trying to find an opening to seize third place away from Pack, as we see now the move being made by the man from East. Carl Jr. in second place, sandwich between the two Boca players as we head into the final immersed part. Are there going to be any hard break slide outs? Yes, on the part of Pack, who slid out. We got a bonk on the inside though from Binks, who also got a little bit of a flotation moment. He's still going to be safe in P3. Carl versus Otak. Otak will hold the lead and take the lead for Team Boca with a 120.057. Carl in second, Binks in third, and Pack trying to see if it's savable after that particular sketchy entry. It looks as though it's not that savable, goes way too deep and comes to a stop at the mid part of that little reactor boost trigger, and so it will be fourth place for Pack and 2-1 for Boca, taking the early lead.
Yeah, so early lead for them. Also 120.057 being a great winning time there in favor for Boca, as Binks got a much faster start than the rest of the field. Pack going very wide there in this sector, and let's go ahead. But as we already mentioned, this is do or die for Boca. They need to win, preferably replicate that 3-0 from the second round of the Swiss stage from yesterday, where they actually made that one happen. And look at that start now here as well. Otak and Binks hand in hand going into the checkpoint, but Carl Jr. having a lot of speed here into the first identity. Binks with a lot of speed, but bumping there a little bit, promoting Carl Jr. back into the lead. Pack 2 seconds behind, so really needs to rely on his teammate, who's very far ahead here. And also Pack not with a good line there, trying to fly into the checkpoint, opting for a respawn. He just flew through my screen there for a small second there. So that was interesting, but also Carl being on a great start here. So Binks and Otak can only watch from the back as Otak makes a mistake. So we'll not play a battle, roll for the battle for first position. And let's see what Carl is able to do here in the ending. Binks with a good line though, but Carl is still in the lead ever so slightly, not sliding out this time around here as his teammate Pack was doing it beforehand. And Carl, getting attacked by Binks, but the gap is too big for Binks to overtake. And Carl driving a 190 119.965. Even though his ending looked a bit sluggish, but still it's the draw. Pack also finishing here after that mistake at the first part, and it's a draw. Still Boca in the leads.
Boca in the lead despite a bit of a scruffy round towards the very end there. 119.965, the time from Carl Jr. at the very end of that second round. Moving on to round number 3 now, following along with Binks, the man from East, who has performed really great on the opening 2 rounds here on two-wheeling so far. The pick from Puff Bros not really actually doing the good that they're actually looking for. They're not really able to take the full advantage of their map pick, especially as Otak looks to press B for boost on the way into the jump towards checkpoint number 4, but they're still finding that the Puff Bros are waiting until in second and third position. Binks currently still holding a steadfast lead of around a 10.5, heading into that first immersed part. Who gets the best exit? It looks as though it will not be Otak, who is a little bit slow on the way out of that particular trigger. Binks and Carl locked in battle for first and second place. Otak a little bit further behind, battling for third versus Pack. Binks and Carl swapping positions during the few corners following that immersed part. Over the water glider we go. Binks holding the lead by just a few thousandths of a second, actually swapping the lead by 4 milliseconds to Carl, and Pack continuing to pile on the pressure on Otak, the 2023 world champion, coming all the way from Samalo, and Binks still fighting off the attacks of Carl Jr., the 6-time world champion, currently holding the lead. Great entry into that immersed part from Otak. Who gets the best entry into that reverse booster? Binks, Otak, and Carl almost within ghost. All 4 within ghost to the line. Binks takes the win. Otak snipes Pack by less than a tenth. Boca takes another win. 5-3, a 2-point lead for the French duo.
I thought Pack had much more speed in the ending, so that's why you heard me yelling Pack here. But what a round for Boca there to came out victorious. 5-3 in favor for them. But what a close and competitive round that was. As we already see this first small mistake there being done by Otak in this round. Pack also with a great sector there, dropping a lot of speed, but still skipping all of the penalty surface there that you really need to avoid in order to not slow down. And Bing still holding strong to the lead here. Otak on 4th position, but he can definitely bounce back here with a great sector, but not getting the 2-wheeler here, so losing a bit of time in exchange to that. Pack also clipping the wall there. His car is getting penalized, so does Otak now promoting himself up into that 3rd position. Call on 1st. Great start for him, and Binks trailing behind. 48.2 checkpoint time. I think we have seen 47 checkpoint times here, especially by Pushy Tobacco, who just drove the world records a couple of hours ago. But look at that fight here for 1st position. Binks versus Carl. Important for Carl to stay ahead here in the end, to not let Boca move away from them even further. But this all comes down to the ending. Carl with a great approach. Binks, however, has a lot of speed as well. Carl sliding out. Binks goes into the lead, but Carl just with a different approach might have more leads. No, it is Binks winning the round. Pack not too far behind, but also take a look onto those times. Almost 3 times below 120. Binks winning the round with a 190.783.
Imagine driving a 120 flat and not even being able to crack the top 3 of that particular round. That is a very, very solid going from everybody involved. Binks, Pack, and Carl Jr. as we make our way through to the next round. Boca are not out of the woods just yet. They're still holding to the 2-point lead, yes, but they're not on their first attempt for finalist status, or rather map point, as I should say, because they are still 1 point shy of that particular threshold. Meantime, through that checkpoint in the first sector, it will be Binks and Otak versus and second, Carl and Pack 3rd and 4th, separated by a 10.5 from the lead of the race. Moving on to that first immersed part, it looks as though Otak once again is a little bit sluggish on the way out of that first reactor trigger, second reactor trigger, and Binks catapults his way through into the lead. Pack, Carl, and Otak trailing behind, trying to chase down the man from East. Carl currently sitting in 2nd place. Pack going for a very, very tight entry into that water glider, almost making contact with the Apex plastic on the left-hand side, but he makes it work beautifully and now makes it a 3-way fight for the lead with Binks and Carl Jr., who's also in there. Otak also not too far off from the mark as we make our way through to the 3rd and final immersed part with the potential for slide outs, and we do see a slide out for Otak. It's all down to Binks to try and keep the team afloat. Binks versus Pack for the lead, and it will be advantage to the 2016 world champion, taking the win with a .884. And with that, the Puff Bros moved within a single point of Boca, who are now on their first attempt to secure their first map.
What a great ending there from Pack, having so much speed to work with before the penultimate turnaround there. Absolute beauty of a turn, and winning himself the round. So it's the victory for Puff Bros. Only 1 point tearing them apart. And let's go into the next round. Pack going insanely close there to the pole. He avoids to hit it, but had to readjust his line. Drops further down the line. Carl Jr. also overtaking. Keep in mind, Boca on track point. If they get the ace here, this map will be over, and it was also the pick from Puff Bros, so keep that in mind. Oh, also Carl Jr. completely messing up the turnaround here, and it is Otak with a quite comfortable lead, half a second ahead of Pack. Make it 0.4 now, and Binks is also not too far behind his teammates. So 1 and 2 for Boca. Can they hold it together up until the finish line? This map has so much to offer in the end, so many potentials to slide out. But if players are able to control it, it is definitely Otak and Binks who are able to do so. Let's go into the last part. Pack not too far behind, only 0.2 of a second. He had a very good line in the round beforehand, and he goes for it again. A lot of speed from Pack, going insanely close to the wall. Pack into the lead, but will it be enough up until the ending? Pack with a great snipe, and Pack will win this round here. I cannot believe the ending from Thomas Cole. That was absolutely beautiful.
Absolutely coming out of left field with that approach into the final reactor trigger. Thomas Cole, aka Pack, saves the day for the Puff Bros on their own map pick to send them on their first map point attempt. But they need to act fast, as Boca is going to be having a much more palatable situation with each draw that passes. Making our way to our second attempt now for Boca to secure that first map. Carl having to go a little bit by the wayside, having to correct a little bit after a very hot entry into that platform part, and that allows both Binks and Otak to take the lead at the end of sector number 1, despite a very, very close to the wall exit of Otak before checkpoint 5. Binks now finding himself under potential threat from Pack in the middle part, but actually Pack has a bit of a slow exit from that first reactor boost trigger, and at the exit of that middle part and a second sector, it will be Otak and Binks leading with an absolute gulf of 0.4 of a second compared to the Puff Bros duo, who are finding themselves running out of answers and running out of road very, very quickly indeed. Of course, they'll still shift around with the ending and with the final turnaround, but we have to wait if Carl and Pack are able to close the gap, because even with its with the power that you're able to get through there, having a 3/10 gap is always going to be a little bit of a tough one to catch, and you can see Binks having to slow down just a little bit. Otak still remaining in the lead. Binks going way too deep. Carl Jr. taking advantage to move up to 3rd position, and that means the Puff Bros extract one more round in this first map. Otak takes the individual win with a .908, but Binks throwing away that first map point confirmation, and the Puff Bros have actually a shot of closing out that first map pick, or maybe even sending it into overtime after it looked like Boca had the upper hand.
This is so important now for Puff Bros to gain control in this particular match. It's their pick, but we already see a mistake from Pack, who's dropping further down the line. And also here, slightly clipping, not really getting too much speed out of that. Half a second behind. And now Carl just needs to pray that either Binks or Otak are making a mistake. Pack, of course, had a great ending sector, but it will be hard for him to catch up to Binks and Otak. But Binks with a small mistake. So Pack coming a bit closer, and also here Binks completely loses control, so now Carl has to overtake Otak here to make it into our first overtime of today. Let's see if he can make it reality or not. Otak sliding out as well, having to readjust, so Carl Jr. coming closer, going back into the lead, and it will be a great fight to watch up until the ending. 1.2 seconds is Pack behind, so we will not play a role until someone slides out here in the ending. This will all come down to the end. Can Otak win their first map for Boca or not? This comes all down to the last turnaround here, as Otak gets it really well. Carl as well having more speed. This goes all down to the line. Pack is too far behind of saying it. Is Carl winning the round, and we go into overtime.
First overtime of the day. I can't believe how close it got. 29 milliseconds in that previous round. First overtime in this lower bracket match between Boca and the Puff Bros. Maybe the first of many, maybe it will be a fluke. We'll have to see how this goes. In the meantime, it's Otak who gets an absolutely appalling start and falls back already over half a second compared to his teammate, battling tooth and nail for the lead versus Carl Jr. as we head into the immersed dirt part that marks the end of Sector 1. Binks leading by 90 milliseconds ahead of Carl Jr. Pack, a further 4/10 down in P3. Who gets the best exit from the first booster? And it will be Binks continuing to consolidate his advantage. Now, the second booster where everything came unstuck for the man from East, and this time it's coming good, and Pack had the trouble in the middle of that second sector, promoting Otak back up to third with a 4/10 advantage to boot. This could be the turning point of this particular round unless everything comes unstuck again for Binks at the start of the third sector. So far looking good for the Frenchman, currently still holding a 10.5 at advantage compared to Carl Jr. in second position. Otak seeing Pack creep back up slowly but surely, still around 3/10 down, so the man from Samelo can still somewhat manage the gap as we head into the underwater part. Carl Jr. looking racy, trying to get a little bit more of a speed advantage. Binks still holding onto the lead. It won't be settled down, and it will be looking like Pack trying to move a late move for third place. My words fall out of my mouth without any order, but you could see how close things could have gotten. But Binks takes the individual win with a PB of a .623, and with Otak in third, it will be a 12-11 score for Boca, sticking it up to the world champions with a 1-0 scoreline at the end of two-wheeling. And as we say that it was more of a world championship winning duo, then we say that they came close to winning as a duo in 2023, of course. But individually, the success of both Pack and Carl cannot be underestimated. But still, that is going to be staking very, very far into the side of the Puff Bros to lose their map pick as we move on to the first of back-to-back picks for Boca. This is the momentum that they need, and they're able to carry that through as we move on to the first round of Air Control.
And air control looked absolutely great for Binks and Otak here, having a .3 and a .5 as a PB, and also the world record holder in their team by the name of Binks. Pack with a .7 as a PB. Let's see if he can even beat it in this match. Already Carl Jr. falling a bit behind in this round. Binks with a great start, but also Pack getting a very good flowy landing there in this section, promoting himself back up into the lead. But let's see how this round is developing as Pack still holding on to the lead. But of course, this map has a lot of obstacles to clear, a lot of flowy jumps that you have to take, a lot of gears to hold, especially here. And also, you need to get your nose down in this particular sector. Pack gets it really well, but also Binks not slowing down. Bit of a unflowy landing there, but still able to control it and finding himself now ahead of Pack. Otak a bit further behind, .2 of a second, but this all comes down to the battle for that first position. Pack with a great tech turn here in this sector, now trying to release accordingly, setting himself up nicely for that sector here as well. Binks only 400s away from Pack, trying to push, but having to readjust there slightly. Pack with a good jump here as well. It all comes down to the last part, but no, Pack with a mistake, so Binks and Otak promoting themselves up into 1 and 2 here. Carl Jr. too far behind to have a saying unless Otak slides out, but no, it will be Binks and Otak winning the round, and Pack was indeed on a great time here by the looks of it. He was .1 ahead approximately of Binks, so that was a .5 from Pack, but sadly he has made that mistake, so Boca with the ace, winning that round.
Yeah, very unfortunate miscalculation of the jump angle needed on the penultimate jump, and thus ended up clipping the edge of the block with the inside of the left side tires completely veering off the track and throwing the amount of points that you could have salvaged into the bin. And now Boca taking a very firm lead after round number 1, heading into the transfer from checkpoint 4. Everybody clears it nice and clean. Pack having early setbacks in the start of this round, finds himself 1.3 seconds down. So it looks like Boca ascertain the early lead here in this round. Checkpoint number 6, past sector number 2. Who gets the best nosedive after that jump? Otak going for it, gets a beautiful nosedive. A bit of a smoother landing for Binks compared to Carl Jr., allowing the man from East to move back into second place contention alongside the 6-time world champion. But a bit of a slow exit from checkpoint 8. Sees Carl press B for boost compared to Binks, and now Carl putting the 2023 world champion under threat. A man he already faced off in the grand final of the World Cup last year. Of course, you might have remembered that on October 26th. This time it will be Otak falling by the wayside. Binks forcing himself to respawn. Could be the win for Puff Bros until Carl pulls it back. 1 round apart, Otak takes the lead for good this time around and clocks in a .590. This could have looked so good on the part of Carl. Could have been a .4 here in the second round, but it just isn't meant to be just yet for the Puff Bros. And with Binks managing to claw back to third, courtesy of Carl's demise, it will be a 4-point lead after 2 rounds for Boca.
So another mistake then this last sector from the Puff Bros, and only 1 point out of those first 2 rounds. So much possible though, so much pace is lying in Carl Jr.'s and Pack's lines on this map here, but Oltak and Binks just looking absolutely unstoppable yet again. Binks and Oltak with an absolute fantastic start here, already 0.1 ahead of their opponents, so they are getting most likely another good score here unless they're not holding it together. Look at Pack coming closer here, only 500s between first and third. On the other hand, Carl falling behind, half a second behind the field here. Pack with an insanely risky line, jumping so close off the world border there, but still finding himself in the mix here in the top 3. Not a good landing, they're losing a lot of speed, so Binks and Otak looking great here, but Pack with a great drift setup. Of course, Pack comes from a tech background, has played a lot of tech competitions in the past. He's very confident in those turns and coming back into that second place, but he needs more than that. He needs to deny the points to Otak and Binks, who are gradually closing out this map here. Binks with an absolute fantastic line here, and I think we could also see a very good time from Binks here, the world record holder. This could be a 0.4 or a 0.5 here from Binks if he survives the ending. Pack with the attack has a bit more speed than Otak, but opts for a wider approach. Binks into the ending, and a 0.350 wins in the round. 200s away from his world record, and imagine setting a PB, being 0.3 behind and like on third position. Absolutely insane stuff from Boca in this round. 8-1, Puff Bros in need of a miracle.
Puff Bros in need of a miracle, and the writing seems to be on the wall and not wanting to go away. A 7-point deficit to climb back is, I dare say, nigh impossible on a air control where Boca looks to be at the prime form of their lives, competitively speaking, heading into checkpoint 5. End of the first sector, Pack tries to make things a little bit more interesting, actually taking the lead away at the end of sector number 1 from Otak and Binks as we move on to the intermediate sequence of jumps. Who gets the best nosedive? Both Pack and Binks getting it pretty good, but a much better setup on the subsequent corner courtesy of Binks to move up into the provisional lead. Otak a little bit further behind and actually managing to regain a little bit of time courtesy of that sluggish turn to checkpoint 8 from Pack as we make our way through to the final sector. Again, Bink looks a little bit haywire on the entry to checkpoint 9, forcing himself to take evasive action against some of the poles and some of the frighteningly close walls there on this last sector. On air control, Pack still under threat from Otak as we make our way through to the penultimate jump. Otak maybe up too far to the left-hand side, manages to make it stick without clipping at all and takes second place provisionally away from Pack. Pack gets a better landing. All three regroup within less than a tenth to the line. Second place Pack with another PB with a .574 but a .470 round win individually for Binks and a third place for Otak. And what a devastating return of events for Puff Bros, from narrowly losing 12-11 on their map pick to losing 10-2 on the first of 2 Boca picks. We move on to Hoop up next, and this could be one hell of a slap in the face for the Canadian and the Brits.
Yeah, that was an absolute great performance again from Boca on their first pick. Air control could also be a ban going into the next match if Boca, of course, makes it through. But for that, they have to first win on Hoop. And let's take a look onto the PBs from Pack and Carl Jr. It is a 116.239 that was also reported from some of you in the Twitch chat. 1,000 behind the world record here from Pack. And the world record is from Binks, of course, on this particular map. Then we have a time that is roughly 0.2 slower from Carl Jr. at 0.4. And then Otak has a 0.2 as well. So insane pace from the players. And maybe we see another world record getting beaten here in this particular match again.
Yeah, and don't be fooled by that 0.478 from Carl Jr. Whenever he gets pushed to his limits, he can reply back with incredible force. So expect that 0.478 to tumble and maybe land into the 0.3s, although in this opening round might not be very likely and might not be a likely victory for Puff Bros as well, as we did see Pack clipping walls left, right, and center on the way through to the no-break section at the end of Sector 1. Binks going a little bit wide, almost hitting the pinch in the road before checkpoint number 6. Otak and Binks first and second. A little bit of a clip from Carl Jr. there. He managed to get away with it somehow, manages to keep the car on the road, and he's actually in the fight for the overall lead of the round versus Binks. Otak taking a bit of a backseat in proceedings, but not for long. Still waiting around, waiting to pounce as we make our way through the jumps into the last few hoops. The intermediate hoop, which you need to circle 2 times in order to build up enough speed. And with the initial jump, it will be Otak retaking second place away from Carl Jr. Carl Jr. maybe not in with an immediate shot, maybe trying to take second place away from Otak. Maybe even the lead to the line. Carl with a supreme ending to deny the ace, let alone the victory for Boca with a 0.622. And thus, the 6-time world champion saves the day and covers for his fallen teammate. Wow.
Binks and Otak looked absolutely unstoppable in this round. Already the outside dirt approach was so much better than the one from Carl Jr. Just using all of the possible space there to gain as much speed as possible. But then the second hoop was just so good for Carl Jr. He got a little bit of a clip there, I think, on the transition. But this actually helped him to build as much speed as possible over the dirt sector. Now we see Carl, however, making a mistake, as well as Otak both slightly clipping. Carl with another mistake, so Otak going back into that 3rd position. Binks and Pack fighting it out for first place. Pack going insanely wide there to accumulate as much speed as possible, but it doesn't really turn out into his favor because Binks is already very far ahead. Pack, however, will get a very clean landing, but is not able to control it. Will go for a very late respawn, so it is Carl Jr. now back into 2nd place because Otak also with a mistake, who is 4 seconds behind. So the gaps look to be set in stone here until someone else makes a mistake. Binks with a respawn. What happened there? I'm not sure.
Basically, what happened was, on that downhill sort of snake run left and right, actually, and Carl Jr. taking the lead, as a matter of fact. But yeah, that little snake run, that bank to flat transition, he went way too wide and hit the wall with the left rear, robbing him of all of his speed whatsoever. And Otak failing as well, but Pack is way far behind. So Binks takes 2nd place, brings a point home, at least for Boca. There is a lot of damage. That's a big amount of damage right there. Not even Otak can finish, and it will be a victory for Team Puff Bros, who take the lead 3-2. An absolute fiesta of a final second, which was all triggered by that wall brush of the left rear from Binks just before the start of the jumps, robbing him of sufficiently enough speed to warrant multiple respawns. And such a shame for Boca, who tried to salvage the situation and tried to I guess temporize. It's a very loose French translation, but trying to manage the time a little bit before actually circling back to striking with full force. But this time they have a very big setback to actually put aside and put to bed once and for all, and they have to do it quickly.
Pack with a mistake here, again falling a bit behind. Otak also not really feeling this round too much, as it is Carl battling against the world record holder on this map against Binks. Carl with a great and aggressive line there. Binks with the additional drift. Let's see who gets that transition the best. Carl with a very low and controlled jump. Otak with a mistake, so Pack will promote up into 3rd place. But now the question is, who's getting 1st place? Binks with a good line there, but also Carl definitely not slowing down into the last hoop we go. Will we see another mistake? Binks is holding it together this time around. Carl had a great ending section last time around, almost clipping there. I think Binks has a bit more speed going into the hoop here, but Carl with also a great approach in this sector. It will all come down to the last jump. Where is Binks jumping? Binks jumping very low. Carl with a good climb and clipping, and Binks wins the round to save the day. Not a victory for Puff Bros as in the last round, where we have seen 2 no finishes. It is a draw, which is heavily advantageous to Puff Bros, who move up to 4 points. 2 aces are needed, but what a messy map that was so far.
Messy map, and look at what could have been for Carl Jr. You see the .394 from Binks? That could have been a brand new online PB for Carl Jr. by more than a tenth compared to his 478. I told you at the beginning of this map, don't be fooled by that .478 for Carl. He knows he has a lot more to give. He knows he's keeping a little bit under the throttle pedal to use later on in the global playoffs, and he tried to use it. It's just that the final block, that little clip, is what robbed him of that little speed advantage, as we do see back-to-back clips for both Pack and Binks at the exit of the transfer into checkpoint number 3. It's Otak and Carl battling for the lead. Who is going to go farthest up the field, and who's going to dare to ride the walls almost? So far, it looks as though to be a little bit more conservative. Into that dirt part, we go way wide on the part of Otak, trying to carry a little bit more speed on the exit of that checkpoint 6 turn. We do see that Carl Jr. avoids the clip that he had on round number 1. Who gets the best transfer and the best landing? It will be to the advantage of the 6-time world champion Carlton Icluche, taking the lead ahead of Ewan Egler in second position. Binks currently sitting in P3, getting ahead of Pack for the benefit of third position, trying to enforce yet another draw, maybe relying on his teammate to try and dislodge Carl Jr. from the lead of the race as we move on to the intermediate jump in the hoops. Otak versus Carl. Looks as though we got a little bit more speed at the very top of the hoop for Otak, trying to get within the back bumper of Carl Jr. It's all down to the risky jump and to the risky finish. Are there any clips? No! Carl Jr. clocks in a .609, a .669 for Otak. Binks clocks in a third place. It's still just that 1 point of a lead for the Puff Bros versus Boca, and I hate to say it, but it feels like we're having a freestyle-esque progression. For those of you who followed the Grand League back in 23, we had a map called Freestyle, where one team took the advantage, then the draw, then the other team leveled the gap back down, draw. It feels like we're heading towards that same map progression here.
I mean, it really makes sense, and it gives me the freestyle vibes as well. This map was also very chaotic and messy, but it just all makes sense. You know, we're going full circle here, as we say like that. Firstly, in this round, Pack is not making a mistake. Binks with a great setup. Carl going so close there to the wall. How are you able to judge that if you play in Cam 3? This is absolutely incredible from Carl, as Binks now taking the lead temporarily. Otak already falling behind a little bit, but this all comes down to the last couple of parts here. Pack and Carl with a very good approach there. Binks not gaining so much time in that sector, so Carl again moving
Otak
back
is in.
into the lead. Otak also now back into the mix. 0.2 of a second between first and last. Pack with a great line in this sector as well, but Otak striking back. No one is making a mistake in this part. This time around, Binks in the lead. Carl and Pack are behind. Carl clipping though. Carl is out, and this will most likely be the victory for Boca unless Pack messes up the ending or maybe even overtakes Binks here in the ending, but this looks very much controlled for Binks, but Pack with a great line. Pack clipping, and this is the ace for Binks and Otak. Boca back into the leads.
Such an unfortunate clip there for Pack. What a tense round we've had from the beginning. Once you were calling that, I thought to myself, there's no way that runs until the end here on this map. With how messy it was, something has to yield, something had to give, and it was on the Puff Bros side that we yielded with that huge clip on the entry into the intermediate loop for Carl Jr. and that secondary clip before the risky fin on the part of Pack, and now Boca in with a chance to stay in the hunt for a World Cup spot here if they get the ace on their second map pick, as we see Otak and Binks battling for the lead, first and second. Carl in third position as we go back for the slingshot, manages to keep it below the secondary wide line. Pack completely out of the running now after having had a troublesome start. Otak in the lead, Carl Jr. splitting the difference between both him and his teammate Binks. Binks trying to dislodge Carl Jr. from that second place before we move on to sector number 3. Exit of the jump. It's still Otak in the lead, but still very much hardly pursued and being put under tremendous pressure by Carl Jr., who continues to drive like a man possessed, and so does Binks, moving past the 6-time world champion for second place. It looked close to disaster on the way into the intermediate loop, and we clip very heavily for Binks. Carl up to second place, taking the lead away from Otak, it looks like, in the hoop section. Otak not able to close this out, and it will be just a 1-point deficit once again for the Puff Bros, and Carl slightly improving his PB to a mid 116.4. Pack will reach the finish line with 8 seconds to spare. My word, the emotions and the stress levels and the adrenaline is running high for everybody involved, and it looks as though Boca are not out of the woods just yet, despite being in a more comfortable position with big air quotes, with that 2-point lead and just a 2 points deficit to make in order to validate that third map.
And I also thought that Pack might go for that third position there in this round as well, but it was not enough. He has made a couple of mistakes here and there, so this match is far from being over, and let's see if history repeats itself. Binks and Oltak already won 3-0 against Puff Bros yesterday, but I don't think that this tells the whole story. Those maps are so close, especially two-wheeling and a hoop now as well, so let's see what they can do. Oltak and Binks, they need first and third position in order to make it to the World Cup. Carl jumping extremely low there, is really pushing it, going into the lead. Binks jumping so far there but loses control, and Oltak now trying to deny the ace to Puff Bros and going back into the lead, and right now he is finding himself in the lead here by just a couple of thousand, 76 thousandths of a second. Pack jumping very far up, but also Binks coming back into the mix, but this all looks to be like a draw, and one last decisive round will come into play. Oltak will win the round here. Good approach here as well. Carl and Pack are pushing it. Oltak not being enough, but Binks overtaking, and Boca is through. Boca have made it.
Boca are living again for one more match. They might be through to the top 3, but they're not out of the woods just yet. We'll be talking about that in just a second, but those were tense rounds, more tense than they need to be, I think, on that second map pick of theirs. My word, 3-0. And you can't see there on the in-game chat, but I did see some encouraging words from Carl. Of course, the usual Luigi, and Carl Jr. saying in French, I'm going to say it in French and translate it, go les éclater. Go beat them to the ground. That is the advice say to Carl Jr. as they say Boca goodbye, as Boca now are ready to face Team Nemesis in the lower bracket final. And I did say they're not out of the woods just yet. I'm pretty validated because they're not out of the woods just yet because they're still only 1,000 points of a difference between Big and Boca. Boca leading, Big in second place. If Boca lose to Team Nemesis and finishing P3, they need Nemesis to win the grand final in order to make it through to the World Cup. Because remember, it's best number performing team EMEA and best performing team. Currently, it is looking like Big and Nemesis are competing for that best performing spot. But Big has bigger aspirations to take number 1 in the EMEA rankings. So Boca still have to deliver on that one more match.
So many what ifs here to consider. It's so hard to really get a head around that. I was like, yeah, true, of course. That makes a lot of sense in that way because it's the best performing team from a region that will qualify to the World Cup as well. And we have 3 teams still in the race and also have made it in the money, of course. There's a prize pool of 5,000 euro on the line, 2,500 euro for first, 1,500 for second, and then 1,000 guaranteed for the third seeded team. But I think we're gonna head to another banger of a match here coming up. It will be Boca versus Team Nemesis yet again, but we're gonna go into this match after a small break.
Maybe I'm indecisive, maybe it's all too late. Maybe I'm just done fighting, maybe. Oh, maybe I'm indecisive, maybe it's all too late. Maybe I'm just done fighting, it's all too late. It's all too late, all too late. It's all too late. Maybe I'm crazy, maybe I'm get lost in the middle of time. When did I get lost in the middle of time? But I'm not falling, even if I'm.
And we are back with the lower bracket final. It is third time the charm. Mime and Paco from Team Nemesis versus Boca, Otak and Binks. The teams have already played against each other twice, and Nemesis came out victorious 2 times already, a 3-2 and a 3-1. Like, this could not be any closer. I'm really hyped to see how this match unfolds yet again, because Otak and Binks, they could theoretically go out and not make it to the World Cup, Geek.
Yeah, exactly. There are 3. We're trying to, basically, we had 3 permutations that just got confirmed to us by the admins. If Boca managed to take the revenge and win against Nemesis, it's a done deal. Both Boca and Big will get through, and it will just be playing for the seeds, essentially, in the grand final. If Nemesis take the win here in this lower bracket final and move back to the grand final against Team Bake, then Nemesis, if they win the grand final, would be through to the World Cup along with Boca, because they would be denying vital points for Big that would see them stay number 2 EMEA. And in case Nemesis makes it through the lower bracket final but end up losing the grand final against Big, then Nemesis would go through. Big would go through because they would become number 1 EMEA team, and Binks and Otak would miss out on the World Cup, which would be an absolute earthquake of an outcome to happen. But honestly, all bets are off after what we've seen today.
Yeah, I agree with that. And we're going to start with a pick and ban now this time around. Let's see if we see another default pick and ban happening, because we had, of course, our bans coming into play. Supercross and also Pipe Dance being the bans. And right now we see those maps being banned again. So let's see if in the pick order changes something. I expect Air Control to be a pick from Boca. And here we go. Air Control as the first map. Picked by Boca, then 2-wheeling, also not really a map that comes as a surprise. Sideswipe as map number 3, and then we have Hoop and Ricochet as the remaining maps. So very fast pick phase here, actually, from the teams.
I think we kind of all saw that coming, given how well versed they are in the maps that they picked. 2-wheeling, absolutely no surprise for Nemesis. Air Control, absolutely no surprise for Boca, as you said. Sideswipe, not that much of a surprise for Team Nemesis with snipes that Mime were able to pull through earlier on during the day. Hoop, no surprise with how close everything was and how Boca still managed to get on top. And I don't know about you, but I have a feeling that we might get a 5-game series with Ricochet to decide it all. This would be such an exhilarating lower bracket final that awaits us starting in less than a minute with our first map, which, as we said, will be Air Control. And I guess we we can toss the word to you guys. What do you think will happen? Do you reckon we get to see a Game 5 series? Do you reckon it's going to be a stump? Do you reckon it's going to be somewhere in between? Make sure to let us know in the chat. We'll take all that in, of course, and make sure to keep that in mind as we move on to our first map, Air Control, the opening map picked by Boca, as you should expect. Getting in we walked very, very close in the previous match actually to see Binks beat his own world record at 0.328, the world record courtesy of Binks, and he drove a 0.350 in one of the rounds versus the Puff Bros. There's that 0.330. He drove 20 milliseconds away from his very own world record. So it is going to be very much the map to get absolutely right for Team Nemesis, and also to have a little bit of prayer, to have Lady Luck on your side, because whilst they are strong, Boca are not immune from mistakes, and we've seen it many times before. Any opportunity that arises can definitely be taken advantage of by Team Nemesis to make some big damage and send Boca reeling both on the track and mentally as we get started with the first round of the first map here in the lower bracket final.
Here we go. So, of course, Binks and Oltag with an absolute astounding performance on this map, but now they play against Mime and Paco, who certainly are no stranger to this map. A 0.48 PB for Pushy to Paco, and then Mime with a 0.6. A little bit of a slower end here, but he probably can do faster times around as well. But already in this round, it looks like Mime falling a little bit further behind. Binks and Oltag batting out with Pushy to Paco here for that first place. But look at that line from the young Hungarian, finding himself in the lead. Important to get a very smooth landing here as well. Binks didn't get it too good, so I think he's not getting the nosedive, so Mime will promote himself up into third position. Good start here from Team Nemesis, because Paco also finding himself in that leading position. Good line from Mime to come back as well, and it will all come down to the last party of the track. Yet again, Oltag with a good drift, going into the lead here again, but it's still very close. 0.1 of a second. Don't lose control here. Every player from the top three making it. Binks with a respawn, so he needs to rely on his teammate to deny the victory, even ace to Team Nemesis. But look at that, Paco with a great landing, has a bit less speed though than Oltag, but a better landing here. Oh, Paco coming closer. Mime with a slow down landing, not mattering too much, and a 0.6 from Oltag winning him the round, and we start off with a draw. So let's settle a little bit, calm down after that very hectic match from beforehand. That was very tense. Nemesis won, Boca won as well. Let's go into round two.
Yeah, let's get the shakies out of the way. The remaining shakies from facing off against Carl Jr. and Pac, and head into round number two. But again, Binks this time feeling a little bit under the weather with that very hefty clip of the top bollard before the first transfer. The same kind of mistake that Mime did actually in the previous confrontation between Nemesis and Boca here on Air Control in the semifinals. As we move back up towards the field, ahead of the field with Pussy Topaco up into third. No clips from the front axle in the transfer landing. Oltag leading by about 0.2 of a second over Mime. Paco in third, and now fighting off the attacks from Binks for third place as well. In the meantime, Mime continuing to try and keep tabs on what Oltag is doing. Who gets the best nosedive? It will not be Mime for certain, who sees the man from Samolo streak away into the lead with almost a 4/10 gap, courtesy of the 2023 world champion. And Binks continuing to fend off the attacks of Pussy Topaco to remain in third place and try to give Boca the edge on the point standings as we make our way through sector number 3, getting very close to the end of the part of Binks, slower compared to Pussy Topaco, but Paco had troubles of his own in the landing after the jump before checkpoint 11. Mime still in second, but being struck further and further away from the lead. Oltag might be on an absolutely beautiful time. We have to wait what the stopwatch says at the very end. In the meantime, Paco versus Binks. Binks will hold on to the bitter end to the line. It will be a 0.720 for Oltag, and Binks barely brushing the wall, giving a little bit of hope for Pussy Topaco, but for 15 milliseconds, the man from East retains third place, and with that, Boca take the lead 3-2.
The time from Oltag actually looked much faster, so it was a bit deceiving because everybody made a small mistake here and there, but still Boca going into the lead, winning that round here, but only by 15 milliseconds. Paco almost sniping Binks there in the end. And look at the starting sectors from the players, looking very good. Also Paco with a mistake here at the start here in the second round, now making it very clean, as you can see here. But Oltag going back into the lead. Also Mime now coming into play. Very good start from all the players. Binks pushing a lot, very wide approach, and will have a lot of speed here into the drift and into the flowy landing. Every player making it across. Mime not getting the nosedive though, and Oltag and Binks already with a commanding lead here of 1 tenth of a second ahead of Bushido Paco, who's not slowing down though. Look at that. Great amount of speed here in this sector for Paco. Very wide approach, dropping into third gear and then making it into that sector effortlessly. Otak getting attacked, and also Paco with more speed in this sector here. This all comes down to the ending yet again. Paco having to readjust though, had to tap the brake a little bit to not brush the wall. I think he's gonna miss the jump. No, he's gonna survive it, but he sacrificed it for a very good and speedy landing in the slope. So Otak actually gets overtaken by Paco in the ending, but it will be another victory for Boca. Paco ever denying the ace and still leaving Nemesis in close contention, only 2 points away from Boca, so an ace could really turn it around.
An ace could definitely turn things around still for Team Nemesis, who have had chances to fight for the overall lead, but this time it will be again Binks falling by the wayside and falling victim of the start. It will be very, very tough to catch back up, but of course we've seen anything can happen in Trackmania, and usually does. Currently Otak in the lead, Paco and Mime in second and third. It's again the job of the man from Samalo to anchor the fort for the red team and try to keep that 2-point lead intact. In the meantime, Mime and Paco are trying their best to keep the gap in check and maybe try to reel that gap back in to the 2023 world champion, but so far it's absolutely no use. Who gets the best nosedive? It looks as though Paco gets a much better landing compared to Otak, and thus the challenge is back on for the lead of the race for the young Hungarian player for Team Nemesis, who goes way wide on the exit of checkpoint number 8. Otak managed to contain the line a little bit better, thus enabling himself to get a little bit more of a gap around the 10th of a second at the entry into the third and final sector. Paco is still very much waiting to bounce, continuing to chase down the Frenchman from Team Boca, as Mime also follows in hot pursuit, tries to follow in the coattails of his teammate, going so wide, carrying so much speed before the penultimate jump. Otak still leading, Paco still in tow for second position, as Mime is falling by the wayside a little bit. Otak will retain the lead until the bitter end, and to the line he will clock in a .787, and it will be yet another draw being enforced. Still a 2-point lead going the way of Team Boca, 6-4 for the red side.
Yeah, so what a great start here after 4 rounds. It is still pretty much evenly distributed. Only Boca really capitalizing on those 2 victories that they have had in rounds number 2 and 3. So let's move on to the 5th round here. Otak and Binks looked very good on this map, as we already alluded to beforehand. And also now Mime not getting the best start in this round, as you can see, dropping already a bit further behind, 0.16 of a second. And Binks and Otak, great landing, but Paco had it so good as well, going into the lead. Mime also coming back here just a little, definitely in comparison to Otak and Binks. Very tight approach from Mime, good setup for that slope landing here, and Paco with a little bit of a different approach, jump a bit more diagonal there to transfer a little bit more speed over in that sector, but didn't get a good landing in this sector. So Binks and Otak coming a bit closer. Mime wide approach, going into the wall. So it's between Paco, Binks and Otak. Paco really needs to deny those valuable points to Boca here, else this map could be over very soon. But look at this line, Binks with a very late release, losing a lot of speed, and it's Paco now in the lead. Good approach from Otak though, has a good landing in here as well. Paco with a late release, good and flowy landing, but will it be enough? Yes, it will be. Absolutely insane stuff from Bushido Paco. Still in the lead. Good nosedive there as well. So he should stay in the lead unless he touches the wall in the ending. But no, he will not do so. Paco saving the day. Another draw, 5-7 after 5 rounds played.
There's still that progression that seems to be a little bit less swift than expected for Boca, a little bit less convincing than expected maybe for what is a pretty much insta-pick, like a very much a pocket pick for the French duo as we make our way through to the next round. First map point attempt for Team Boca. Great start from Otak, who pulls a gap on his own teammate of a 10.5, heading into the transfer at checkpoints 4 through 5. A bit of a long landing on the side of Otak, but still managing to control it beautifully. And at the end of the sector 1, it will be Boca leading with a 10th between the two teammates, and 3/10ths back we find the first Nemesis player in the person of Mime, and we see a great nosedive from Binks, who's challenging his own teammate for the lead of the round. Overall, Mime has absolutely no answer to give, and it looks as though the answers might not be coming until the very tail end if Boca leave an opening for Nemesis to actually catch back up. We did see Otak again wiggling a little bit, just like Binks did, going a bit too high before the chicane on the way towards checkpoint number 10, but it's still the two French players from Boca leading the race quite convincingly, might I add. May we see a 0.5? May we see something a little bit lower than a 0.5? Only time will tell with the final jump cleared, done and dusted. What will the stopwatch say at the line? It will say it will be plus 3 points for Boca, and it will be a 0.676 for Binks and a 0.715 for Otak. 10-5 for Boca, who logically take their first map pick 1-0 for the Frenchmen.
So the no set at the start there from Push to Paco really sealed the deal in this round, but also what a great performance from Binks and Otak going into the ending hand in hand and securing the ace and the first map win on their first pick, Air Control. Now we go into two picks from Team Nemesis. The first one also being a no-brainer for them. We have seen an insane world record from Pushy to Paco here when the teams have met up, where we have seen the triple question mark reaction from Mime. He was like, is that even possible to drive a 0.4
My
on
guess
this
is
map?
that not even Mime himself could believe it, and it's not Mime is far from the only man that was bewildered in the server whenever that 0.416 dropped some 3/10 clear of the former record from Jan, which was a 0.717, may I remind you, as we now move on to the first map of the first round of map number 2. First map did go the way of Boca with a very convincing 10-5 scoreline, which did come a little bit late, but now Nemesis have the chance to strike back with force.
Yeah, and also we have seen already a lot of 0.6s here on this map in the other matches that were happening. So I expect nothing less in this match, as Paco and Bings already on a great start. Mime falling a bit further behind the pack here, but can definitely bounce back with a good turnaround in this sector. Let's see what Mime was able to do. Got it quite okay, I would say. Also here, touches the reactor boost very early on, but the others had it so good here. Paco 500s ahead approximately of Otak and Bings, who's certainly not slowing down. Let's take a look into the checkpoint. A 0.2 very fast. I think Paco was able to drive a 0.0 or even a sub checkpoint there in this sector. And also Mime capitalizing from that poor drift from Bings, losing a little bit of time there in this sector. But this all comes down to the ending here yet again. Otak into the lead, Bings in second place. Paco struggling to find the right apex in this turn. Who's sliding out here? No one is doing though. No, it was Paco with a mistake. Will this be the ace from Bings? No, Mime with a great turnaround. Otak with a great line here as well. Who's having more speed? It goes to the line, but it's Otak winning the round. Bings on third and Paco sadly on last position. Mime with a great comeback though after a weaker start and securing 1 point for his team. Boca, however, again leading after the first round.
Boca leading after round 1 with the round winning time that was just shy of dipping into the 119s straight away on round number 1 on two-wheeling. Start of round 2, Paco gets a solid start and emerges in the lead, some 700ths of a second ahead of Mime, but you can see that now Binks is pressing beef of boost, trying to bridge the gap back down and even challenge for the lead before the end of sector number 1, and we see a huge slide out and a huge slowdown as well from Mime, promoting Otak back up to third, who had a sluggish start to contend with. Now onto the first emerge part, Pusito Paco versus Binks, who gets it best, who gets the best reactor trigger. It looks as though Binks still holds on, but barely clips the pole on the way into the second reactor, and might be gifting the round to Team Nemesis. But as I say that, Mime has troubles of his own, but Binks is completely stalled. Binks has fallen down to a halt. It will be down to Pusito Paco and Otak, but look at the gap that the Hungarian from Nemesis has already pulled compared to the 2023 World Champion, a 3.5 lead as we make our way through the last few checkpoints. Nemesis able to potentially deal a counter victory to level the playing field after the first round did not go their way. It all is about the final turnaround. Otak managing to glitch the gap back down. Is he able to pull something special? The answers are no. Paco wins, Otak second, and Mime finishes the job in third place. 3-3 at the end of the second round, and once again Paco just shy of dipping into the 119s with a .030.
But he also lost a lot of time in the end there. It was really Otak pushing it there in the ending. That was absolutely phenomenal, and Binks was not able to gain control there after a small mistake and then hit the left side wall, got penalized, had no speed to work with. So that's why Mime was able to take home that third position. Now we see another slight mistake from Mime, actually compounding to an even bigger one. Has to go all the way over the penalty. dirt sector over the sand and has no speed to work with. So it's again Paco versus Binks and Otak, but if someone is able to do it, it is Paco. Otak already with a small mistake, and also Binks not with the best line in this corner here, trying to accumulate as much speed as possible, but already a pretty large gap has occurred here, but Binks having more speed in this sector. 48.1 checkpoint, looking very fast from both of them, as Binks has had a lot of speed to work with here in this sector as well. Very good approach for the drift. Commanding lead now for Binks to work with for the ending, but if someone can overtake, it is certainly Pushy Paco, the world record holder on this map. He comes closer. Great approach there for the last part. Has a bit more speed, but will it be enough to overtake Binks, who slides out? Has a bit more speed again. Paco not able to control it.
Otak.
I think he will not make it, and Otak will snipe the ace here in favor for Boca, because Paco messed up the approach slightly. Has to opt for the safe finish, and that's the ace for Boca. That is huge for them.
Such a shame for Paco as well. Did not manage to get the proper alignment, and as you could see, hit the side of the reactor gate, which pretty much did him in and completely sent all of his challenges for the lead versus Binks in the bin, and that could be the one opportunity that Boca has to stick it up to the man and actually take the win on what looks to be the strongest suit of Team Nemesis. And Pusito Paco not able to deliver exactly when it counts so far in the opening rounds, at least in the opening 3 rounds, as we make our way through the first sector. Binks and Mime toe-to-toe, first and second, Otak in third and fourth, with Pusito Paco as we make our way through the first immersed part, and we do see that Binks and Otak, both of the Boca players, have completely messed up the entry into the first reactor boost trigger and full sent themselves into the outside retaining wall. The gaps are there for all to see. Half a second of a deficit for Otak compared to the leading driver, and Binks 4 seconds down compared to the leading driver. In the meantime, Mime in second place, sitting pretty, having a 3/10 lead over Otak to manage and make it a counter ace to bring Nemesis back in the fight on their very own map pick as we make our way through to the final immersed part. No slide outs to contend with so far, but watch out for that final trigger there, where we've seen plenty of challenges come unstuck. This time, no challenge comes unstuck for Team Nemesis, who finish hand in hand, and Mime clocks in a 120.9 to 129, and Pusito Paco a 0.231. And just like that, Nemesis are back on even footing, 6-6 at the end of this round.
And this match was already on knife's edge if Mime and Paco didn't get that counter ace there. So very important for them to equalize the score here, as Mime has a little bit of a bump there, loses a bit of speed, but also Paco 0.2 behind after the starting sector. Oh, Mime almost clipping there, but lost significant speed in comparison to Binks and Otak. But look at the speed from Paco here. He goes into the battle for first position just like that. What an insanely close round this is as we go into the first identity of the map. Looking like every player surviving and every player is getting the two-wheeler that you're really in need of. And it is Binks still in the lead. Paco with a great turnaround here. Look at that. Oh my god, so much speed gathered in this sector, just gaining 0.3 over his opponents. He was 0.2 behind, but let's take a look up to the checkpoint. It's a 0.18. This would have been a sub 48 checkpoint from Pushy Paco with a great start, as Mime is a bit further behind Binks though, but overtakes Otak in the meantime. Let's go into the ending. Who will go into the lead? It all comes down to the last part here yet again. Binks with a great line. Paco will have a bit more speed now into the last sector. Who's able to control it the best? Mime not sliding out. Two-wheeler. Otak with a mistake. Mime with a good turnaround, but Binks with more speed. I think this will be a drop, but Paco out of nowhere. Binks with more speed. It goes to the line. Mime staying ahead by 17 thousandths of a second, and Paco also with a great ending. 8-7 for Nemesis, regaining control. Track point for both teams, but Nemesis only need of a victory.
Boca are still in the hunt. However, it's all about those last details, the last details that went missing when they first faced off today against Nemesis in the semifinal. Here they have to answer back and try to send Nemesis reeling by taking their map pick. Currently, it's Paco leading the round, battling with Binks for the benefit of the lead of the race. Paco, Binks, Otak in no particular order at the end of sector number 1. Mime also making it a four-way fight, and Binks hitting the wall on the way into that immersed part. Paco versus Otak for the lead. Otak has to go for the overall win if he wants to extract one more round, but it looks as though the gap is not working in his favor. He's falling back to within the clutches of Mime, who's piling on the pressure of the 2023 world champion. Mime with a bit of a revenge to take, perhaps, having lost against the Carmine Corp, of course, 2 years ago in the World Championship in Montpellier. Maybe the time has come for revenge for GGeek. So far, he's looking a little bit far off the mark, though, as Otak continues to hold that second place, but it's far from enough. He needs to yearn for more. Mime slides out in the way into that final immerse part. Otak gets a much better exit, but can Paco do something special? The answer is a no. Biggs in third makes it a counter victory for Boca, 9-9. At the end of this round, what on earth are we witnessing? The sparks continue to fly, plentiful and very high between the two teams.
That is absolutely incredible. Otak really pushing it there, but also capitalizing from a bit of a weaker line there, you could say. Like, I think every player would be happy with that, but not in a match like that. The lower bracket final it is do or die for the teams. And Binks now with a great start. Paco falling behind here just a little, as well as Otak. Oh, Otak touching a bit of the sand there, so slowing down dramatically, but still able to clear that jump, but eating a bit of the sand here in exchange as well. Paco, wide approach, not really getting it too well, so it is Binks and Mime still holding on to first and second position, but if someone can come back, it is definitely Paco. Or Otak with a mistake. Mime as well, though, so this is not looking too good for two players from each team, or for one player from each team, and right now Paco in the lead. If it stays like that, Paco and Mime, they would go through, but Binks with a lot of speed to work with here. Paco pushing a lot, not hitting the plastic there, not flying off of the map, and it's still very much open. We could go into overtime if the positions stay like that, but let's focus yet again on this last sector. Binks ahead, but having to readjust. Paco going into the lead. This could be the first map win for Nemesis, but what a dramatic one this would be. Paco with a great turnaround, looking good for him. Where's Binks going? Binks cannot overtake. Mime will also make it, so Nemesis winning their first map here after a very, very close match that was 11-10. Wow, this was so close for Nemesis, but eventually they took it home.
And Boca doing exactly what we were expecting them to do. Take the fighting spirits and try to stick it up to Nemesis on their first of back-to-back map picks. It's very well for them that actually happened in maps 2 and 3. The map order might be giving them a little bit of an advantage, given that we will be circling back to Hoop on map 4, where they could force this into a game 5. But before that, they have to contend with another Nemesis pick, Sideswipe, one where Mime has shown through with godlike snipes in the semifinals, and it was such a relief for them to be able to take at long last two wheeling, but they sure had their run given for their money by Boca on that instance as we move on to the first round of map number 3.
Let's go into Sideswipe, and I'm quite interested to see if there might be also a new line here on this map, because I've seen anticipating it already. This jump right here afterwards, maybe you can skip and jump out to the right, but I think this would be too hard to do here to the right, and it would not save time. Maybe potentially in a task run it could be faster, but for that you really have to try it out. Non-player went for this, but I've seen, I think definitely the side of Boca trying to go for that one, as we see Mime already with a slight mistake falling behind. Now Paco versus Otak, because also Binks brushed the wall slightly, will not have a lot of speed to work with, so will be Otak and Paco fighting it out for either a victory for Boca or a draw in favor for Nemesis, because Mime of course has fallen behind dramatically here. So good line from Paco here as well. A lot of speed transferred into the penalty grass sector, and Otak has a lot of speed to work with here for the last part of the map. Looking good though from Paco, great approach. Otak could have more speed for the ending. Is it enough to snipe? To the line we go! 17 thousandths of a difference. Paco staying ahead, and we're gonna start things off with a draw.
We're going to start things off with a draw, which could have been a much different outcome, judging by the full send line that Otak took after that back tap, trying to go for the full risk line to aim for the corner of the finish. Unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be for the man from Samalo in this instance. As we move on to round number 2 and the first downhill reactor part, Spinks sliding a little bit more than he should have and thus losing a little bit of speed, and a huge clip on the landing of that jump into the grass from Pussy Topako, promoting Binks back up to 3rd position. Mime this time assuming the lead towards the end of sector number 1, taking a little bit of airtime there and there for Otak in that banked grass part at the end of sector 1. Checkpoint 4, and now the first climb up the wall before landing back down. Watch out not to get too heavy set of a landing. Everybody gets almost the same landing, it feel like, with the speed that everybody was able to carry through. Mime going very wide before having to correct for that chicane in checkpoint number 7. Mime still holding the lead and managing to open up the gap, it seems like, from eyesight to around a 10th and a half of a second, but Otak still very much pounding down the lap and pounding down the times and the great landings and the great corners as well, as he tries to bridge the gap back down and put the Polish driver from Nemesis under pressure as we make our way back up for the identity climb. That little snake run in between the neons before jumping down, getting the tap back, and Mime will be able to take yet another individual round win for Nemesis, but with Otak second and Binks third yet again, it will be 2-2 at the other round 2.
But that shows the potential that Nemesis has on this map. If both players do survive a round eventually, it's 2-2. Boca still need to win their first round on this map. It was Mime and Paco. Let's see if Otak and Binks are able to crack their pace here, as it is Paco now not making a mistake in this round. Oh, Mime almost sliding out there, but was able to control it. Also a nice turn through this grass sector, but it was so close here for Mime to make a mistake, as Paco getting a slow landing as well as Mime. So now Otak and Binks can finally break free and get that ace across, but it's still a long way to go, but they have a quite comfortable gap to work with. 0.3 of a second it is. Otak on a great time. Binks slowing down a little bit. Paco coming closer here in this sector, but again, it is still the last part to go, and Paco with a mistake, so he drops further down the line, and look at that gap now forming. 0.4 of a second between first and third position. Mime needs to hope for a miracle, or needs to have a lot of speed for the ending, but it doesn't seem to be the case.
Oh,
Otak
no!
misses the ending though, and it will be another draw.
Why did Otak go for that direct beeline towards the corner? He could have saved it so much with how the Nemesis guys slowed down dramatically midway through the map. That is such a shame. An easy round, an easy ace that is thrown into the bin right there and then by the man from Samalo, and that means there is still no trend to be picked as we move on to round number 4. 3-3 at the end of round 3 on map 3. Can we see someone make a breakaway run for freedom? We do see Binks taking a bit too much airtime and having a bit of a heavy set landing, dropping down to P4. In the meantime, back up top we go through the second sector with Paco and Otak battling for the lead of the race. It's going to be turning to the advantage of the man from Hungary at the exit of that little reactor boost section. Otak
Binks
having to lift a little bit through checkpoint number 7. Binks seems to have had a little bit of troubles on the wayside. Yes, he's forced to respawn. Binks is fully out of the picture. It's once again down to Otak to try and salvage the situation, but he will not be able to do that, very most likely, with that clip at the apex breeze block before checkpoint number 9, promoting Mime automatically and automagically up into second position as we make our way back up the wall before the back tap and the run towards the risky finish. Nemesis take the ace and take the advantage, or do they? They do take the advantage, but by only a single point. Otak taking advantage of a slow rise up toward the finish line from Pussy Topako to get 1 point on the board at the very least for Boca, and thus prevent a +3 going the way of the blue side.
So Paco still getting it there, but an awkward ending for him is only rewarding him with third place here. Nemesis still with that in the lead, but of course an ace would promote them up to what's a 6-3 score, and now it's still very close. 5-4 it is. Still a well contested map here, but both teams not really using the opportunities that they were given to them. Otak and Binks could have been leading by a lot here after those after that ace round that they sadly threw away with that Otak ending where he slightly missed out on the end. Binks now with the first mistake, sending himself 2 seconds behind. So it's Otak now who has to deny valuable points towards Paco and Mime. Mime with a very aggressive entry into that turn here and finding himself in that top 2 spot. Otak pushing though, has a lot of speed to work with here for the last couple of turns here on this map before we go onto the reactor boost wall ride sector, followed up by a plastic bounce into a very, very hard speed check to work with, but it's still anyone's game. Otak has it great. I think Paco not with the best line. Who's gonna make it? It's going down to the line. Otak wins the round by 7,000 of a second. It's another draw. This is absolutely insane how close this match is.
Otak able to retaliate to Mime, saying, hey, I can do those snipes too. I can also put a little bit of a thorn on your side there on one of your favorite map picks as we move on to a 6-5 scoreline at the end of that previous round and move on to the next round where Binks now needs to actually pick the ball back up, not drop it at any opportunity he gets here on this round. Gets a solid start for now. It will be all down to the second sector where he seems to have come unstuck in the previous few rounds. Gets very close to the tippy top of that banked corner in the grass there. Manages to keep ground contact at all times, and this time it will be pushed to Paco, currently at the tail end of the field, about a 10th down, so it's still very much all to play for. A bit of a heavy-set landing, though, from the Hungarian, as I say that, at the very top of the hill, thus relegating him almost perennially to 4th position. Mime holding the lead, trying to enforce another draw and prevent Boca from coming back into the standings and back into the fight as we make our way through the sector number 3. Mime still in the lead. Otak moving up into 2nd place, trying to pick up the slack from his teammate, playing in tandem together as they try to swap positions left, right, and center. Mime still a 10th of a second ahead. Can he keep that lead afloat? Can he hold on for dear life as we make our way up the identity climb? Mime clips on the neon on the inside. Binks up to the lead. Is Mime able to clear the bounce? No, he's forced to respawn and will give the ace to Boca on moving onto their second map point. First attempt going the way of the French duo. 109.192 for Binks, 77 milliseconds, and yeah, that he clipped the last checkpoint, Mime. You briefly saw it. He clipped the very end of the last checkpoint there, completely robbing of all of his speed. As you can see, the words are continuing to fall out of my mouth as I speak, but you get the idea. Just a slight clip of checkpoint 12, robbing him of enough speed to prevent him from getting the bounce properly, and that's what the team that misses in.
Yeah, 6-8, still nothing lost though, but they need to find their way back now in this particular round, else Boca is able to snipe away the map pick from Mime and push it to Paco. Mime insanely close to the wall, having to readjust, maybe even slightly brush that wall there, and Binks and Otak swarming into 1st and 2nd place. Paco, however, still there to have a saying, but they need to deny 1st and 3rd position from Binks and Otak, else Boca will go into the lead here and have the match point on map number 4. Paco with a great line though, finding himself back into the lead. Otak and Binks not too far behind, as well as Mime, who has still a lot of time to catch up from the starting mistake, but he's still in there. And let's see what will the ending unfold, how the ending will unfold here. It's still insanely close. Paco with a great line. Binks and Otak not too far behind either. Who's having more speed? With a mistake. Binks misses the ending. Mime is on 2nd, but the question is who's gonna get 3rd place? It is Paco who will go for the second ending. Binks makes it, but it's so close. It's 1/10 of a second, forcing a final round here on the Sideswipe. I'm so lightheaded. I cannot believe it. Nemesis need an ace to win their 2nd map pick.
I think we're all getting a little bit lightheaded and perhaps hot and bothered as we witness the final round here on map number 3 of the series. Can Boca get the point that they need in order to take the lead, or will Nemesis go for back-to-back pick wins here in this lower bracket final? The only way to find out is to stick with us for the next 40 and a bit seconds as Mime and Paco take the lead at the end of the 1st sector. On the way up the climb towards checkpoint 5 and 6, it's still the lead for the duo from the Polish and Hungarian drivers. Binks still hot and through. Same for Otak, waiting to pursue something more as we see Binks trying to put the pressure on Paco for 2nd position, who tries to stick with his teammate Mime, continuing to hold the lead heading into sector number 3. It can still so come unstuck in the final sector as we've seen on both sides. So be wary of where you place your car. Be wary of your input timings and never stop pushing, but don't over push either. as Mime, Paco first and second, Binks in third, Otak in P4. They're so close. It might be just enough.
Oh my
for Nemesis
God!
to make it for 26 milliseconds. Nemesis go back-to-back map wins with a 10-9 score on Boca, who wasted their opportunity for 2 maps in a row to really put a dent in Nemesis's advantage.
What the hell was that? Nemesis performing when it actually matters the most, winning this map here, 10-9 scoreline, another 1 point difference it was. And we move on to map number 4. This match is certainly not heating down yet as we go to Hoop. What an absolutely insane comeback from Mime and Paco, who only needed an ace and only an ace to win this map. Absolute cinema here, ladies and gentlemen. And let's move on to Hoop. Whew. Oh my God, what was that, Geek? I cannot believe it.
I think you briefly caught a glimpse of that, Kai, but everybody on stream saw it. I just had to quickly pass out for 10 seconds before coming back to life because we're not done yet in this lower bracket final. And reminder, we still have 1, potentially 2 best of 7s left to go today, which is the mark of an absolutely scintillating tournament here in the Trackmania World Tour. As we make our way through the start of round number 1, Paco with a little bit of a clip on the way outside of the transfer there, or rather exiting the transfer. First sector done, and it will be Otak and Binks taking the lead, but Paco hot in tow, heading into the dirt.
Yeah, let's see what Paco's able to do in this round. He has to have his teammate in his back now because he is the only one to deny some points to Otak and Binks. Otak with a very low line here again is able to control it. Paco with a great line as well. Binks jumping very far up here, but it's still 1-2 for the Boca duo here as Paco trying to push but losing gradually time here towards his opponents. Now let's go into the last hoop section as Otak and Binks have a commanding lead, but Paco with a great landing. Will this all come down to the finish line? Binks is slowing down a little bit. Paco coming closer. This was so close to call. Otak, Binks and Paco for the win. It's so close. It's Paco winning it. You're actually kidding me. What is happening here in this match? This is insane.
I can't help but laugh because this is quite simply an awesome match. Every time these two teams have come together, the sparks fly and they deliver in spades in terms of entertainment. And Boca, who looked to have the upper hand here on this map from this very first round, sees a monkey wrench, sorry about that, being thrown into their plans, although that might be a temporary setback as we see Pusito Paco clipping on the edge of the dirt, forcing himself to respawn as he falls off of the map and leaving Mime to his own devices as he tries to fend off the attack from yet another round from Boca with a great start from Binks, who emerges in the lead by about a 10th and a half. Mime in second, Otak up into P3, battling for that set second place with Mime. They do not go as far as they can here on the dirt wall. They try to go a little bit more conservative. It's not the last few rounds just yet as we make our way through over the Mime getting so close to being hit by the pinch on the outside as we finish the second position, the second sector rather, with Mime in second position still, trying to pile the pressure on the man from East, Alexandre Touche. Binks from Boca still leading, heading into sector number 3. Mime sandwiched in between the two Boca players. Otak a little bit further back compared to where he would like to be, about 2/10 down from his teammate in second position, or third position. Second place still held by Mime as we move on to the intermediate hoop. Binks still holds a steadfast lead, does not slow down at all in that little acceleration loop, just like a particle accelerator. This time, he does not come crashing down and collide with the wall. He will go all the way to the finish line and take the win with a .322. Great time, less than a 10th away from his very own world record. Mime will salvage a point for Team Nemesis, but with Otak in third, it will be Boca taking the lead that they felt was snatched away from them by Pusito Paco on round 1.
Also, what a great time there, .32, only 900ths away from the world record. So let's move into round number 3. We have seen that early mistake from Pusito Paco, of course, in round number 2. Now he is still in the mix, so not clipping the outset there. But I mean, this line is also so crucial because you need to have a good alignment for the turn afterwards. So great risk to take there, but of course it sends yourself back quite a bit. And also look at that start here from Binks, already .1 ahead of his team. teammate Otak here into the outside third turn. How did Binks survive that? That was insanely close to the wall there. And Bushido, Paco, and Mime are still on third and fourth position. Otak, not the best amount of speed here in this drift sector. And also Paco out of nowhere going into the lead. Binks with the respawn before the second hoop here. Good landing there from Paco by the looks of it. Also Mime with an okay transition, but clips the outside there on the dirt block. Still holding on, still ahead of Binks though. And Otak is already quite far behind Bushido Paco here in this round. Still, the last hoop has to be cleared. The loop that players have to go through in order to make the risky jump into the ending. And this looks to be like the counter victory and tying up the score again. It is a 4-4 if the positions stay as is. Otak pushing though, but Paco still too far ahead. And it is indeed a victory. Nothing spectacular happened in this round here in the end. 4-4 it is. Nemesis tying up the score.
Nemesis tying up the score, and Paco driving a very respectable time of a .522. Just a couple of hundreds away from his very own personal best on the online version of the map, on the online leaderboards, of course, with a 116.464. And Nemesis back in the fight and potentially trying to stick it up to Boca by taking their second map pick. Otak going very wide on the way out of that downhill before checkpoint 2. And we get a clip on the part of Binks, who's forced to respawn. Otak, the only man from Boca left alive here at the end of the first sector. And now with it all to do to try and prevent Nemesis from getting a dangerous 3-point advantage at the end of this round. Through the dirt we go. Paco and Mime playing in tandem together as we see Otak going way out wide, trying to carry a little bit more speed over the bump rope section. Mime slowing down a little bit compared to Otak. Otak getting the clip. Will he be able to clear the jump? He should be able to with the low line, but clips with the inside of Paco as well. How did he survive that? How did Paco survive that clip on the way into the dirt? It looks as though Nemesis have got this round under lock and key. Boca fumbling at the worst possible time on their second map pick, potentially giving a 3-point advantage and perhaps a grand final spot, with the first option being set in stone for Team Nemesis. Paco takes the win with a 117.016, 2/10 clear of his teammates, and now they have their backs against the wall, so to speak. Boca with a 3 points deficit to catch back up to, and a dangerous position now for them as Nemesis have one hand on the grand final.
I really want to emphasize that save from Bushido Paco. They were steering so much to the left in order to make it through the turn here. Insane car control and Trackmania knowledge from that young Hungarian driver. Like, really, I got goosebumps from that. That was such a nice save, really. I mean, I'm a Trackmania nerd. I played this game for 17 years already. And yeah, this is just insane how Paco is able to do it like that. And here we go. Match point for Team Nemesis if they can replicate another ace in this round. This is all over, and Nemesis will go into the grand final where they have to win 2 best-of-7 series in order to win this global playoff stage 2 match here. But let's take a look onto this round. Insane jump from Mime. It's still a well-contested round. Paco not getting away from it this time around. And let's take a look here, because Binks and Otak can get the counter ace. Mime with a lot of speed though in this round. Binks with a good line here as well. He's on a great time. Is able to control this time around, but I think he had to readjust just a little bit. Maybe a little bit of a release. What is Mime able to do? Mime with a bit more speed. This is all coming down to the ending yet again. Is Mime able to snipe Boca away here in the end? He's taking a lot of risk here, jumping very far up, has more speed, but it will not be enough. And Boca getting the ace across here, but only 0.1 between first and third. 7-7. Boca on track point. Nemesis still on match point.
Imagine being on a 116.5, a high 0.5, and not even crack the top 3. That is how close and how fast the top 3 went. Mime, Binks, and Otak, of course, with the order of Boca first and second. Boca trying to force this into game number 5 as we see Otak clipping on the entry into that reception block on the transfer. Binks left all on his own to try and extract one more round, trying to enforce yet another draw to keep the dream alive for Boca for that 5th map, which would be Ricochet if it came to that. Currently Mime piling the pressure on the man from East. We also have Bushido Paco falling a little bit by the wayside. A huge clip from Mime, which will force him to respawn, but Otak respawns as well. Otak respawns as well, moving up into P3 as a consequence. Binks in first. Where's Pusito Paco? Paco is in second, about 3/10 down from the man from East as we make our way through to the identity of the jump through the hoops. Binks in first, Paco second, Otak 5 seconds down in third. It's all about bringing the car home for Team Boca. With positions locked like this, it could still be an advantageous position for the French duo who have been leading the EMEA standings at the very tail end of the season. Binks wins, Paco second. Can Otak make it through the risky fend? The answer is a yes. 9-8 for Boca, who are one draw away from forcing the issue of this lower bracket final onto Ricochet.
And also a very late respawn there from Mime, like just after his mistake, still trying to go for that jump. So it could have been a draw if Mime just respawned a bit later. But I mean, he doesn't know that one Boca member also made that mistake in this round. So it's always a what if situation. So still him going for the jump, maybe making it, could have been the difference maker here in this round, of course. But let's go into this round, because if either Binks or Otak win this round, we go to map number 5. But look at this, Mime and Paco again set themselves up nicely to get maybe into overtime or even into the ace situation, because if they get the ace, this match is over and we don't go to map number 5. However, Binks with a great section here, jumps very far up. Mime with an insane risk there, closing the gap back to Binks. Binks is getting a lot of pressure applied from both Paco and Mime, who move up into first and second place. This all comes down to the ending, at 21,000 of a second between them. Binks not losing control, a good amount of speed, but it matters really who gets the best landing here and who's willing to take more risk in the ending. Also, Otak is still in there, but Binks is losing control against Paco here. It will most likely go into overtime, but also Mime with a great landing here. What is Binks able to do? Binks with a good ending, Binks flipping, and Paco and Mime make it again. They close it out, and we go into a final without Boca. It's another ace when it matters the most. Nemesis wins 3-1 again.
And if you're a Boca fan, whenever you come to the grand final, I have got one question for you. How hard would you be cheering for the team that beat your favorite team? Because it is a Boca third place, guaranteeing 1,200 points in the EMEA, in the ranking for the EMEA team. Both Big and Nemesis rematch at stake. Not only 2,500 euros, but also 3,000 points. And the scenario is simple. If Nemesis wins, Nemesis and Boca make it through to the World Cup. If Big wins, Big and Nem make it through to the World Cup. And Boca, Binks and Otak, one of the top duos in the EMEA region, would miss out on a World Cup spot. This is how high stakes it's all become here. And there is one best of 7, perhaps 2, that are going to be played out to see if that scenario happens. But before that, we need to take a break, finish downing that water bottle, and also this one, which has a little bit of extra sauce because we do need that. And we'll be back in a few minutes for the grand final of the Stage 2 Global Playoffs of the 2025 Trackmania World Tour. Massa and Granadi, Berlin International Gaming versus Nemesis, Pusito Paco, and Mime. Stay with us.
Maybe I'm indecisive, maybe it's all too late. Maybe I'm just done fighting, maybe. Oh, maybe I'm indecisive, maybe it's all too late. Maybe I'm just done fighting. It's all too late. It's all too late. All too late. It's all too late. Maybe I'm crazy, maybe I'm get lost in the middle of time. When did I get lost in the middle of time? But I'm not falling, even if I'm putting a little. No, I'm not falling. But when did I get lost in the middle of time? But I'm not falling, even if I'm putting a little. No, I'm not falling. But when did I get lost in the middle of time?
Feel like we're falling away. Maybe I just need to feel nothing to make it easier to turn away and leave. Maybe we're fanning the flame. So why do I keep holding out my hand to get burned? I don't wanna clash anymore. I can hear the ghosts in the walls. It's telling me to run away, away, yeah. I don't wanna crash anymore. I can hear the ghosts in the walls.
You can join us back with us still a little bit reeling from what we've just witnessed and what we've just computed, but it all comes down to this, the grand final of the Stage 2 playoffs in the 2025 Trackmania World Tour. Berlin International Gaming, Massa and Granati versus Team Nemesis, Mime and Pusti Topako, who, by virtue of being the best performing team in the playoffs without being with a shot of directly qualifying via #1 in the regional rankings, is directly confirmed as a World Cup contender on November 1st at the Dôme de Paris during the Paris Games Week. Now it's all about deciding who will join him. Will it be Big, their sparring partner for the second time today, or will it be Boca, the team that they have beaten thrice in the space of 3 matches this weekend?
And you wonder how this is actually happening, how this is coming into play, because If Big gets second place in this match, they get 1,800 points. If Boca they're already out, right? They have secured 1,200 points. The point gap was roughly 1,000 points. So 600 points for Big would not be enough to win the EMEA total ranking. So it's either Boca or Big making it. But now all Boca fans are just hoping that Mime and Paco can do something in 2 best-of-7 series that they potentially have to win in order to make it and win this event. And also
Exactly.
2,500 euro, of course.
Yeah, exactly. And for those of you who are wondering why that structure, well, for those of you who have been following this year or maybe in the last year, the Trackmania World Tour, this is something that harks back to the very first World Tour season back in 2023 with both the Grand League and the Challenger League playoff finals, which were decided with 1 best-of-7 of an advantage going to the team going for the winner bracket, meaning that there was a bracket reset effectively for the lower bracket team needing to win back-to-back best-of-7s in order to win the event overall. This is something that we've seen happen in Grand League Stage 1 in 2023 in the final between BDS and Solary. BDS came in with a 1 best-of-7 advantage, but then Solary managed to win 8 back-to-back maps, 2 back-to-back best-of-7s, 4-0, and got their title as Grand League champion. As we go for the picks and bans, Mime will be actually in first pick. It's a pick-and-pick phase, and
Supercross.
Here comes the first pick. We've been saving that for last. Supercross will be the opening map for this first best-of-7.
So also most importantly now, I mean, it's a no-brainer, of course, but now instead of 3 maps, you need 4 maps to win. So this could all come down to the wire. Then we see Pipe Dance. Also, usually you have seen those maps on the first 2 slots as well, but being the dance, right? And then Beginnings as the 3rd map. So that is absolutely incredible. As I'm just gonna write down the picks here. It is 2-wheeling, Sideswipe, and now the last pick from Big, what it is going to be.
Is it going to be, well, we've got pretty much 5 out of 8 being secured. There is still, if I recall correctly, there is, well, Beginnings has been picked. There is still Air Control. There is still Ricochet. There's Hoop in there. Ricochet will be picked by Big, and Air Control, your deciders. Supercross, Pipe Dance, Beginnings, 2-wheeling, Sideswipe, Ricochet, and Air Control. A best-of-7. It's been a while since we've had best-of-7s, actually. It used to be commonplace. Again, harking back to Grand League 23. This was pretty much what you had to play, even in the regular season, because you had a huge gargantuan map pack, even more gargantuan than what we have this year, which only 8 maps. It was 10 maps in the Grand League. Very much an old-school vibe, bringing the 2023 vibes back. And to be fair, I kind of love to see that, because it was some of the most exciting Trackmania action that we had seen at the time, and this looks to be on par with that weekend that we just seen.
Yeah, I agree with that. It will be absolutely astounding to see that, and of course, it's so bizarre that Nemesis coming into this qualifier as the 4th seeded team with 3,087 points secured, less than 50% of the points that Boca have secured during the whole seasons or the whole events that were coming into play. That's absolutely astounding to see that they are already qualified and only Big and Boca are fighting it out. But here we go. We start off things on Supercross, a map that we have not seen too often. It's a best-of-7. Paco and Mime, of course, played an insane match beforehand. Maybe they're warmed up. Massa and Granadi had a bit of time to chill and just watch the match unfolding on their ends. So let's see how this goes. Good luck to the players. Gear 3 dirt map combined with a lot of ice slides and bobsleigh entries. And of course, you need to control your car when your cars just unice themselves over those parts. Not that easy to do. Also a lot of no slides in here, so I expect Granadi to do good, but the world record is also from someone who has not partaken in this tournament. It's from Shadowcrancer. It is a 1:14.644, but let's go into the first round and see who wins this one, or maybe it will be a draw.
All right, here we go then. Round 1, map 1 underway for the grand final. First best of 7 of 2 potentially if Nemesis managed to come through and win this first one. And we're following along with Granati, who gets a little bit of a weird entry into the bobsleigh, a bit of a weird exit from the bobsleigh from his teammate Masa on the other hand, which will see him slide back down to P3 at the end of Sector 1. It will be Mime taking the lead, and you see again sketchy exits from the bobsleigh from both big players, allowing Pussy Tupaco to move up into second place. And you had a brief glance of the best time for Pussy Tupaco here on this map, a .730, just 1/10 away, less than a tenth away from Shadow Kranz's record. So there might be a slight chance that we'd see SHCR's time actually be beaten here during the grand final as we make our way through to sector number 3 with a great landing from Paco and Mime first and second, and sprinting away with a half a second gap over the big duo, potentially starting off strong with an ace here on the first round of Supercross. Mime exiting a little bit towards the right hand side, manages to keep the car in check, just go for the side jump in order to reduce airtime. Not a good jump through the whoops in the mid part of the identity there for Paco, promoting Granadi up to second, and what was transpiring to be an ace will transform into a victory, still gifting the lead to Team Nemesis with 115.7 to kick things off for Mime at the end of round number 1.
But only a slight victory there. Paco staying clear of 6,000ths of a second ahead of Masa. So Big getting at least 1 point, which could have been so much more. So team struggling here, especially Granadi and Masa here, and Paco in the end, but it looked very much controlled from Nemesis up until the ending. Also the eye set from Paco was done beautifully on that last part. In this round it is Mime sliding out here, and Paco now alone in the lead, but already has secured a quite considerable gap towards his opponents. Granadi catching up a little bit though, getting a great landing, very smooth, trying to gather as much speed as possible here over in that nosedive section, but important now how much speed you get into the next part. Important to angle your car a bit to the left because your car is still affected by the icy tires or by the ice from beforehand. And also Masa didn't get a good line in this sector, dropping a bit behind. Paco on a great time, good entry into the bobsleigh as well. Will it be enough to set himself up nicely for an ice side? The answer is a clear yes, as he has made a mistake in the ending, but look at the speed from Paco accumulated for the ending. Great sector for him, and this could be a great time from Paco here as Granadi is 0.3 behind. Paco wins the round. What time will it be? It will be a 1:15.2. Masa on third, Mime on fourth, just 0.2 away from Masa here, and it will be a draw. Nemesis still ahead.
Nemesis still ahead, and yeah, the gaps make it a little bit deceiving too, and difficult to ascertain the times whenever we had lots of attrition like we've just seen here on round number 2 with that slide out from Mime on the very first ice slide, and also the trials and tribulations of Masa a little bit later on during the round as we make our way through now. Number 3 will be Paco leading into the first bobsleigh turn. Masa and Granadi toe in toe, second and third. Mime in P4, this time not sliding out on the way to checkpoint number 4. Granadi back up the pecking order and battling for the lead with Paco. Paco holding the lead by 15 milliseconds at the end of sector 1, and Masa briefly grazing the wall on that tight right-hander all around the outside in the dirt, thus promoting Mime definitely to third position. And actually Mime locked in battle almost with Granadi for second position, heading towards the end of sector number 2, start of sector 3 at the end of this bobsleigh part right there. Paco still holding the lead, but it can all change with that landing there. We land on the sidewall almost from Mime, but he manages to make it work. How on earth did he avoid a slowdown there? Here comes another critical part. That entry into the bobsleigh, which looks so nice on the part of Mime, goes very high on the entry into the bobsleigh before the ice slide. Granadi demoted down to third position. Can he try to spring something special in the identity? Can he potentially see a mistake happen from one of the Nemesis guys? And again, Paco, 2 out of 3. The whoops at the very end do not do him any favors. It will be Mime taking the way with a 115.1. Granadi up into second, and Masa taking advantage of the situation from Paco to move up to third, and it will still be just a 1 point deficit to overcome for Big, who are still being trailing by that single point to Team Nemesis, who lead 4-3.
And again, it could be a 7-1 scoreline at this point if Paco didn't mess up the ending twice in those 3 rounds. So important for Big here that Paco made those mistakes, and of course very unfortunate for Nemesis because Paco's pace is absolutely crazy on this map. He's almost always leading after the first couple of sections, and let's take a look onto the first ice slide. Who is falling victim to it? The answer is no one. Oh, Granadi, however, not with a good exit out of it, slowing down dramatically, moving Masa up into third position here by the looks of it. Massa didn't have a good start, and finally this could be the ace for Nemesis on their first pick. Mime with a good low jump, but Massa definitely not slowing down here as we go into the last parts of the track here. Oh, good line there from Paco. Massa not slowing down, important to minimize airtime here. Massa with a small release, I think, but doesn't have a good landing, but Paco drops the gear here on the landing, or got a slowdown, something along those lines. So Massa back up into second place. Oh, and also good eyesight approach from Massa, overtaking Mime here for the ending. This could be another draw, but Paco with good speed into the ending. The ending will decide it here yet again. Massa releasing in the air, Paco with more speed, and it could be the victory. It goes to the line. Massa with a good flip, but it's not enough. Mime and Paco on first and third respectively. Nemesis 2 points ahead, 4-6, and jumping back into the lead with another victory.
Yeah, continuing to strengthen their lead little by little, bit by bit, round by round, as we make our way onto the next round here for Nemesis versus Big on the opening map, that is Supercross. Mime with a smoother landing than expected on that downward trajectory towards checkpoint number 2. Paco leading, heading into the first bobsleigh. Massa, Granati, and Mime in that order, second, third, and fourth, going through the long ice slide through checkpoint number 4. Mime exiting very close to the inside, but losing a lot of speed on the entry to the bobsleigh. How did he manage to keep the car somewhat level on the landing? That is a mystery to me, but he's still finding himself in P4, around 2/10 down compared to the leading trio, currently led by Paco, and a huge flip on the inside of the hole from Granati, which is going to be gifting third place to Mime. But on the meantime, Pusito Paco under threat from Massa for the lead of that very round. He tries to fight back at the start of sector number 3. Currently Paco leading by the skinniest of margins as he gets a much better landing on the second jump, entering into checkpoint number 9 compared to Massa. Now the jump into the bobsleigh nicely negotiated for the top 3. Who gets the best ice slide? This is where Massa managed to get some solid inroads on Mime, who was looking a little bit too wide. So far, Paco and Mime first and second. Mime managing to get ahead of the curve and get ahead of Massa by a significant margin. But again, Paco, it seems to be a 50% win rate when it comes to passing the hoops at the identity. And what could have been an ace, putting them in such a comfortable position, transpires into a victory instead. Big one ace behind in terms of points. Nemesis making their first map point attempt of this first best of 7.
Nemesis could have gotten 3 aces in this match here already, and this map could have already been over, and we would have already moved on to Pipe Dance, which is map number 2. But still, they are 2 points ahead, but still giving Granadi and Massa, as you rightfully said, the opportunity to strike back with an ace. They could equal the score, and look at that very aggressive ice slide entry here from Granadi, going very wide and will not be able to control it that well. Lost a lot of speed on the exit there from that turn. And Paco again finding himself in the lead, but Massa with a great line in this sector coming back. Very, very good line there. A lot of speed accumulated from Massa, who has been playing exceptionally well in this season here. And right now he still needs to find his first position in this round. It was usually occupied by either Mime or Paco. They have not lost a single round on that first position so far, but maybe it could be the case in this round, because Massa has a very good ice slide here. Look at this exit very far to the left, though. He is able to survive it. How did he get away with it? So much speed here from Massa, and this looks to be the draw, but no, Massa with another slowdown. Paco and Mime coming closer. Will this be the victory for Nemesis? It will even be the ace. Massa loses everything there in the ending, unfortunately, and Mime and Paco still continuing to win all of the rounds, and the first map pick from their side also goes into their favor. Nemesis 1, Big 0.
Great show of resilience from Team Nemesis, and Massa falling victim to the landing of the little whoops before the big series of jumps into the final part of the map, just like Paco was. Paco, I said 50% win rate, I think 60% success rate might have been a better word to use for that.
Yep.
It's always seemed to be a little bit of a thorn on his side to have that particular ending sector start that way. Thankfully for him, it's done and dusted. Nemesis taking advantage of that map pick to move 1-0. Now we move on to a big pick, which is going to be Pipe Dance, and straight away the message from Mime in the in-game chat: what is this map? So I feel like just a hunch, maybe Big might be in with a shot of actually leveling the score here in terms of maps picks.
Yeah, maybe, but maybe he just wants to just intimidate his opponents, and then Mime is just driving so good, because I remember Mime, there was a map when TMCL it was back then, where Mime was so good on, and it also had pipes involved. Maybe you know the map that I'm talking about. I don't have the map name from the top of my head right now, but let's see who wins this map. But also, maybe if we go into another best of 7 match, the map from beforehand, Supercross, could play a crucial role for Mime and Paco, but let's firstly see how Pipe Dance is going to unfold here, as we have a lot of tricky pipe sections to be cleared, and not only do you have to clear them, but you also are affected by the slow-mo block, so the speed looks very much deceiving. You're much faster than you think, and also here Massa and Granadi both with mistakes, and certainly Mime knows where to go, because alongside Paco, they are in first and second place. This looks not good for Big here in this round, because it could already start off with an ace, but we still have we have 2 more pipe sections to be cleared, and well, Mime falling off. Very unfortunate for him, and I think that also promotes Massa into second place, because the respawn is that long. Granadi still holding on to that second place, but Paco surviving it. Where's Massa going actually? Massa now going into the last couple of checkpoints, and Mime is ahead, so will be the victory for Team Nemesis.
Victory for Team Nemesis, clocking in at 1:15.646. Posito Paco, half a second ahead of Granadi. And I gotta say, like, it was very much like a, I'd say funny moment, quote unquote, but yeah, you could see, like, end of the first pipe, you could see Massa falling down the left side, Granadi falling down the right side. It was very much a case of Moses part the waves as Nemesis slid through into first and second. They got a little bit lucky to actually salvage something from this, with Mime getting flung off of the penultimate pipe there in the previous round. But in the meantime, heading into round number 2, Massa, Paco, Mime, and Granadi swapping positions left, right, and center at the end of sector number 1. The sector number 1, which will end after this transfer right there. A little bit of a clip on the way into the landing block from Massa, which is something that he's done already in the previous events in the second stage. Mime and Paco first and second, heading into sector number 2, and the first of 3 pipes here on Pipe Dance, and everybody makes it through nice and clean. And look at the gaps, only a 10th apart are first through 4th. Massa and Granadi still battling very, very hard indeed versus Mime and Posito Paco. Mime currently a little bit on the back foot, but managing to get past Massa for second place as we head onto the second pipe, the penultimate pipe. This time, Mime doesn't fly off of it and actually takes the lead away from Granadi and Massa. Massa falling by the wayside, getting overtaken by Posito Paco for 3rd place. Here comes the final pipe. Granadi attacking like a man possessed to retake the lead away from the Polish driver, and he will do so successfully with Paco in 3rd, though. It will be a draw, seeing Team Nemesis stay 1 point ahead of the Berlin International Gaming Duo, 3-2 at the end of round 2.
What a great round that was here from the players. And of course, the world record from Moda is using a different line at the start, where you have the bug slide going to the checkpoints. Moda immediately jumps into it, which is a very hard line to take from that block here. And it saves a lot of time, to say it like that. So 0.3 apart from each other. That was a very close round here, due to the slow-mo gates being used as well. And you can lose a lot of time if you mess them up. But it was a draw, and Big still 1 point behind. Massa with a great start, going so close there to the pole as well on the left side. And Massa and Granadi with a commanding lead here of 0.1 to 0.2 of a second. Mine with a great approach though. Granadi not slowing out, but Massa with a respawn. Paco as well. And it will all come down to the battle for 1st and 3rd position respectively. Granadi with a quite considerable gap, and it seems like Massa is ahead. No, it's Paco who's ahead of Massa, who crosses the checkpoint first. And we also have seen a mistake, I think, from Mime. Yeah, it was
hits
Mime
the wall.
who's hitting the wall, but still quite... Oh no, Mime with a respawn. And also now Massa and Paco joining into the fight. So it is Granadi who is in the lead, but the question is, who's gonna get that second place? Will it be Mime, Paco, or Massa? It's still all to play for. The kind of battle for second has reset. It is Mime falling off again. Massa also falling off the pipe. And it is Mime who will capitalize on that if he survives, but he cannot finish.
Back.
So that means that even though Massa and Mime both failed it, it's the victory, because then the 1st place is the decider. What a messy round.
This has been So messy. I do not know what word to put with this particular round outcome. Yeah, there's been so many things that went wrong for both Paco and Masa and Mime as well. Yeah, there's been way too much happening there to really be able to keep tabs on everything. We are now on a 4-4 scoreline, heading into round number 4 here on Pipe Dance. Paco Granati battling for the lead, Masa in hot pursuit in third, Mime in P4 about 2/10 down as we move on to the transfer marking the end of Sector 1. No big clips to speak of whatsoever, and Mime still with a bit of a deficit to climb back up. 2/10 down compared to the leading trio, led by his teammate Pusito Paco, who slows down dramatically, just making sure to navigate the first pipe cleanly, and that is the situation that Masa and Granati take advantage of, and Mime also, unfortunately, not being able to be as clean as the top 3 are, and thus clipping at the very edge of the pipe and basically falling down to almost 5 seconds down, 2.2 seconds of the splits originally, as we see Paco almost falling off. He won't be able to clear barely, but will also come to a dead halt as we make our way through the final pipe for Masa and Granati, who finally take advantage of their map pick to move into an ace position and validate a 3-point lead heading into the next round, 7-4.
Wicked.
As we get some style points for Mime with that backflip across the line.
Dude, those mistakes looking so funny in slow-mo, it really stresses that mistake, and you really have to take the walk of shame with that into the checkpoint from Paco's POV. But track point now for Masa and Granati, who are finally able to get that ace in that round. So let's see if they can use it to their advantage. Granati going so close there to the pole and to the checkpoint, able to get through, but not with the most amount of speed. And it's still very much everybody's round. Only Paco falling a bit further behind, and Masa and Granati again in the lead, but also Mime still in there, but not the best line from the Polish player here, who is still not having a good, I wanted to say not having a good line here, but he was able to control it, not falling off. Every player survives the first slow-mo pipe here, but still Granati and Masa are in the lead. And if it stays like that, we go to map number 3. But Masa slowing down here dramatically, leaving some room for Mime and Paco to catch up to. But let's see what the ending has to offer this round here, as Paco is making it, has a lot of speed. Mime falling off, Paco overtaking Masa in the meantime though. But this all comes down to the ending. Paco risking so much. Good line here as well, but Paco also falling off in slow-mo style. Masa saving it so much and even breaking before the ending. BM boys it is, and Big with back-to-back aces winning map number 2.
Yeah, and I guess the question that Mime asked, what is this map, still stands for Nemesis, because they still seem to not know their way around, and that is going to be a convincing victory for Big with a 10-4 scoreline that brings them back to an even footing. One map apiece after Supercross was an absolute dominant display of team play and performance by Team Nemesis. This time it's Big taking advantage of the lack of familiarity from Nemesis with Pipe Dance to actually get back on an even footing, and now we move back onto another Big pick. It will be Banano's Beginnings.
Yeah, Beginnings. This map has also been delivering so much, and I just figured out that I completely messed up my order of how I wrote down the maps. I'm not sure what I did there, but we're gonna figure it out eventually, as we had a side jump here on this map being utilized. So let's see how much that gains in favor for Mime, of course. And let's see. I mean, now the match has kind of started, as we have Supercross and Pipe Dance out of the way. Very important for Big to take home Pipe Dance to make it an even series. So for any team who wins the first or the next 3 maps, or just 3 maps in general, will win the series. If Big wins the series, they go to the World Cup. And if Nemesis win the series, we go to another best of 7 series.
All right, here we go then for the first round. We're going to see Mime going for the side ramp. Lands on the tread, barely. That could have gone on the sidewall very easily, though. He's going to be finding himself languishing a little bit at the back by about 2/10. Granati doesn't clear the transfer and will be forced to respawn. Thus, Mime promoted automatically up to 3rd position as Masa and Paco do get out up front at the end of sector number 1. Through the transfer ramp we go, and a huge clip for Masa, dropping down dramatically to 2nd place, and now Mime is there waiting to pounce. He can smell the blood. He can smell that there is a wounded Big player. He can taste the ace right from a mile away as we make our way through sector number 3 with Paco firmly in the lead by about a second compared to his teammate who slows down as well before the jump towards the ramp transition, that little transfer. Now onto the final part with the jump across the platform, and we both go for the risky on the part of Mime. We tried to go for the risky for Masa, but we're forced to respawn. Paco will let his teammate through to take the lead. A very generous gesture from teammate to teammate, might I add. Maybe not intended, but it is what it is. 0.974 and a 115.005 for Posito Paco, and it will be a 3-0 for Team Nemesis on big second map pick, mind you.
Yeah, that is for sure. And I mean, Big did not want to start this map off with an ace in favor for Nemesis. So let's see if they can bounce back. Paco and Mime already with a huge lead, 3 points ahead. Aces are very, very much overpowered in this kind of point repartition or distribution for the respective positions. So let's see how this next round will look like. Again, Mime will go for that side ramp here. Will have it okay, I would say. Maybe lost a little bit of speed, so will not gain towards the others, and also has a harder time to clear that jump here, but is still able to make it, as well as Kanadi, who has made a mistake here beforehand. This time not clipping here. Paco now clipping, so he falls into 4th position. Masa and Mime overtaking Paco here, and Kanadi so far ahead already, but this map is nothing from being over here, as we still have the last part to be cleared, the last scaffolding jumps, which are particularly hard to do. Kanadi, however, is so far ahead. He's on a very good time by the looks of it. Could be a 0.13 or low 0.14 from the wheel player from Germany. But firstly, he needs to clear the identity here, as we might call it like that. A nosedive is required here if your opponents are that close to you right now. And Masa and Granadi hand in hand, they go into the ending. We see a mistake from Paco, and that is exactly what Masa and Granadi are in need of. The exact same time into the ending, and Granadi was certainly saving it a bit because he was quite far ahead of Masa.
Yeah, he was definitely saving a bit, although I wouldn't be sticking out as a high 113. With a 50.9, I would be sticking more to like a high 14.0 or a low 14.1. But still, great team play and great, almost playing in sync in the last few checkpoints on the part of Granadi and Masa, finishing with the exact same time down to the millisecond, as you noted, on the left-hand side of the screen. In the meantime, we're heading into Map 3, Round 3, with a 3-3 scoreline. Granadi and Masa in first and second. Mime going for his signature line with the ramp cuts, and it does work beautifully this time around, as Pussy Tobacco seemed to have some troubles in the first platform jump. We hit on the side of the block for Mime. We're not clearing that transfer anytime soon in this round. Mime forced to respawn. Posito Paco left to his own devices to try and actually fend off that potential victory scenario shaping up, with Granadi 0.2 of a second ahead of the young Hungarian from Team Nemesis. Paco himself around 0.2 ahead of Masa, trying to chase him down. Now we're cooking with gas in terms of the sector times at checkpoint 9. 0.872. This could be dipping into the 113s right there, depending on how safe or how hard Granadi wants to push as we go through the final checkpoints and the final few sectors of the map with the jumps through the scaffolding platforms. We opt for the risky on the part of Granadi.
Paco.
We missed the risky for the second time in a row for Paco, gifting the ace on the silver plate for Team Big, and Granadi right on cue, taking a 113.986. Mime is way too far down to be able to clear the finish line, but it does not matter with that 1-2. Big 6, Nemesis 3.
Back-to-back aces for Big to regain control, and what a great time from Granadi here as well. Sub 114 time. Paco sadly missing out on the last scaffolding jump and having to respawn. So here we go, 6-3 it is. Granadi and Masa with that quite far ahead in the standings here, and they could win their second map pick here, as Paco gets a very good start in this round. But Granadi and Masa certainly no strangers to good starts here, because they're not that far behind. Again, it is Mime with the side ramp. Is it faster this time around? Yes, it is. And Mime back into the lead with that very low jump from Mime. Oh my god, how did he get away with that? He gained so much time with that, and Masa with a respawn. So this could be the round for Nemesis to bring back some points to them. They could move up to 5, potentially even 6 points, and equalize the scoreline. But Mime is on a great time here by the looks of it as well. Granadi clipping, Paco with a very wide approach. Granadi going for the save approach. Will most likely not, did not have the speed for that scaffolding jump. So it's
0.7 though.
1-2 for Mime and Paco. And is Mime saving it or not? Because I think he's on a 1:13 time as well, but it all matters. Like the points matter, not the time. And Mime does not go for a nosedive, goes for the safe approach here even, and Paco failing it again. Granadi overtaking and at least securing 1 point for his team.
Man, you can't help but feel that these are just throwaway rounds at this point for Team Nemesis. Sorry to get a little bit opinionated and harsh, but that's the third time in 3 rounds where Postito Paco has completely flunked it on the exit of the platform. The entry onto the platform is fine. It's more the exit, and he gets ever so slightly deviated towards the right-hand side, entering on a collision course with the right-hand side pole, with the right-hand side of his car, mind you, and that means it completely sends the points for the ace down the gutter. Nemesis could be able to level the playing field, but it's all down to Paco, who's really not feeling it in that third map, and you can see it from the crash stats. It starts to get a little bit wary as well, as we did see the side jump from Mime barely staying on the tread by a few pixels, and he's forced to respawn after that wall hit, which prevents him from getting the speed needed for the transfer.
Yeah, and also now Massa and Granadi with a commanding lead here of half a second ahead of Postito Paco, who has been really struggling with that ending section here, but I hope they can bounce back on their next pick here, which will be two-wheeling if I have it correctly from the top of my head. And look at this. Paco can only pray for Massa and Granadi to make a mistake here, or to maybe opt for the safe approach, and Paco then overtaking them eventually if he survives the identity, the last scaffolding jumps. But again, Massa and Granadi in sync, just trying to make it across. So close there, and Granadi with a mistake. So now Granadi the player with a mistake, and also Paco again with a mistake. So this will be another ace for Massa and Granadi, and Big wins their pick here and goes into the lead.
He kind of had to go for that risky jump, but that's 4 out of 4 fails on the final hurdles for Postito Paco, and one that costs Nemesis the chance to fight back and potentially take the run to Big in their second map pick. This is extremely costly for both Mime and Postito Paco, and now they need to actually stomp on the gas really, really hard as they head onto their second map pick, which will be, of course, two-wheeling. One where Postito Paco is able of doing wondrous things. Testament to that, the .416 that he did in the semifinals earlier today.
Yeah, I agree with that. And also from Paco's and Mime's standpoints, they probably know already that they qualified to the World Cup. Does that release some pressure from them? I probably think so. Maybe they just... But I mean, they should also give the best that they have, right? So
yeah, exactly. I feel like maybe that's kind of like playing a little bit of havoc with their mentality, and they might be just getting ever so slightly out of the butter zone that they found themselves in when they were starting the day, which means that the mistakes creep in a little bit easier this time around. It's always better to perform under pressure for some people than it is to perform without pressure, because that with the pressure you're basically condemning yourself to getting into that butter zone. But of course it's not the same for everybody, and some people like myself tend to have a pressure debuff whenever the stakes get high. So full credit to all those drivers who have absolutely stainless steel brains and mentality in terms of being able to approach those high-stakes matches. As so far in the round, it's Mime and Postito Paco first and second, but Granadi with a great exit from Sector 2 will be right in the wars.
yeah, I agree with that. And of course, fatigue could also play a role after playing this two-day event. So, and of course, rightfully said from Stefan in the chat, there's also 500 euro for each winner of the teams. So there's still a lot up for grabs for the players, because the winning team will get away with 2,500 euro, which is a lot if you ask me. 1,500 euro already guaranteed for the second seeded team, but let's see who wins that first round. Granadi with a great line will overtake Mime at the ending here. Mime with a bit more speed, but it's not enough. 119.95 for Granadi as well. Mime and Paco, however, will force a draw because Massa was 2 seconds behind.
Yeah, indeed. 119.958 straight into the 19s from round number 1, courtesy of Granadi, as we make our way to round number 2 now. 1 point apiece for both teams as we go through the start. Mime and Paco trying to streak ahead right away. Masa keeping in check with them. Granadi already about a 10th down through the first 2 checkpoints. Now the jump over the penalty sand, avoiding contact as much as possible as you land on the black platform. Now going for the low jump and fast jump. Great jump from Masa with that particular jump approach, who will be almost leading at the end of Sector 1 because Mime and Paco are still very much in hot pursuit. 39 milliseconds between first and third. Now onto the immersed part, the first reactor boost, and it will be a great entry into that reactor boost trigger from Masa. A very appalling one from Granadi, who falls to almost a second behind, perhaps even more at the splits at the end of Sector 2. 9/10 down compared to his own teammate, who is in the wars with Pusito Paco heading into Sector number 3 now through the water glider part. Who gets the best exit speed out of it? It looks as though Masa has ever so slightly a few Ks of an advantage. It's not quite enough to make a decisive move happen on the young Hungarian from Team Nemesis. Pusito Paco, who's still resisting wisely as Masa takes over the lead. He knows he can pull something special. We've seen him pull things that are quite special in that very last part, and he attacks without any restraint on the entry into that final immersed part. Watch out for the turnaround, and it's a great turnaround for Paco, taking the lead and winning the round with Mime in 3rd place, confirming the victory for Team Nemesis, and a 0.845 to boot for Pusito Paco. Imagine driving a 0.9 and still coming up 3rd best.
Yeah, that is absolutely incredible how Nemesis is able to perform, but also Masa with a great ending sector here. So well executed. Caught up a lot of time to Pusito Paco, but it wasn't meant to be to overtake him here. And look at that start now from Team Nemesis. They really want to get away with a lot of points here going into round number 4 after this one. And Paco with an absolute beauty of a start. Good approach over that sector here as well. And well, I mean, he did not really get too much speed, so really is all who gets the better turnarounds in this sector here. Oh, Masa with a little bit of a mistake there. Lost 0.1 of a second. Granadi and Pusito Paco right now finding themselves in the lead. Paco with a commanding lead of 700ths of a second, as you can see. Let's take a look onto the checkpoint. Will it be a sub 48 checkpoint or 48.15 is a great checkpoint. Paco with good speed. Granadi also still in there. Do you have a saying? Masa not slowing down either. Going over the penalty sand there a little bit as well. Maybe eating it a bit too much there on the inside. So he drops majorly behind. Lost a lot of speed there in this sector. And it's Granadi still leading. It all comes down to the last sector. Is Nemesis able to extend their lead, or will it be a draw here in this round? Granadi with a good turnaround. Paco and Mime with good speed. It all comes down to the line though. Granadi can get overtaken, but it will not be enough. It will be a 0.8 for 3 players, and Granadi wins the round. What a great round that was here.
I was waiting for Paco to completely eat Granadi alive with that turnaround, but the gap turned out to be just enough for Granadi to hold on for dear life and enforce the draw, allowing Big to stay within a single point of Team Nemesis after that round. Moving on to round number 4 here on two-wheeling. Mime getting the best start. Will be getting a little bit of penalty sand all the way into the black platform, allowing Granadi to move back up into the lead of the race at the end of checkpoint number 4. Pusito Paco right into it with his teammate, and Masa will be the first to fall by the wayside with almost a half a tenth of a disadvantage, or half a second disadvantage rather, at the end of Sector 1, the first immersed part. Now onto the turnaround, and a huge crash from Granadi heading towards the first reactor trigger. But once again, Paco, with his signature mastery of that middle sector, streaks away into the lead, but has his wet wheels that he has to contend with in a huge clip, forcing himself to respawn. We're back on a draw situation. Mime left on his own to battle it out against the two big players. Granadi potentially looking to try and get the gap back down to somewhat reasonable manners and potentially make it an opportunity to strike where it hurts really hard for Team Nemesis, but the gaps are just a little bit too far wide out now for really making that scenario happen. Now onto the final part, but slide out from Mime. Granadi up into the lead. Where's Masa? Masa toe-to-toe with Mime. Is it enough? No, he slows down way too far on that final turnaround. It will be a victory for Big that will equalize the playing field. 5-5 at the end of this round.
Yeah, the score is getting equalized here yet again. 5-5. Both teams halfway through. Victory for Granadi, 120.4, and this time was actually 1 second away from the world record, which sounds absolutely insane to me because Granadi certainly drove smooth, yet couple of mistakes here and there, but still, this was a fast time. So I'm still flushed by that time from Pushi Tobacco that he was able to deliver us today. But let's move on into the next round. Who's able to go into the lead? Or maybe it will be another draw. Paco already 0.3 behind the rest of the field here. Massa with a good sector here, but Mime is closing in to the gap here. And everybody's getting the two-wheeler here. Good turnaround from Massa as well. Does not hit the wall. Went so close there. Didn't lose any speed. And look at that. It's even field, but Paco not able to control the wet wheels from the exit. So he's out on the race, having to respawn. Massa in the lead. Mime needs to defend that second place, preferably has to overtake Massa here, tries to go for a lot of speed into the drift, overtakes Granadi in the drift, but goes too far inside, hits the wall, and goes over the penalty surface a lot, has no speed to work with here. So Massa and Granadi could go into the lead here by a quite considerable margin. It could be 8-5 if both players do survive the ending here. But both getting the two-wheeler, both getting the reactor boost as well. Now only one part to go, hand in hand. They go into the ending, maybe the same time again. Almost 6,000ths of a second, big, up to 8 points. It's the ace for them, and track points. If they win this round, it will be over.
This could be the one to really sting Team Nemesis if they lose it in that fashion. A first and third would be good enough for Big to take the second map pick from them as we move on to this first attempt at validating map point number 3 here in this grand finals best of 7 for Team Big. Great start from both Massa and Granadi, who will lead at the end at checkpoint number 4 and at sector number 1 after that little immersed dirt road section. Massa and Granadi 1-2, Mime in P3 and Pussy Tupacu already out of the picture in P4. It's all down to Mime to try and snatch the lead away from either Big members, as Massa had a little bit of a hairy entry into that reactor boost part, but Mime as well into that first reactor trigger did not manage to capitalize on that. He will capitalize on Granadi's somewhat deep entry into that second part of the reactor boost to move up into second place. But at this point, it's still not enough. There is still an absolute valley of a gap, half a second between first and second place. Granadi in third, just holding the fort, holding down that third position with a 4/10 lead over Pusti Tolpaco as Massa continues to sail away in the lead up front. Mime in second place, looking for an answer, but is currently running out of time and still hasn't found an answer to the gauntlet and challenge that has been thrown down by Big in this round. Massa in the lead, Mime in second, Granadi in third. The position will stay as is. 0.798 for Massa as well. Great time on the part of Mr. Dennis Lotza. Granadi in P3. It will be 10-6 for Big, taking the map pick from where Nemesis looked so strong throughout the entire weekend. And now, this is where the crunch time happens for Nemesis. They have their backs against the wall, and they have to win 3 back-to-back maps. Not to win the whole event, to have the chance to fight for the overall event win and thus reset their bracket.
But if it's one map where they can do it, it is definitely Sideswipe. They have shown an insane comeback here. It was a do-or-die situation against Boca, and they were able to get that ace on the board. It was a 9-7 situation. So let's see what they have to offer against Big here. And this was also the pick from Team Nemesis, so keep that in mind. We go into map number 5 here. It could be all over if Big wins this pick. What it could also from Massa here, 108.839. Then we have Granadi with a PB of 108.947. Paco with a 109.027, and then Mime also below the 109 barrier, 108.924. And let's jump into the first round. And so far, no one has made a mistake.
No one's made a mistake so far, and this is exactly the map where sparks are definitely going to fly between the two teams. Big might be coming in thinking that this is Nemesis's pick, but they know that they could spring a surprise, although not in this round with that very hefty landing and clip from Granadi at the entry to checkpoint number 6, relegating the wheelman himself down in last place. In the meantime, it's Pussy Tolpaco leading by 2/10 ahead of the Massa Mime duel, which continues to rage on, but we hit the breeze block on the apex of the right-hander before checkpoint 9 for Paco, promoting the battles to second into a battle for the lead, with Massa retaking the lead before checkpoint 11 goes a little bit wide onto the penalty grass though, allowing Mime to be still within touching distance of the German veteran from the Trackmania scene. Now moving on to the uphill climb, then the back tap. Who gets the best run towards the line? Massa versus Mime. Mime gets it for 45 milliseconds, and with Paco in P3, it will be first blood for Team Nemesis, 2-1.
2-1 it is, and what a great ending there from Mime. He slightly clipped there actually on that reactor boost wall ride that you're gonna use, that you just go sideways onto the wall. So great line there, but also very risky from Mime. Was able to get away with it, and let's move on into the second round as we see no player again making a mistake, no one falling victim to any of the walls on the side. Mime with a little bit of airtime, still able to control it, and also a great apex there from Masa to close back the gap towards Mime, who is getting a good transition here. It's very important to land flat on that sector. Mime had it really good, already 0.1 roughly ahead of his opponents, going to the no break sector where he can only slow down by releasing the accelerator. Mime still so far ahead. He's on a really good time. This could be a sub 109 from the Polish player, and this looks like a very polished run if he survives the ending. Masa with a wide setup, leaving Paco and Ranadi some room to overtake him, but this all comes down to the ending yet again. It is safe to say that Mime is 0.2 ahead, and he cannot throw away this round if Mime and Paco wanna win this best of 7 series. Mime, what time will it be? It will be a 108.9 as well, but Paco not making the ending accordingly, and Masa and Granadi with that giving themselves at least 1 point and denying the victory towards Nemesis.
Yeah, Paco was unsure if he was able to actually make it through the risky ending and actually make the run towards the line with that risky finish, and opted to go for the call that Mime did a couple matches back, where he opts to go for the safe finish and opts to actually guarantee that the point standings will stay intact in favor of Team Nemesis rather than risk it all and throw it all away. As we make our way through to the next round, and Pusito Paco already having clipped at the first descent at the very end of the chicane, thus second down compared to the leading trio of Granadi, Mime, and Masa. Masa sitting a little bit sideways, is still finding himself within touching distance, quote-unquote, at about a 10th and a half back compared to his teammate Granadi, about a 10th back compared to Mime. Mime locked in battle with the wheelman himself at the lead, and Masa has crashed out big time, and that could promote Nemesis into another victory situation. But as I say that, Mime has slowed down dramatically on the entry to checkpoint number 9. Granadi takes advantage of the situation to stay in the lead with a bit more of a manageable gap of around 2.5 tenths of a second as we make our way back up the hill and try to actually validate the finish correctly for both Granadi and Mime. Is it going to be good enough for Granadi? Mime with a late surge, not enough for 71 milliseconds. Granadi validates the draw. 3 for Big, but 4 for Nemesis.
Yeah, 3-4 is the scoreline. So Granadi holding on to the lead there, even though Mime had so much speed in the ending, and Masa completely messed the exit from the downhill reactor boost parts, where you really need to squeeze yourself between a hole and then jump into a quarter pipe to get to continue with the map. And then there's a speed check coming up, so it's hard to do that, and Masa sadly fell victim to that transition. So he did not play a role in that round. Let's take a look though. He is in there now in this round, and let's see who gets a good transition here, because Masa was struggling here already in the round from beforehand. Didn't get a good landing, and now Paco and Mime finding themselves in a battle with everybody from the big duo right now. But Mime with a very early transition is not making it, having to respawn, having to rely on his teammate Pusito Paco to deny them valuable points here again. As we can see, Paco with a very wide approach, has a lot of speed, but Granadi coming closer as well. Great round though from Big, coming back very nicely, and this all comes down to the last part here yet again, as it is Paco falling a bit behind by the looks of it, even though my camera is a bit messed up. But no, Paco made a mistake, so Masa and Granadi will eventually get that ace and go back into the lead. It's 6-4. Big only 4 points away of qualifying to the World Cup.
Yeah, that little wall brush at the exit of checkpoint 11, I was actually keeping tabs on what Paco did. That was just the slightest of wall brushes from the right rear of his car against the apex wall, which really did Nemesis in. And this time, another mistake from Mime, which could potentially do Nemesis in. But as I say that, this gets counterbalanced with Masa's exit of the downhill chicane, much like Pusito Paco a few rounds earlier, hitting the wall on the outside with the left rear. So Masa down to P4, down and out for now. In this round, Mime promoted back up to third, and Mime and Pusito Pusito Paco and Granati rather, up into first and second, battling it out with each other for the overall lead of the round. Now, who gets the best exit? It will be Pusito Paco, who will retake the lead away from Granati before checkpoint 6, who gets the best line through checkpoints number 6 and 7. That's a tight chicane entry for Pusito Paco, having to take evasive action. You could all clearly see that. Granati continuing to hang on for dear life and taking the fight to the one and only Petar Vaga, the man from Hungary, one of the young talents who absolutely exploded under the scene in 2023 and 2024. But so far, Granati continues to hold a steadfast lead, and Pusito Paco has absolutely no answer as to what Granati can pull off. Maybe right in the end with the back tap. Who gets the best run towards the line? It's going to be decided here. Granati holds the lead and takes the individual win with Massa in fourth. It will be the draw that sends Big onto a 7-5 scoreline and the first attempt at validating their spot in the Trackmania World Cup for 2025.
Match point it is. If they get the ace, it is all over, and we have Big and Nemesis qualifying to the World Cup of 2025, played on 1st of November in Paris. So let's see what it will happen in this round. Mime already falling a bit behind, but getting a great line in this sector, able to control it, but gradually slowing down even more in that sector. Wider approach there. And it is Massa battling it out with Paco and Granati. Massa not with a good turnaround here onto the reset block. But he's still in there. No one with a mistake so far. But Mime taking it very safe here, losing more and more time towards his opponents. Paco is in the lead, but one mistake could send them into the defeat screen. But right now Paco's on a great pace. He looks to be on a good time as well. The young talent from Hungary can do it. He can drive a great time. This could be another sub 109 time here if he survives that. But still, Granati and Massa are not too far behind. They have nothing to lose here in this round. They can close it out. Massa losing speed. Paco with a 108.937. Massa almost getting sniped by Mime, but it's again a draw, and Big only now 2 points away. They're getting closer and closer.
Yeah, Big in a much more comfortable position as we head into the second match point attempt. A simple victory would be enough for Massa and Granati to go for Paris, and it looks as though the situation has been done a lot easier. Just 5 seconds into this round with that full stop pick for Mime on the way down towards checkpoint number 1. It's all down to Paco to try and salvage a draw and keep the dream alive, at least for one final round here on Sideswipe. He is setting about trying to make this scenario happen, currently going toe-to-toe with Granati on the way to checkpoint 6. He's forced to release quite a bit on the entry to checkpoint number 7, but still holds on to the lead as Granati had to do the same thing. Currently, it is Paco ahead of Granati in first and second. Massa a little bit further out behind, 2/10 down in third position. Moving on to the final few checkpoints and the big climb. Granati pressing B for boost, moving on the attack, trying to put this one to bed once and for all. Paco doing the same than 3 rounds ago. Is this really how it ends? Granati in the lead, Paco second, Massa third. It is the GG. Big, Massa, and Granati are through along with Team Nemesis for the Trackmania World Cup. And as a nation celebrates their heroes, the hopes of another nation get absolutely crushed and reduced to smithereens as Boca will give up their number 1 EMEA spot to Big, who scored the full fat 3,000 points compared to the 1,200 for Boca. I think, if my math is right, 1,800 point delta that will see Big score the win, 800 points ahead of Binks and Otak, who are the great losers, getting sent down and through to hell by both Mime and Pusito Paco, who we will get to see, of course, alongside Massa and Granati, but as well as Carl Jr. and Pac and Bren and Mudda, the 2 teams from NCSA and APAC. This promises to be a spectacular showing on November 1st.
But also, what a great performance here from Nemesis in this global playoffs. Was an absolute tense performance. They were not able to crack Big here, and Big just dominating all the matches that they have played, really. And well, GG's to Big qualifying, but what a mess up. Boca, the top seeded team from the EMEA region, not making it to the World Cup. I think we were not expecting that before going into the weekends.
I think going into the weekend, we were thinking, yeah, maybe Boca should be among the hot favorites to make it in. But after what we saw at the beginning of that bracket and seeing them get sent down to lower bracket, we were like, uh-oh, this is starting to look a little bit more shaky. And then as the progression went on, we're kind of reeling with what we witnessed unfold over the course of the bracket run. And unfortunately for Boca, they did not have their fate in their hands, and fate played their hand against them. And they will be watching from the sidelines the World Cup in about 4 weeks through 3 weeks time. But before we turn as we turn our eyes to the World Cup, we do have a little bit of something to show you, a little bit of a sneak peek of what awaits us on November 1st. Take a look at this. So as you can see, a very, very sneaky peek into what awaits us on November the 1st, what looks to be very much bespoke maps for the 2025 Trackmania World Cup map pack. And you saw the date, mark it down on your calendars. It will be tomorrow, October 6th at 2 p.m. Central European Summertime or Paris time, or I guess, how would that work out? That's a COTD -5 if we're going by Trackmania Standard Time. So that is good time. So 2 p.m. Yeah, COTD -5 or 2 p.m. CEST to talk into real time zones. That the 25 World Cup map pack will be released on the official Trackmania World Tour Club. Make sure to we're going to be taking a look at the maps for ourselves to see what awaits the players in the top 8 that will go through on November 1st. And also, if you want to actually get a little bit of a look at the maps yourself, well, feel free to actually check out the Trackmania World Tour Club, as well as taking a gander at the Stage 1 and Stage 2 maps if you haven't already. It's the Trackmania World Tour Club, which is accessible via club access. And actually, that reminds me, I'm actually on for a renewal very quickly here. So I might need to secure myself a bit of an access to be able to continue doing the work that I like to do. But with that said, I mean, I think it's about time that we wrap this up. Do you have any closing thoughts, Kai, on your return, essentially, to the cast in the World Tour after a few months out? Is it really all that you thought it was cracking up to be?
I mean, it was like the last match, unfortunately, did not deliver that much tension than the matches from beforehand, but it was absolutely amazing seeing how this weekend has unfolded. It was so much fun. So thank you so much for everybody who has joined us on the broadcast here. Thomas, it has been so good to cast with you yet again. And also Patster, thank you so much for handling the production in the background, also giving us some giggles, some calls and all of that. It was a lot of fun. So thank you very much for that. And I cannot wait to see the World Cup being played out with those 4 very high stacked teams.
Yeah, and I guess what you said about enjoying the cast, to cast with me, the same can be said for you, Kai. It's always such a pleasure to work together with you and to have you back on the official channel, no less, just where we kind of left off towards the end of the TMFE Season 2, a little bit earlier on during this year. But thank you so much. It's such a pleasure and an honor to share the booth with you, to actually cast those high-stake matches. Again, also, shout out to Patster, handling all the button pushing and all of the broadcasting, who's done an exceptional job also giving us the calls, the pointers that we actually need to look out for, keeping us in check whenever we actually kind of run out of time before the end of the break sometimes. And of course, first and foremost, a big thank you to you for watching wherever you watch from in the world. Because without you, that kind of ambiance, that kind of atmosphere on the broadcast would not really be possible. But with that said, this is going to be the end of us here for this entire weekend of action here on the Stage 2 playoffs. Just as a quick reminder, through to the World Cup, Big, Massa and Granadi, Nemesis, Maime Posito Paco, Jetlag, Brandon Mutta, and Puff Bros, Carl Jr. and Pac are all invited to the Dôme de Paris in Paris on November 1st. And with that said, it is time for us to sign out here on the official Trackmania channel. This has been Thomas Mengozi, aka GGeek, being accompanied by the one and only Kai Ludwig, aka Lucas Turbo. Much love, be kind, stay safe. And until next time, Godspeed, people.
indecisive. Maybe it's all too late. Maybe I'm just done fighting. Maybe, oh, maybe I'm indecisive. Maybe it's all too late. Maybe I'm just done fighting. It's all too late. It's all too late. All too late. It's all too late. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm falling down. Maybe it's me in my head and I can't get it out. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm falling down. Maybe it's hazy. Oh, I almost touched the ground. Touched the ground. Oh, I touched the ground. Touched the ground. I can't seem to make up my mind about us. Make up this time for us. Make up my mind about